Chapter 1816. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you not put my carefree sect in your eyes? On the opposite mountain 18 golden-armored deities emitted dazzling golden light, illuminating the dusky sky and earth. These 18 deities were wearing the unique golden armor of the carefree sect. It wasn't an ordinary armor, but an immortal armor personally refined by the carefree ancestor. Only the true experts of the carefree sect were qualified to wear this armor. Even the carefree immortal emperor who was killed by Zhou Xian with a single slap wasn't qualified. Because those who could wear this armor were at least at the 9th heavenly layer of immortal emperor. In the world of cultivation, strength was everything. Only the strong could obtain more cultivation resources. Otherwise, if the best cultivation resources were used on a group of trash, it would only be a waste. Zhou Xian, this is your fault. You go and solve it. Gu Fei spoke from the top of the mountain. He wasn't very competent as a master. He only taught Zhou Xian the cultivation technique, but he rarely gave guidance to this disciple. Zhou Xian's current achievements were actually the result of his own hard work. Of course, in order to obtain great power, one could only rely on one's own hard work. Others wouldn't be able to help much. Yes. Zhou Xian nodded and took a step forward. This was the 8 desolation steps. When cultivated to the grand completion realm, it was said that one could travel in 8 directions with just 8 steps. His speed was unimaginably fast. With a single step, Zhou Xian appeared on top of the mountain opposite him. What? The 18 golden-armored deities on the other side of the mountain were shocked. They never thought that the other party would be so fast. It was too fast. Even Heng Xiong and the others felt their hearts beating wildly. This master of theirs was incredible. The distance between the 2 mountains was at least 7 or 8 li, but their master had arrived just like that. Kill. The 18 golden-armored deities attacked. 18 rays of golden light shot out, piercing towards Zhou Xian. The powerful immortal energy shook the void. Golden light flickered on the top of the mountain. Reckless fool. Zhou Xian didn't say anything. He swept his palm over. Powerful martial Dao true force condensed into a huge golden palm in the void and slapped down. Boom. The 18 beams of golden light were dispersed by the giant hand. The giant hand directly slammed onto the mountain peak, sending the 18 golden-armored deities flying and coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. The entire mountaintop exploded. The 18 golden-armored deities were shocked to the extreme. Even a pinnacle almighty being would have to dodge the combined attack of the 18 of them. However, their opponent had defeated them with an even greater power. To be able to withstand my heaven-covering palm, these people are pretty good. Zhou Xian was very confident. The moment he used the heaven-covering palm, the 18 golden-armored deities spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Even the golden armor on their bodies dimmed. This was the immortal Dao battle armor refined by the Xiaoyao ancestral master. But it couldn't even protect them. Could it be that the opponent was a half-saint? Although the Xiaoyao sect couldn't be compared to the 4 great ancient clans of the southern wasteland, they still had a team of golden-armored warriors. Although there weren't many of them, every single one of them was an expert of the sect. Run. 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 The 18 golden-armored warriors only had one thought, and that was to run. These people weren't people they could fight against. The 18 of them couldn't even withstand a single attack from the opponent. If they didn't run now, they would lose their lives here. However, could they escape? Bam! Zhou Xian attacked once again. His hand covered the sky, and the 18 golden-armored warriors that were fleeing in different directions were all enveloped by the hand, making it difficult for them to escape. Rumble. The heaven-covering palm descended with a powerful force that shook the heavens and the earth. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void below the heaven-covering palm. Some of the golden-armored warriors were hit by the black cracks, and their bodies immediately shattered. The power of the spatial cracks was too strong. Even the immortal armors refined by a half-saint couldn't protect them. Without any suspense, the heaven-covering palm descended and the 18 golden-armored warriors were instantly obliterated. Not even a speck of dust was left. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Master is too strong. Heng Xiong and the others were dumbfounded. One person killed a group of golden-armored warriors. If this news were to spread, the entire southern wasteland would be shaken. Just some shrimp and crab soldiers. He Tian said unhappily. The Xiaoyao sect didn't have any real experts. However, the death of the 18 golden armored warriors was a great loss to the Xiaoyao sect. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect looked at the 18 broken jade medallions. His face was extremely gloomy. Who was it? The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect raised his head and roared in anger. His son was dead, and now 18 golden armored warriors were also dead. This made him go crazy. He could only guess who killed them from the chi of the enemies. However, he didn't know who it was. If I have to go there myself? The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect walked out and arrived at the ancestral land of the Xiaoyao sect. What is it? An old voice came from the depths of the ancestral land. Ancestor, the 18 warriors I sent are all dead. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect lowered his head and said carefully. There was only one person in the entire Xiaoyao sect who could make him lower his head. What? The old voice was obviously shocked. Who are they? Did you find out who they are? Ancestor, I am useless. I don't know who killed our people. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect said in fear. Trash. The old voice sounded angry. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The anger of the ancestor was not something to be taken lightly. Ancestor, please help us. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect really didn't know what to do. 18 of the golden armored warriors had been killed. Obviously, the enemy was not someone to be trifled with. When 18 warriors fought together, they could even fight against a peak-level cultivator for a while. How could they be killed so easily? Most importantly, as time passed, the aura on those people would completely dissipate. At that time, it would be very difficult to find the culprit. When the young immortal emperor died, he indeed used a secret technique. It was a secret technique of the Xiaoyao sect that could determine who killed the young immortal emperor within a certain period of time. It was also because of this that the 18 gold-armored warriors found Gu Fei and the others. This secret technique could only let the people of the Xiaoyao sect know who killed the young immortal emperor, but they couldn't find out the identity or appearance of the killer. Could it be that someone is secretly plotting against the Xiaoyao sect? In the depths of the ancestral land of the Xiaoyao sect, an old man sat cross-legged on a rock. He opened his eyes and 2 beams of divine light shot out from his eyes. Looked like 2 bolts of lightning flashing in the sky. You can leave, I will take care of this. The Xiaoyao sect ancestor spoke for a while, then sent the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect away. Young immortal Emperor Xiaoyao was the most outstanding figure among the young generation of the Xiaoyao sect. At such a young age, he had already cultivated the immortal emperor fruit. Given time, he might be able to break through to the realm of Almighty. Such a good seedling was killed. Even the Xiaoyao sect ancestor, who hadn't paid attention to worldly affairs for many years, was alarmed. I'd like to see who dares to oppose me. The Xiaoyao ancestral master stood up from the blue stone. In the next moment, the blue stone was empty, and the faint mist circled around it. Below the Xiaoyao sect's ancestral land was a spirit vein that was shrouded in mist all year round. In fact, this mist was completely formed by the spiritual essence of the heaven and earth in the ancestral land. The Xiaoyao sect ancestor had set up a spirit gathering formation in this area, gathering spiritual essence from all directions at all times. In the entire Xiaoyao sect, only the Xiaoyao sect ancestor had the ability to gather spiritual essence from all directions for cultivation. After 10,000 years, the spiritual essence in the Xiaoyao sect's ancestral land was enough to form a mist visible to the naked eye. At this time, Gu Fei and the others also came out from the 100,000 mountain range. They had gained a lot from this trip to the 100,000 mountain range, and their foundations had become more solid. Gu Zhong in particular had taken in 9 disciples in one go. These disciples were all at the immortal realm, and only the sloppy old man was immortal. However, by this time the sloppy old man had already taken the young king herb. Then Gu Fei healed the hidden injuries of the great Tao in his body. With Gu Fei's current cultivation level, the hidden injuries of the great Tao were nothing. Under the nourishment of the young king herb, the sloppy old man's physique quickly transformed. His white hair turned black and his muscles, bones and flesh regained vitality. The frail old man had actually turned into a vigorous middle-aged man in just half a day's time. Heng Xiong and the others were dumbfounded by the old man's transformation. It was a miracle that the sloppy old man had turned into a sloppy man. No one would believe it even if they told others. The sloppy old man was so grateful to Gu Fei and his disciples that he swore to be loyal to them. The heaven-defying means that Gu Fei and Gu Zhong had displayed shocked everyone. Even the old flood dragon felt lucky that he had such a powerful master. Heng Xiong and the others were even more loyal to Gu Zhong. Where else could they find such a powerful master? More importantly, they were the only people in their sect. If their sect became more powerful in the future, they would be the senior brothers of all the others. Being a core disciple was something that Heng Xiong and the others dared not imagine before. Master, are we still going back to Dragon Emperor City? Gu Zhong asked Gu Fei. Of course, why not? Gu Fei had already achieved the semi-sage Dao fruit. It was time to shock those guys. Only now could he show disdain for the others. Very few people could threaten him. If even the Azure Dragon wasn't a match for him, the other powerful beings of the ancient race definitely wouldn't be a match for him. However, existences like Ghost Emperor Fingdu could still threaten Gu Fei. No one knew how many existences like Ghost Emperor Fingdu were in the human realm. Chapter 1817. Dragon Emperor City. This ancient city had been standing in South Wilderness for a long time. Even in the darkest age of the cultivation world, it was not destroyed. The city wall was full of traces of time. In the evening they came to the vicinity of the city gate of Dragon Emperor City. Immortal soldiers guarding the city gate. Actually, Heng Xiong and the others had been to Dragon Emperor City before. However, there were no immortal-level immortal soldiers guarding the city gate at that time. Therefore they were shocked by such a great achievement. In the secular world, Dragon Emperor City seemed to be transcendent. Of course, in the eyes of all the clans in South Wilderness, Dragon Emperor City's status was second only to their ancestral land. The Supreme Dragon Emperor was once the Supreme Dragon Emperor that all the clans in South Wilderness worshipped. The era of the Supreme Dragon Emperor was so long ago that no one could remember the existence of such an existence in the southern wasteland. The new generation replaced the old one and rose generation after generation. As a result, the cultivation world could be passed down from generation to generation. Why do I feel that this ancient city is a bit different? After breaking through to the semi-sage level realm, Gu Fei sensed a bit strange qi when he came to Dragon Emperor City. He had an illusion that the huge city in front of him was alive. I also have the same feeling. He Tian nodded. At their realm they could already sense the Great Dao and touch the edge of the Great Dao. The huge city in front of them gave out a special Dao qi. This shocked Gu Fei and He Tian very much. Master, what are you talking about? Gu Zhong and Old Flood Dragon were confused. However, they knew that something that could move Gu Fei and He Tian was definitely extraordinary. Haha, little nephew, when you reach my realm, you will know what we're talking about. He Tian's face turned solemn for a short while. Closely after that he revealed a mischievous smile. At this moment Heng Xiong and the others all knew that He Tian was a powerful semi-sage level cultivator. Therefore they were all in awe of him. Sco. It's time to pay a visit to our old friends. Gu Fei directly walked towards the city gate, closely followed by He Tian and the others. Soon they entered Dragon Emperor City and disappeared in the streets. These people actually. After Gu Fei and the others entered Dragon Emperor City, a figure walked out of the dark. He was the head of Xiaoyao sect in a purple robe and a Daoist hat. The leader of the Xiaoyao sect sensed a strange energy coming from Gu Zhong, which made him sure that this was the person who killed his only son, the Xiaoyao Immortal Emperor. The carefree little Immortal Emperor had been killed. This was definitely a huge blow to the carefree sect leader. One must know that the carefree little Immortal Emperor was not only his only son, he was also the #1 candidate for the next sect leader. Now that the carefree young Immortal Emperor was dead, the next sect leader of the carefree sect would be replaced. Humph, I will make you pay with your blood. The carefree sect leader muttered to himself. His eyes shone with a vicious light, then he turned around and disappeared into the darkness. With the power of the Xiaoyao sect in the southern wasteland, it was not difficult to find out the background of those people. Soon a detailed report was sent to the carefree sect leader. That person is Gu Fei's disciple, Gu Zhong. When the carefree sect leader found out that his enemy was Gu Fei and his disciple, he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. The opponent's background was too powerful, which made him very afraid. One must know that Gu Fei's reputation was built by killing. Even Azure Dragon might not be a match for Gu Fei. If he wanted to take revenge, he would have to ask the Xiaoyao Old Ancestor. However, even the Xiaoyao Old Ancestor was afraid of Gu Fei. The carefree sect leader was only the Xiaoyao old ancestor's disciple's disciple. It seemed that the Xiaoyao old ancestor would not risk his life to fight Gu Fei for the son of his disciple's disciple. However, the carefree sect leader knew that his patriarch had already left the ancestral land of the Xiaoyao sect. It would be better if they both suffer losses. By then I will be able to completely control the Xiaoyao sect. In the ancestral land of the Xiaoyao sect, the carefree sect leader's face constantly changed. As an ambitious person, he didn't want to be a puppet sect leader. After all, the carefree sect was founded by the Xiaoyao old ancestor. As long as the Xiaoyao old ancestor was there, the so-called sect leader of the Xiaoyao sect was just a puppet. With one word, the Xiaoyao old ancestor could decide who would be the sect leader of the Xiaoyao sect. The current carefree sect leader trembled in fear of making the Xiaoyao old ancestor unhappy. If the Xiaoyao old ancestor was unhappy, his position as the sect leader would come to an end. Nobody would like to be a puppet for the rest of their lives, including the carefree sect leader. At this moment, the 9th floor of the drunken Immortal residence in Dragon Emperor City was ablaze with lights. Almost all the young powerhouses in Dragon Emperor City had arrived. Zhongli Meng, the boss of Drunken Immortal residence, was going to invite Gu Fei and his disciple to a banquet. The news that Gu Fei had arrived made all the forces in Dragon Emperor City restless. Gu Fei was a fierce person who couldn't even defeat Azure Dragon. All the races in the southern wasteland were well informed. There was a problem within the Azure Dragon clan. Someone said that during the battle between the Azure Dragon clan and Gu Fei, the bloodline power that the Azure Dragon clan had painstakingly gathered was scattered by Gu Fei. If his bloodline strength was broken, Azure Dragon would not be Azure Dragon anymore. Although he might lose his position as the current Azure Dragon, he would not give up the title of Azure Dragon that easily. The discord in Azure Dragon clan had long been spread out. Although the battle between Gu Fei and Azure Dragon didn't come to an end, Gu Fei had made a great breakthrough and triggered the Heavenly Tribulation of Semi-Sage level. Additionally, he had passed the Heavenly Tribulation successfully. Azure Dragon was definitely not able to defeat Gu Fei unless he could make a great breakthrough and promote to a quasi-sage level. Otherwise, how could he compete with Gu Fei? It was not a legend that a cultivator was unrivaled among the same level. After Gu Fei arrived, many people wanted to see Gu Fei's demeanor. All the young talents of major forces in Dragon Emperor City wanted to see this figure. Therefore, the 9th floor of the Drunken Immortal residence became boisterous. Of course, it was impossible for Gu Fei to meet these people in the lobby. There were other VIP pavilions on the 9th floor of the Drunken Immortal residence. However, the lobby had been fully occupied. In a very inconspicuous corner of the hall sat an old man wearing a Daoist robe. This old Daoist didn't have the aura of a cultivator, but even so, this old Daoist seemed to have a strange power that made people unwilling to get too close to him. Gu Fei. He's the little guy who triggered the Heavenly Tribulation of Semi-Sage level in the battle. The old Taoist was pouring himself a cup and drinking. Gu Fei is really something. He triggered the Heavenly Tribulation of Semi-Sage level in the battle. How abnormal. That's right. Even Azure Dragon wasn't a match for him. Among the rising stars of the southern wasteland in the past 1,000 years, I'm afraid no one is a match for him. With such a battle god on the way to becoming a sage, it seems that many people will be despairing. Many people were chatting and their conversations were all about the person in the VIP pavilion. This was the opportunity to become a sage. Once one became a sage, he would be invincible in the world. In front of a true sage, all semi-sage and quasi-sage were like ants. However, Gu Fei's sudden appearance and rapid rise within a few hundred years had indeed made many people despair. With such a battle god, the competition on the road to becoming a sage would be extremely fierce. Although Azure Dragon was defeated, he would definitely make a comeback. In this great world, one had to seize every moment. No one was willing to give up the opportunity to become a sage. However, this path was too difficult. Furthermore, once someone became a martial sage, their strength would suppress all Daos. At that time, it would be much more difficult for others to become martial sages. The most terrifying thing was that the process of becoming a sage was to fight against the heavenly Dao, break through the shackles of heaven and earth, soar into the sky and trample on the heavenly Dao. When that happened, the heavenly Dao would be chaotic and there would be almost no chance for others to become a sage. Becoming a sage. A wisp of shrewd light flashed across the old Daoist's turbid eyes. At this moment, in the VIP pavilion, Zhongli Meng was introducing some powerhouses in Dragon Emperor City to Gu Fei. They were all rising stars in the past hundreds of years. Brother Gu, this is Gongsun Wang. Brother Gongsun is also a martial artist. However, he's just an immortal. However, many seniors think highly of Brother Gongsun. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. This Gongsun Wang was actually a cultivator. Gu Fei couldn't sense the aura coming from this Gongsun Wang, so he was likely carrying an artifact that could conceal his aura. Some people from major clans were different than commoners. Martial artist, immortal. Even Mahakala was taken aback. He knew very well how difficult it was to cultivate on the path of martial arts. This person had only used a few hundred years to cultivate to the immortal god stage. This person also seemed to have a pretty good aptitude. Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but take a few more glances at Gongsun Wang. Nice to meet you, Brother Gu and Brother He. Gongsun Wang hurriedly stood up as he cupped his hands towards Gu Fei and He Tian. Gu Fei and He Tian just nodded. Based on their cultivation base and battle strength, it was already a great honor for them to meet these people. Therefore, these people dared not show any dissatisfaction. Gongsun Wang then sat down. As far as I know, martial artists have long been extinct in the mortal realm. I've not imagined that I could meet someone like me. Gu Fei was also amazed. Is the inheritance of martial artists not extinct in the mortal realm? You're right, Brother Gu. I was lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of an ancient martial arts master. That's why I'm able to achieve what I have today. Gongsun Wang said. Oh. Gu Fei nodded. He didn't comment on Gongsun Wang's words. He didn't want to know too much about it. On the road of martial arts, Gu Fei only had one belief. I'm unrivaled. Even if the other party was a semi-sage martial artist like him, Gu Fei's belief would not be shaken. Brother Gu, this is Long Badeo. Brother Long is from extraterrestrial Immortal Mountain. Zhong Liming continued. Extraterrestrial Immortal Mountain. Chapter 1818. Extraterrestrial Divine Mountain was an ancient inheritance. Legend had it that this inheritance was not on the earth, but in the mysterious sky beyond heaven. Sky beyond heaven was a forbidden area in the depths of the endless starry sky. No one knew its exact location, but there was a powerful and ancient inheritance there. You are from Extraterrestrial Divine Mountain. He Tian's eyes flickered. He was very interested in this mysterious inheritance. The origin of Extraterrestrial Divine Mountain was definitely not inferior to those families of the remote antiquity. More importantly, he suspected that the mysterious sky beyond heaven might be a great world created by the ancient supremes. No one could imagine the means of the ancient supremes. Creating the world was just a matter of raising one's hand. The ancient supremes had a complete great Tao, and the world they created was infinitely close to the real great Tao. There was even an ancient legend that the great Tao created by the ancient supremes had a chance of ultimate transformation, and it was very likely to become a real great Tao. The world was absolutely supreme for all living beings living in it. The heavenly Tao was ruthless and it deterred all living beings. This was a kind of heavenly might. Any living being that wanted to break the heavenly Tao would attract the punishment of the heavenly Tao. As for the supremes, they were equivalent to the heavenly Tao. They had already jumped out of the great Tao and were not bound by the heavenly Tao law. The world created by the supremes had the highest chance of ultimate transformation, and become a real perfect great Tao. I come from Extraterrestrial Divine Mountain. Long Badeo's tone was extremely calm. Extraterrestrial Divine Mountain was a transcendent existence. He also had a secret treasure to hide his aura, so he was not afraid that Gu Fei and the others would be able to see through him. I have long been fascinated by the sky beyond heaven. When I have time I will go and see it. He Tian laughed. Gu Fei saw He Tian's expression and couldn't help but think. Is this guy thinking about the sky beyond heaven? It is not a good place. The sky beyond heaven was a forbidden area, and its location was uncertain, so it was very difficult to find. One should know that the depths of the starry sky was not a place that anyone could go. The starry sky was vast and boundless, and even a half-saint could get lost in it. Since ancient times, many people had wanted to enter the sky beyond heaven. However, it seemed that no one had ever succeeded. Some people even suspected that the outer sky divine mountain in the sky beyond sky might be an inheritance left behind by an ancient supreme being. This inheritance was extremely ancient and powerful. Welcome. Long Badeo did not seem to be a talkative person, but when he saw He Tian's interest in heavens beyond, he had to be careful. One must know that He Tian did not have a good reputation. Haha, with Brother Long's words I can rest assured. The smile on He Tian's face deepened. Of course he was not a fool. Long Badeo was just being polite. He did not think that Long Badeo would bring him to heavens beyond. Brother Gu, this is Qiu Wuqing, the successor of the northernmost divine ocean. Zhong Li Meng introduced the last black-robed young man to Gu Fei. The young man only nodded at Gu Fei and did not say anything. The northernmost divine ocean. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. He was no stranger to the fallen God Sea. He had once been to the Godfiend Island in the fallen God Sea and encountered the Godfiend Avatar, the successor of the divine demon. Gu Fei was truly moved. The divine demon was an ancient name that could be traced back to the mythological era. The ancient divine demons were all extremely powerful and had the characteristics of the divine demon and the divine demon. They were gods in the day and demons in the night. Such a race once ruled over a region and was incomparably prosperous. However, they gradually declined in the end. In today's great era, there was no news of the birth of a true divine demon. Among the three people that Zhong Li Meng introduced to Gu Fei, other than Gong Sun Wang, the other two had powerful backgrounds. Brother Gu has a good eye. Brother Qiu has the bloodline of the divine demon and is the number one of the younger generation in the divine ocean. Zhong Li Meng said with a smile. Whether it was the extraterrestrial divine mountain or the divine ocean, such forces were not something that the Zhongli clan could compare with. This time, Zhong Li Meng actually felt a little helpless when he invited Gu Fei. This was because some people wanted to get to know the human race martial physique that even Azure Dragon was no match for. It could only be said that Gu Fei's limelight was too strong. Even the people of the extraterrestrial divine mountain and the divine ocean wanted to meet this human race martial physique. How about a spar? Qiu Wuqing looked at Gu Fei and said these two words. In his eyes, there was a divine light and demonic qi intertwining, giving people a very strange feeling. The eyes of this descendant of the divine demon were like two invincible black holes that could devour people's divine souls. He Tian took a few more glances and felt that his divine soul was showing signs of leaving his body. Good guy. He Tian was extremely shocked. The number one person from the divine ocean was indeed extraordinary. His strength was probably not below that of Azure Dragon. Why not? Gu Fei met Qiu Wuqing's gaze directly. The strange suction force that was emitted from Qiu Wuqing's eyes couldn't shake Gu Fei's spirit. His spirit and physical body had long merged into one, and there was no distinction between them. Now can we? Qiu Wuqing seemed to want to fight with Gu Fei very much. The divine ocean was behind the northernmost demon region and was separated from the central plains by the northernmost demon region. Therefore, in the entire cultivation world, there were not many people who knew about the existence of the divine demon clan in the divine ocean. Fighting with Gu Fei might be able to make a name for himself in the divine ocean. Very well. Gu Fei stood up. This Qiu Wuqing was very direct and he was also very straightforward. Such people acted according to their own nature and were not influenced by the outside world. As long as they decided to do something, no one could change their mind. Qiu Wuqing spoke from his heart. Obviously, this Qiu Wuqing also had a pure Dao heart that pursued supreme power. This caused Gu Fei to have a higher opinion of him. Only such a person could be his opponent. Brother Gu, Brother Qiu, you guys. Seeing that Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing did not seem to be joking, even Zhong Li Meng could not help but feel nervous. Qiu Wuqing was not a simple person. She still could not figure out the background of this descendant of the divine demon clan. As for Gu Fei, Zhong Li Meng was very clear about his character. This person meant what he said and did things according to his own likes and dislikes. It seemed that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. Boss Zhong Li, what are you so nervous about? They're just sparring. He Tian's voice sounded. Qiu Wuqing had the characteristics of a demon, which made him feel displeased. He had an impulse to rush forward and beat this guy up. It is my honor to see Brother Gu and Brother Qiu's glory. Gong Sun Wang's eyes flickered. He was also looking forward to the battle between Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing. As the saying went, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Gu Fei was said to be powerful, so he might really have some ability. As a martial artist, Gong Sun Wang naturally wanted to see Gu Fei's methods. Long Badeo did not say anything, but he also stood up. He did not want to miss this battle. He also had the ambition to become a saint, and these two would be his strongest competitors. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated. Longbadeo also had to be prepared. In this golden era, there would be a rise of peerless figures from various forces. Moreover, the older generation would definitely not give up this opportunity. In the near future, there would be an intense storm that would sweep through the entire cultivation world. No one would be lonely on the road to becoming a saint. In this era, the most brilliant sparks would be produced. Swoosh. Swoosh. The figures of Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing disappeared from the VIP pavilion at almost the same time. Zhong Limeng could not help but be shocked. These two fellows were really unscrupulous. They fought whenever they wanted to, without paying attention to anyone, and would not be shaken by anyone. After all, this was Dragon Emperor City. Interesting. Longbadeo smiled, then also disappeared from the VIP pavilion. Boss Zhongli, remember to tell Old Black the next time you have such celestial wine. Mai Tian raised his head and drained the cup of immortal wine in one gulp. Then he jumped out of the window and disappeared into the darkness of the night without a trace. These guys, Zhong Limeng was completely speechless. These people didn't play by the rules, and this caused her to be at a loss for what to do, and she became flustered. The battle between Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing was not a small matter. Goodbye, Boss Zhongli. Gong Sun Wang also left. His cultivation was not great, but he had a secret method to keep up with He Tian, Longbadeo and the others. He did not want to miss this battle. Zhong Limeng's cultivation was not comparable to that of Gu Fei and the others, but she was smarter than them. Soon the news of the battle between Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing spread. No one noticed that in the lobby of the 9th floor of the drunken Immortal residence, an old Daoist had also disappeared without a trace. Human martial body wants to fight a descendant of gods and demons. This explosive news spread to the entire Dragon Emperor City with the drunken Immortal residence as the center. Soon people from all the major forces were dispatched. This time, Gu Fei's opponent was not an ordinary person. He was a peerless figure who had walked out of the depths of the God-fallen sea. Others might not know about the ancient inheritance in the depths of the God-fallen sea, but it didn't mean that the higher-ups of the major forces in southern wilderness didn't know about it. The ancient inheritance in the depths of the forbidden area could never be imagined by common sense. To a certain extent, the ancient inheritance in the forbidden area was more mysterious and terrifying than those ancient forces. It should be known that the origins of ancient forces were not a secret. However, ancient inheritances in the forbidden areas like the extraterrestrial Immortal Mountain and the God-fallen Sea were covered with a mysterious veil. Facing the unknown, people's first reaction was curiosity, followed by fear. Chapter 18-19. The first person to come out of the God-fallen Sea. Gu Fei stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the figure on the opposite mountain. His opponent had a secret treasure to hide his aura, and even he could not see through him. His opponent was an expert who came out of the Forbidden Zone for life. Gu Fei did not underestimate his opponent. The Forbidden Zone for life was extremely mysterious and no one could really find out what was inside. The ancient inheritance in the Forbidden Zone was extremely powerful. Some people guessed that it might be the inheritance left behind by a supreme. You are very strong. On the opposite mountain, Qiu Wuqing, who was dressed in black, crossed his arms and looked at Gu Fei. Divine light and demonic qi intertwined in his eyes as if he was evolving the divine demon Dao. His words were good and concise. He was not the kind of person who could speak well. You are not weak either. Gu Fei said. Qiu Wuqing knew that Gu Fei had defeated Azure Dragon's bloodline power and still dared to challenge him. He must have something to rely on. Begin. Qiu Wuqing was very direct. He did not want to waste time. Most importantly, if time dragged on, those annoying people would find this place. It was hard not to be discovered in a battle of this level. All right. Gu Fei nodded. He also wanted to see what these experts who came out of the Forbidden Zone for life had up their sleeves. Could Qiu Wuqing be stronger than Azure Dragon? Boom. At this moment, a shocking battle intent exploded from Qiu Wuqing's body. He no longer used a secret treasure to hide his aura, and a saint's aura spread out. Indeed, Gu Fei was surprised. This Qiu Wuqing was indeed powerful. It was hard for him to judge whether he was at the peak of the sage-to-be or sage-to-be. Those who came out of the God-fallen sea are indeed different. On a mountain a few hundred miles away, He Tian, Gu Zhong and the old dragon were watching. Heng Xiong and the others were nowhere to be seen. Gu Zhong was called out by He Tian. He did not know where Heng Xiong and the others were placed by Gu Zhong. It was difficult for Heng Xiong and the others to come and watch a battle of this level. Even He Tian and the others had to be extremely cautious to avoid being affected by the battle. Swoosh. At this moment someone arrived. Long Badeo and Gong Sun Wang arrived at the mountain where He Tian and the others were. He Tian and the others ignored them and stared at the two figures on the mountain in front of them. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook as the two powerful auras clashed. This. Apart from He Tian and the others, Long Badeo and Gong Sun Wang were also shocked. The cultivation and strength of the two people in front of them were far beyond ordinary people. The human martial body is really strong. Long Badeo's eyes flashed with divine light. The god-fiend body isn't weak either. Gong Sun Wang said. Qiu Wuqing was the first person to walk out from the depths of the fallen god sea. His cultivation and strength were definitely at the peak of the human realm. In particular, Qiu Wuqing had the godly demon bloodline and the godly demon body. In the distant past, it was one of the strongest body constitutions in the world. Most of the powerful constitutions that appeared in the ancient times were born with them. Only a few cultivation techniques could cultivate a powerful body, and the path of martial arts was one of them. The Buddhists also had the indestructible Vajra body, and the demons had the chaotic demon body. The battle between the two powerful constitutions was rare even in the human realm. Long Badeo was someone who aspired to become a sage, so he really wanted to know the strength of these two people. Just as Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing were confronting each other, a figure appeared silently in the distant sky thousands of miles away. It was an old Daoist in a Taoist robe. At this moment the aura of Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing was still rising. It was like two sages confronting each other. The powerful aura shocked all directions. Even though they were hundreds of miles away, He Tian and the others still felt an extremely strong pressure. All the living creatures in the whole area trembled in fear under the pressure of these two forces. It was as if doomsday had come. In the depths of the mountain, there was only silence and no living creature dared to make a sound. Fight! Qiu Wuqing shouted loudly. A black halberd rushed out from his body and he grabbed it. Then he directly flew up from the top of the mountain. Boom! The mountain beneath his feet exploded the moment he soared into the air. Swoosh! In an instant Qiu Wuqing held the halberd and smashed it down on Gu Fei's head. The powerful mysterious force shook the void and tore the heaven and earth apart. Humph! Gu Fei punched upwards with his right fist and directly used his body to meet the opponent's black halberd. Boom! Gu Fei's punch landed squarely on the halberd that was smashing down. There was a muffled sound and countless spatial ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out with the point of impact as the center. Buzz! The void shook and everything within a dozen miles was destroyed and turned into powder. The spatial ripples were so terrifying that even a layer of the ground below was shaved off. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. These two people were too powerful. They were far more powerful than ordinary half-sages and had the demeanor of being invincible among those of the same level. Roar! Qiu Wuqing shouted loudly and the heavens and earth shook. A powerful divine demon power erupted from his body and the halberd in his hand was intertwined with the divine demon power, displaying a terrifying power. The halberd pressed Gu Fei down thousands of feet and almost shook Gu Fei down from the sky. All right. Two beams of divine light shot out from Gu Fei's eyes. His right fist that was on the halberd vibrated with a powerful martial arts force and stopped the downward momentum. Bang! The two forces collided again and the two figures separated at lightning speed. Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing stopped and did not attack. They were both looking at each other. The few attacks just now were extremely fast. The two of them were evenly matched and neither could suppress the other. Of course, this was just a test attack. Buzz! At this moment, the black halberd in Qiu Wuqing's hand vibrated and countless divine demon Dao patterns appeared on the halberd. Within the halberd, an extremely powerful force was awakening. This halberd was not a sacred weapon but a divine demon weapon that Qiu Wuqing had refined himself. Qiu Wuqing had branded his own Dao patterns on the halberd and it was like a part of his body, allowing him to use it with ease. The compatibility between a self-refined divine weapon and the user was incomparable to any other divine weapon. Only a self-refined divine weapon could the owner of the divine weapon unleash the maximum power of the divine weapon. I'll just play with you. With a flip of Gu Fei's right hand, a black divine sword appeared in his hand. A cold ripple of sword qi spread from the sword. This black sword was a divine weapon that Gu Fei had refined himself, the 9 Heaven Stars sword. The divine sword was branded with 9 martial Dao mantras, and there was a trace of Dao rhythm lingering around it. A divine sword refined from the 9 Heaven Stars iron. Chapter 1820. Even in the 3 realms and 6 Daos, the 9 Heaven Stars iron was definitely a rare immortal divine material. It was a divine material exclusive to ancient supremes. Only ancient supremes could refine this immortal divine material into a divine weapon. Long Badeo and the rest would never have imagined that Gu Fei actually had a divine sword refined from the 9 Heaven Stars iron. This divine sword was obviously not an extreme divine weapon. This is a divine weapon that he refined himself. Gongsun Wang said with extreme shock. The divinity of the 9 Heaven Stars iron could not be concealed. There seemed to be spots of starlight flickering inside the black divine sword. Within the divine sword, there seemed to be an endless starry sky. Under his refinement, the 9 Heaven Stars iron in Gu Fei's hand had already transformed into a semi-sage weapon. The 9 martial incantations imprinted on the divine sword were faintly discernible. Fight! Qiu Wuqing directly charged over with the huge halberd in his hand. The black halberd was like a supreme weapon in the hands of the Grim Reaper. It emitted a strange power that could disturb one's mind. This power seemed to be able to extract one's soul from one's body. Divinity and demonic coexist. This race is incredible. Gu Fei felt great pressure. The divine demon race was extremely powerful in ancient times. The day was the god and the night was the demon. The power of the gods and demons intertwined and their combat power was endless. This was one of the most powerful races in ancient times. Clang! Gu Fei went up to meet it. The 9 Heaven Stars sword in his hand collided with the opponent's huge halberd. Dazzling sparks burst out, and a strong light streaked across the dark void, instantly illuminating the heaven and earth. The two figures quickly separated and then collided again. Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing moved quickly in the void. The divine weapons in their hands collided continuously, and the clanging sound spread out for thousands of miles. Every time they collided, there would be a strong flash of light, illuminating the heaven and earth. This person is powerful. He can actually fight with your master. On the top of a mountain hundreds of miles away, He Tian's eyes were intertwined with Yin and Yang divine light. He was using the Yin-Yang divine eye to watch the battle because it allowed him to see the details that others could not. The God-fiend body is really powerful. Long Badeo's voice resounded. Qiu Wuqing's performance had exceeded his expectations. Qiu Wuqing was much stronger than he had imagined. He had indeed underestimated the lineage of the fallen god Sea. The extraterrestrial divine mountain was transcendent. Every generation that came out of it was extremely powerful and qualified to fight for the opportunity to become a saint. Long Badeo indeed had the right to be arrogant, but when he saw the cultivation and battle prowess displayed by Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing, he couldn't help but be moved. The competition in this world is very intense. Under the heavenly Tao there could only be one sage. As long as someone became a sage, others who wanted to become a sage would have to wait for a very long time. Only after the heavenly Tao recovered would they be able to attack the sage realm again. Therefore no one was willing to see others become saints. However, the heavenly tribulation to break through to the sage realm had yet to appear in the human realm. Everyone who was interested in becoming a sage was preparing for it. Now was not the time. The heavenly Tao was not yet complete. What god-fiend physique? The martial physique is the strongest. Gu Zhong was somewhat disdainful. He was very confident in his master's battle prowess because the martial physique was also one of the strongest physiques in the world. Moreover, it was cultivated. Clang. The battle continued. In just a few breaths' time, the two divine weapons had collided thousands of times. The powerful impact made Qiu Wuqing's hands a little numb. The opponent's strength made Qiu Wuqing's battle intent boil. He had always pursued the strongest power. Meeting such an opponent would only make him more excited. Be careful. The god-fiend power in Qiu Wuqing's body was vast and mighty. Divine and demonic patterns appeared and intertwined on his body. His power was still increasing as if there was no end to it. Buzz. The halberd in his hand was vibrating. The Tao patterns that were imprinted in the halberd were all awakened. This was a power so powerful that even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. Swoosh. With just a light wave, a large area of the void collapsed. The halberd became even more terrifying. It actually almost smashed Gu Fei's 9 heaven stars sword away. Gu Fei was forced to retreat again. This was the second time. There had never been anyone who could force him to retreat twice in a row. This was unprecedented. Martial artists were invincible in the same rank. An ordinary half-sage who met Gu Fei was like a child meeting an adult. How could a child defeat an adult? However, the situation was different now. The God-fiend body was really powerful. Qiu Wuqing could completely control the divine and demonic powers in his body. The intertwining of the two powers could give him almost endless combat power. The power of the halberd in Qiu Wuqing's hand increased by almost 3 times in an instant. If it was someone else, the divine weapon in his hand would probably be sent flying with a sweep of the halberd. However, it was a pity that Qiu Wuqing met Gu Fei. The power of the martial body was displayed at this moment. Not only did the 9 heaven stars sword in Gu Fei's hand not fly out, but it also exploded with a divine light. Buzz. The divine sword vibrated and the 9 martial mantras inside the divine sword lit up. The sage Daoist rhymes surrounded it. At this moment, the divine weapon seemed to have turned into a sacred weapon. The most intense collision occurred. The power of the divine weapons in the hands of the 2 experts were fully activated. Qiu Wuqing could no longer force Gu Fei to retreat. The halberd and the divine sword collided continuously. A large area of the void was annihilated. The 2 experts even fought into the broken void and into the chaos. The human race martial body has become strong. Thousands of miles up in the sky, the old man sighed. The combat power displayed by Gu Fei moved him. This was a powerful opponent. With such a war god on the road to becoming a saint, it would be very difficult for others to surpass him. The road to becoming a saint in this life was likely to be filled with blood. Rumble. Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing directly broke through the void and rushed out of the chaos. At this point in the battle, they still had not used their trump cards. Both of their hands were dripping with blood as they held onto their divine weapons. The powerful impact had caused their palms to split open and bloody wounds to appear on their palms. At this moment, many figures appeared in this area. Some powerful existences had finally arrived. The battle between Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing had caused a huge impact. Even cultivators thousands of miles away could sense it. Powerful cultivators were very sensitive to the fluctuations of the qi of heaven and earth. They could sense the changes in this part of the world. More and more people rushed over. This caused the 2 who were in the middle of the battle to frown. Among these people there were even enemies of Gu Fei. Under such circumstances, Gu Fei had to be careful and guard against sneak attacks from the enemies in the dark. Roar. Gu Fei wanted to end the battle as soon as possible and no longer held anything back. With a furious roar, a heaven-shaking power erupted from his body, causing the entire world to tremble under the might of this power. What? Chapter 1821. The commotion caused by the battle between Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing was too great. At this point in time, powerful existences started to rush to the vicinity to watch the battle after knowing the location of the battle. Roar. At this moment, Gu Fei no longer held back and directly displayed the secret skill of rising to heaven. His battle strength instantly increased by 10 times and the powerful force caused the entire world to shake. Using the secret skill of rising to heaven with the cultivation of a semi-saint, the increase of battle strength by 10 times made Gu Fei's strength infinitely close to that of a sage. Streaks of martial arts Dao patterns emerged on his body and interweaved with Dao and truth. Bam! Qiu Wuqing was sent flying by the sudden explosion of powerful force. The black halberd in his hand trembled continuously and almost flew out of his hand. How is this possible? Qiu Wuqing was really shocked. The other party had only displayed his true battle strength at this moment, and the scene that happened was simply unbelievable to him. Boss is finally going to show his true strength. He Tian couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Under the effect of the power of the secret skill of rising to heaven, Gu Fei's battle strength increased by 10 times. The God-fiend body couldn't possibly compete with this power. Even the God-fiend body is going to be destroyed. Gu Zhong also spoke. He had also cultivated the secret skill of rising to heaven. He was very clear about the heaven-defying power of this secret skill. A martial artist was already very powerful, and a martial artist who displayed the secret skill of rising to heaven could simply be described as abnormal. Lose for me. Gu Fei's voice was full of confidence. Among those of the same level, there was absolutely no one who could take a punch from him when he was in the state of rising to heaven. Even the god-fiend body couldn't do it. Bam. He directly threw a punch at Qiu Wuqing, who was sent flying. It wasn't a divine skill or an immortal path divine skill. This punch only displayed the purest strength. The powerful force caused the heavens and earth to collapse. Without any suspense, the black halberd in Qiu Wuqing's hand was sent flying. After that, his entire body was blown up by this punch and turned into a cloud of blood mist. He really destroyed the god-fiend body. Seeing this scene, even Long Badeo, who came from the extraterrestrial divine mountain, said with a trembling voice, Gu Fei's punch was so strong that even the celestial demon body could not bear it. This was one of the strongest constitutions that had ever appeared in ancient times. At this moment, this strongest constitution seemed to be nothing in front of Gu Fei. Is Qiu Wuqing dead? Gongsun Wang was dumbfounded. He was truly stunned by the scene in front of him. Gu Fei had destroyed the god-demon physique with a single punch. His battle prowess was heaven-defying. That's a god-fiend body, someone exclaimed in surprise. Roar. There was a powerful spiritual will roaring in the void, and the blood mist that had exploded suddenly stopped moving. Then it instantly gathered at the center. Rumble. The power of divinity and demonic nature intertwined, and the blood mist disappeared. A figure appeared before everyone's eyes, and the mighty power of gods and demons filled the air. Many people were surprised that Qiu Wuqing could survive such a powerful punch. If it was someone else, he would have been killed. Fight. A figure walked out. With a wave of his hand, a black halberd flew back from afar and landed in his hand. A powerful battle intent emanated from his body. His black hair danced wildly, and one of his eyes was like a divine sun, emitting the most unyielding and holy power of divinity. His other eye was like a black sun, shooting out rays of black light and mighty demonic nature. Qiu Wuqing did not die under Gu Fei's punch. Moreover, the power of the bloodline in his body seemed to have awakened and turned into a terrifying and powerful god-fiend. As expected. But so what? It doesn't change anything. Gu Fei muttered to himself. The god-fiend body would not be destroyed so easily, especially when it had reached Qiu Wuqing's level of cultivation. It had already reached the point where it could be reborn from a drop of blood. Although he had turned Qiu Wuqing into a blood mist with a punch, he was unable to destroy the blood mist completely. Of course, he did not really want to kill Qiu Wuqing. This battle was just a spar. Although there was a risk of death, he did not intend to kill Qiu Wuqing. It was the same for Qiu Wuqing. Although his battle intent was boiling, there was no shocking killing intent emanating from his body. His goal was simple, which was to fight with all his might. He only wanted to prove his cultivation and strength and did not intend to kill. Only people like Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing, who sought the strongest power the most, could do so. Buzz. Qiu Wuqing did not say anything. The halberd in his hand slashed towards Gu Fei. The mighty power of gods and demons bloomed on the halberd, and a large area of the void was destroyed. Bang. Gu Fei's hand slapped out and collided with the halberd. The halberd vibrated with destructive power, but it could not hurt Gu Fei's hand. Boom. The power of Gu Fei's hand exploded completely, and the halberd flew out of Qiu Wuqing's hand once again. Qiu Wuqing's hands were badly mutilated and he was sent flying. Too strong. Qiu Wuqing knew that he was defeated in the end. This person was too strong and he might only be able to fight with him if he used that thing. However, that thing could not be used at this time. Even if he had activated the divine demon bloodline, Qiu Wuqing was still not Gu Fei's opponent. He was defeated in the end, and it was not an unjust defeat. Gu Fei did not continue to attack. The end of the battle was within everyone's expectations, but it could also be said that it was unexpected. He Tian and the others did not expect that Qiu Wuqing could actually force Gu Fei to use the secret technique of ascension. The others also had a deeper understanding of Gu Fei. The human race martial body had already matured, and had truly risen to become a peerless expert in the human world. No force dared to look down on the human race martial body anymore. Even Long Badeo, who came from the extraterrestrial divine mountain, was silent at this time. The human race martial body was too strong, and even the number one person in the Divine Sea had been defeated by him. No one could not be moved by such a battle record. Gu Fei, He Tian and the others left the mountain range. They were going to Dragon Emperor City to pick up Heng Xiong and the others, and then leave Dragon Emperor City. Since he had already taken in Heng Xiong and the others, Gu Fei had an idea in his mind. He wanted to build a force that could compete with the forces of the ancient antiquity. Moreover, in the depths of his heart he still wanted to rebuild the Taishan sect, but it seemed impossible now because he still had no news of the disciples of the Taishan sect. However, just as they were about to enter Dragon Emperor City, Long Bidao caught up with them. "Brother Gu, please wait." Long Bidao stopped Gu Fei and the others. "Brother Long, what can I do for you?" Gu Fei cupped his hands and said to Long Bidao. Long Bidao hid his aura very well. He had been hiding his aura with a secret treasure so that others could not see through him. People who came out of the forbidden area were all very mysterious. Gu Fei was not willing to contact these people. "Haha, I don't dare to teach you anything. I just want to invite you to a place with me." Long Bidao said. "What place?" Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. "It's like this. When a senior of my extraterrestrial divine mountain was traveling in the human realm, he obtained an ancient map. The ancient map recorded the location of an ancient sage's cave mansion." Long Bidao said such words. "What? The cave mansion of the sage Gu Fei?" Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but be moved. They had never seen the cave mansion of an ancient sage. "This is a complete cave mansion. The senior of my extraterrestrial divine mountain once went there and almost died." Long Bidao continued. "The cave mansion of the sage Gu Fei is not an ordinary place." He Tian pondered. Even the people of the extraterrestrial divine mountain almost died there. The cave mansion must be protected by a powerful formation, and it just so happened that he was a formation master. He Tian was a little moved. Others couldn't enter the cave mansion, but it didn't mean that he couldn't. "Master, you see." Gu Zhong looked at Gu Fei. Gu Zhong looked at Gu Fei. He also wanted to go and take a look. One must know that it was a complete cave dwelling left behind by an ancient sage. How many such places could there be in the world? Well, there's no harm in seeing it. Gu Fei nodded and accepted Long Bidao's invitation. "Very well, we will leave in 10 days. Long Bidao was very happy. Gu Fei's battle prowess was obvious to all. With his participation, the chances of successfully opening this ancient sage's abode had increased by a few points. "Why 10 days? He Tian asked. These 10 days are for Qiu Wuqing to heal. I have already made an appointment with Qiu Wuqing." Long Bidao explained the reason. Qiu Wuqing was defeated by Gu Fei and he needed 10 days to recuperate. 10 days and he will recover. He Tian and Gu Zhong glanced at each other, and they were both extremely shocked. After all, Qiu Wuqing was injured by Gu Fei, yet he only needed 10 days to recover. This Qiu Wuqing was really extraordinary. Godly demon body. Interesting. A light flashed in Gu Fei's eyes. Qiu Wuqing was injured by him. He knew very well that if it was an ordinary half-sage, it would be impossible to fully recover without a year or two of recuperation. However, Qiu Wuqing only needed 10 days to recover. Godly demon body was really powerful. No wonder it was one of the most powerful physiques in ancient times. Even compared to human martial body, it was not much weaker. "Okay." Gu Fei nodded. Then he led Gu Zhong and He Tian into Dragon Emperor City. At this moment, the result of the duel between Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing had long been spread across Dragon Emperor City. Human martial body defeated godly demon body, which shocked all the powerhouses in Dragon Emperor City. Even the most powerful one in Deity's Ocean couldn't defeat Gu Fei. Gu Fei was really unrivaled among his peers. When all the cultivators in the city were talking about this event, Long Bidao was secretly making an appointment with those powerhouses in the city. By contrast, Gu Fei and the others were enjoying a rare tranquility. 10 days soon passed. That ancient sage's cave mansion seemed to be very attractive to those powerhouses in Dragon Emperor City. Chapter 1822. The fact that Gu Fei had defeated the god-demon physique shocked everyone. Even some experts of the older generation were afraid of him. In the cultivation world, the strong were respected. Even some experts of the older generation might not be able to defeat Gu Fei. He was almost invincible among the half-sages. However, many people had various means that could instantly increase their cultivation and battle strength. Qiu Wuqing still had a trump card that he didn't use in the battle with Gu Fei. Those who had walked out of the forbidden land of life all had something to rely on. The power of such an inheritance was unfathomable. 10 days was not a short period of time. Gu Fei and the others lived in a courtyard provided by Zhongli Meng. Zhongli Meng could make friends with Gu Fei. She knew that with Gu Fei's cultivation and battle strength, his name would definitely be on the path to becoming a sage. In this generation there would be a once-in-a-lifetime golden momentum. The fight on the path to becoming a sage would definitely be unprecedentedly fierce. This was destined to be a path built of blood and bones. Since the late prehistoric era, becoming a sage had become the lifelong goal of all living beings in the 3 realms and 6 paths. As long as there was a glimmer of hope to become a sage, no one would be willing to give it up. This was because as long as one became a sage, the great Tao of heaven and earth would be under the feet of the sage. They would be invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Unless an extreme Tao Supreme was born, there would only be one person in the world, sage. That guy Long Bideo has been jumping around like a flea these days. He seems to have a date with many people. Haitian was back. He was not a person who could stay calm. If he didn't find something to do, his hands would be itchy. These days, some precious treasures were stolen from Dragon Emperor City from time to time. Without asking, Gu Fei and the others knew that it was Haitian's doing. Moreover, when this guy went crazy, he didn't even recognize his own family. Even a magical herb that was preserved by the Zhongli clan was stolen by this guy, causing chaos in the Zhongli clan for a few days. In the end, it was Zhongli Meng who came to the courtyard and complained to Gu Fei, asking for the divine herb back. Uncle Master, hey, if you want a magical herb, you can ask my master. It's just a magical herb. My master has a lot of it, Gu Zhong said. Hee, my hands were itchy. Haitian blushed and felt a bit embarrassed. The Zhongli clan's divine herb wasn't some peerless divine herb, but it was only 7,000 to 8,000 years old. It wasn't a young herb king. However, this stock of godly medicine had been cultivated by the Zhongli family for thousands of years. If they really couldn't find it, the ancestor of the Zhongli family who cultivated the godly medicine would probably vomit blood. If they couldn't find it, the old ancestor of the Zhongli clan would vomit blood. Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head. He had a lot of divine herbs, and those few divine springs of life were surrounded by divine herbs. There were young herb kings, great herb kings, and even immortal herb. If there was anyone in this world who had the least amount of divine medicine, it would definitely be Gu Fei. Master, we're really going to explore that sage abode, Gu Zhong said. Not only did Long Bideo invite them, but he also invited others. What was he doing? Didn't he know that there were too many monks and not enough gruel? Normally, if someone found the abode, they wouldn't let everyone know about it. Of course, they wouldn't let others know about it and go search for treasures themselves. Unless the formation of the abode was so powerful that even people from beyond Heaven Divine Mountain couldn't break it, then Long Bideo would come out and invite others to break the formation. We'll act according to the situation, Gu Fei said. They had gone through all kinds of places, including the immortal divine city left behind by a sovereign. How could they not go through a mere sage abode? Haitian and Gu Zhong nodded. Although Gu Fei had said it lightly, it was still the cave dwelling of an ancient sage after all. It was extraordinary. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives there. Get ready, we'll meet up with Long Bideo in a few hours. Gu Fei looked at the sky and said, yes. Gu Zhong and old Jiao retreated, but Erebus did not leave. He took out a bottle of bejeweled nectar and drank it by himself. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head. Boss, no matter how I think about it, something doesn't seem right. Perhaps this Long Bideo is really plotting something. Haitian was a little uneasy. Long Bideo's actions were too unusual. No one knew what his purpose was, but Haitian's perception of unknown danger was still somewhat accurate. Who cares what he's up to? It's useless against me. Gu Fei was very confident. Although he couldn't see through Long Bideo, he couldn't be stronger than the number 1 person who came out of the God-fallen sea. After chatting for a while, Gu Fei also turned around and went back to his room. Sky beyond heaven. In the courtyard, Erebus was left alone, pouring himself a cup of wine. Evening came and the sunset glow was like blood. A few blood-colored clouds floated in the sky. A flock of returning birds flew south and disappeared into the horizon. It's time. In the room in the courtyard, Gu Fei, who was sitting on a futon, opened his eyes. At this time, Zhong Liming also came to the courtyard. In fact, the moment Zhong Liming stepped into the courtyard, Gu Fei knew that she had come. At this time, Gu Zhong, Old Jiao and He Tian all came out and came to the door of Gu Fei's room, quietly waiting outside. Gu Fei was not in a hurry. He stood up unhurriedly, then tidied up his clothes, opened the door and walked out. Let's go. Gu Fei just glanced at the crowd and walked towards the courtyard. Brother Gu, how about taking me with you? At this moment Zhong Liming hurriedly said. She was well informed and naturally knew that Long Badeo had been constantly inviting people in Dragon Emperor City over the past 10 days. The cave mansion left by an ancient sage was irresistible for all those who aspired to become a sage. However, the people that Long Badeo invited were all the top figures in the southern wilderness, or overlords from other regions. Zhong Liming's cultivation was not that strong, so he naturally did not catch Long Badeo's attention. Furthermore, Zhong Liming and Long Badeo were actually not that close. They were just ordinary acquaintances. Of course, Long Badeo would not take her with him to explore the cave mansion. Zhong Liming was also ambitious. She was not satisfied with the current situation. Take you. Hearing this, Gu Fei became stunned. He really did not think that Zhong Liming wanted to explore the cave mansion of the ancient sage. No wonder she appeared here on time. Take a burden. He Tian glanced at Zhong Liming and a faint smile appeared on his face. In his opinion, Zhong Liming was not even comparable to Old Jiao. It was very inconvenient for him to take her with him. He would not waste his time to take care of this woman. How about it? Take me with you. Zhong Liming really wanted to see it. She knew that only Gu Fei could protect her in that place. If it was someone else, she would not feel reassured. Gu Fei shook his head. The cave mansion of the ancient sage was not an ordinary place. If even people from extraterrestrial Immortal Mountain could not break into that place, it would definitely be very dangerous. Brother Gu, if I know where the Xianxia sect is, can you take me there? Seeing that Gu Fei was about to leave, Zhong Liming hurriedly said. What? Gu Fei's expression changed. Zhong Liming actually knew where the Xianxia sect was. But after thinking about it, he realized that there was no reason for Zhong Liming to lie to him. The Xianxia sect had gone into seclusion and no one knew where the people of the Xianxia sect were. Gu Fei knew that it was almost impossible to find the Xianxia sect with his own strength. All right. Gu Fei nodded. The Xianxia sect and the Guangqing Immortal sect were two of the three great sections. Back in the mortal world, the three great sects were extremely powerful. But now they no longer lived up to their name. The Supreme Mystery sect was destroyed, the Xianxia sect disappeared, and the Guangqing Immortal sect became a part of the Zhou clan. All of this happened in the past few hundred years. Gu Fei wanted to find the Xianxia sect, so he agreed to Zhong Liming's request. She knows where the Xianxia sect is. Is that true? Gu Zhong and He Tian didn't believe it. After all, the Xianxia sect had disappeared for hundreds of years. Even the ancient wilderness forces didn't know where it was. The Zhongli clan wasn't a top cultivation force in the southern wilderness. At this time it was almost time to meet up with Long Badeo. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei and the others came to the courtyard and soared into the sky, flying towards the outside of Dragon Emperor City. When Gu Fei and the others set off, over 10 people were standing on the top of a mountain over 600 miles away in the south of Dragon Emperor City. They didn't speak at all. Besides the roar of the mountain wind, they became silent. Brother Long, it's been half an hour. Is that person coming or not? Suddenly a voice rang out. It was a middle-aged cultivator. He seemed to be getting impatient from waiting. Who is that person? Why did he make us wait for so long? After the middle-aged cultivator spoke, the others didn't stay silent anymore. Every single one of these people was extremely powerful. Even Qiu Wuqing, who had fought with Gu Fei 10 days ago, was standing among this group of people. Let's wait a bit. That person is coming. Once he arrives, we'll set off immediately, said Long Badeo. He was a bit anxious. Gu Fei hadn't arrived yet, so it was difficult for him to suppress these people. After all, these people were overlord-level existences. There was also a teleportation platform on the mountain. It was prepared by Long Badeo. As long as everyone arrived, they could use the teleportation platform to directly teleport to the nearby area of the ancient sage's cave mansion. Who is that person? Why did we wait for so long? These people had arrived early, but they didn't know that the person Long Badeo was waiting for was Gu Fei. With that person's help, our chances of breaking through the ancient sage's battle will increase by half, said Long Badeo. Could that person be? Chapter 1823. It's really him. When Gu Fei and his group arrived, everyone was taken aback. Long Badeo really invited this person. He was a ruthless character. No wonder Long Badeo said that with this person, the chances of successfully breaking through the great formation of the ancient sages would increase by 50%. Gu Fei's battle prowess was obvious to all. Even Azure Dragon and Qiu Wuqing were no match for him. It could be said that he was invincible among those of the same cultivation level. Among those of the same generation, there was almost no one who was a match for him. Let's go. When Gu Fei arrived, Long Badeo directly activated the formation platform. Everyone boarded the formation platform and then disappeared in a flash of divine light. Using the formation platform to teleport through the void, this method could avoid the tracking of some experts. Of course, there was still a risk because if it was in existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu, even if he used the formation platform, he still wouldn't be able to escape the tracking of such experts. These people are very careful. After Gu Fei and his group disappeared, a few figures appeared on the top of the mountain. When these people arrived, the entire formation platform's spiritual qi completely disappeared. After the spiritual qi completely disappeared, the formation platform began to crack and then turned into a pile of dust. However, most formation platforms were refined from spirit stones or jade stones that contained spiritual qi. After the spiritual qi in these spirit stones and jade stones was exhausted, they would turn into dust. The formation platform collapsed and turned into dust, leaving nothing behind. On the top of the mountain, the few figures surrounded the pile of dust and looked at it for a while before leaving. The formation platform no longer existed, so they couldn't track Gu Fei, Long Badeo and the others. Where is this? In just a few breaths of time, Gu Fei and the others arrived at a desolate place. Beneath their feet was an array platform which did not crumble into dust after they arrived. Everywhere they looked there was a kind of red sand. On the ground, on the hills, there was no living thing, not even a blade of grass. Even Gu Fei frowned. With his eyesight he couldn't see any signs of life, nor could he sense a trace of life. How is this possible? When they lifted their heads to look at the sky, they saw a massive life star above their heads. It was so massive that it could shake people's souls. That is the Tinglong continent. Can also become the Tinglong star. Long Badeo said. This life star was so big that even Gu Fei and He Tian's realms were shocked to the extreme. We actually left the Tinglong continent. Someone screamed in fear. It was too amazing. After several breaths they had left that massive life star. The place they were currently in was a barren planet in the starry sky. There was no life here and all they could see were red sand, stones or hills. Of course there were no mountain ridges here. The terrain was simple and monotonous, consisting of sand, rocks and hills. The ancient sage's abode is on this planet. Someone voiced out the doubt in his heart. How could the cave of an ancient sage be in this barren land? This seemed a little unusual. The place where the cave abode of the ancient sages was located should be a paradise at the very least. Such a distance. What moved Gu Fei was that in just a few breaths they had actually arrived on a planet that was very far away from the Tinglong star. People who came from the extraterrestrial divine mountain were indeed capable. Even a cultivator like Gu Fei, who had the fastest speed in the world, would take a lot of time to fly back to the life star above their heads. After some people recognized where they were, they couldn't help but change their expressions. Brother Long, you're going too far. Someone was unhappy. They had never thought that the cave abode of an ancient sage was not on the Tinglong continent, but on a barren planet. I never said that the cave abode of an ancient sage was on the Tinglong continent. Long Badeo said. Since we are here, let's go and explore the cave abode. Gu Fei said. They only had one purpose in coming here, and that was the cave abode of the sage. It was the cave abode that attracted these people here. Yes. Qiu Wuqing, who had been silent all this while, also nodded. When the crowd heard this, they did not say anything. Since they were already here, it seemed unreasonable not to go and explore the cave abode of the ancient sage. Boom. At this moment, a muffled sound suddenly came from afar. Everyone felt the ground under their feet shake. What's going on? Just when everyone was in doubt, Gu Fei and the others had already soared into the sky and rushed in the direction of the sound. When everyone saw this, they suddenly came to their senses. They quickly soared into the sky and chased in the direction where Gu Fei and the others disappeared. Rumble. The ground shook. Waves of air shot up into the sky from the ground in front of them, forming red pillars of air. Each pillar of air was thousands of feet high. A strong wave came from the depths of the ground. So it is like this. Gu Fei muttered to himself. This vast planet was not as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. Under the ground there were powerful beings fighting each other. Boom. At this moment the ground in front of them suddenly caved in. Then a huge creature broke out of the ground. A powerful and dangerous aura spread out from the creature's body. A big scorpion. Everyone was shocked. The creature that came out from the ground was actually a black scorpion that was as big as a mountain. Bang. In another place, a huge red snake rushed out. Powerful waves of energy spread out in all directions. This was a terrifying and incomparably powerful beast. The battle between the scorpion and the red snake was earth-shattering. Gu Fei and the others didn't make a move. They were extremely shocked. The cultivation and battle prowess of these two ominous beasts were at the half-step saint realm. No one could have imagined that such level of ominous beast would exist on a barren planet. The half-step saint beasts were incomparably powerful. The black scorpion and the red snake were fighting. The entire area was collapsing, the void was shaking, and the power of destruction swept out in all directions. The arrival of everyone also alarmed the two half-step saint beasts that were fighting. The arrival of more than a dozen powerful existences was enough to deter a half-step saint ferocious beast when their powerful aura converged. The two half-step saint beasts stopped. Kill. Chapter 1824. On the surface, there seemed to be no life on the red star. However, there were powerful beasts of the half-saint level fighting here. Gu Fei and the others had set foot on this star in search of the ancient sage's cave abode. A black scorpion that was as large as a mountain was fighting with a giant red snake. Both beasts were powerful existences of the half-saint level. The tragic aura that they exuded shook the heavens and the earth. At this moment Zhou Xian made his move. Swoosh. A black light flashed and the mountain-like scorpion was split into two halves. Stinking black blood rained down from the sky like a rain of black blood. Everyone was shocked. Zhou Xian's combat strength was indeed amazing. That was a half-saint level beast, but it was split in half just like that. Buzz. The black halberd vibrated. Even the primordial spirit of the black scorpion was shattered. It was completely destroyed. Boom. At this moment the giant red snake that was fighting with the black scorpion rushed down from the sky. It broke through the ground and tried to escape. Zhou Xian only needed to make his move. At this moment, a divine arrow shot past Zhou Xian's side and hit the huge red snake directly. The huge red snake immediately hissed and its entire body was enveloped by a divine fire. The divine fire burned from within the red divine body. There were Dao patterns flashing in the fire. This was a type of Dao fire. It was very terrifying and could burn the soul and body of living creatures. Even a half-saint level beast would be destroyed if it was burned by this Dao fire. Soon the red snake was burned to ashes by the Dao fire. The person who attacked was a masked woman. She held a divine bow in her hand. The divine bow was surrounded by Dao fire, giving off a scorching feeling. An expert of the Vermilion Bird clan. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect this woman to have such combat strength. She could easily kill a powerful half-saint level beast. The intelligence of a half-saint level beast was no less than that of a human, especially a powerful beast that had lived for countless years. The people invited by Long Bideo were all extraordinary. Gu Fei and He Tian looked at each other. They could feel a wave of pressure from the woman with the divine bow. She was a powerful opponent. Other than Long Bideo, no one knew the origin of this woman. Alright, let's continue our journey. Long Ba Dao knew where the ancient sage's abode was. He led the crowd to walk forward. The Scarlet Star was very big. It seemed to be no smaller than any region in the Tinglong continent. Of course, compared to the soaring dragon star, this great Scarlet Star was nothing. It was not even 100,000th of the soaring dragon star. Who knew how many such stars there were in the vast sea of stars? No one would have thought that there would be a cave abode left behind by an ancient sage on the vast red planet that could often be seen in the starry sky. After they walked for a few thousand miles, waves of terrifying fluctuations came from the front. Very soon, everyone saw a scene that made their hair stand on end. The ground in front of them was densely packed with fist-sized horned ants. These horned ants looked like they were made of metal, and there was a black light flowing on their surface. What are these things? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. This group of horned ants had gathered into a black torrent and rushed forward. Everywhere it passed, the red earth was covered by the black horned ants. A single horned ant wasn't scary, but a large group of them with no end in sight was frightening. Countless horned ants gathered together to form a terrifying aura. Even a half-saint-level existence could not help but palpitate. This was the so-called ants can kill an elephant. What is that? He Tian's eyes were sharp. He suddenly saw a small black dot above the horned ants. These black dots were moving very fast and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. What? Everyone was shocked. These black dots were actually horned ants that could fly. These horned ants were different from the ones on the ground. They had golden stripes on their bodies. Could it be that these horned ants are the extinct black and gold ants? The masked woman's voice rang out. Black and gold ants. Everyone's expressions changed. This kind of ant was a terrifying species that had appeared in the desolate era. They specialized in eating metal, so they were also called metal-eating ants. This kind of black and gold ant's body was very strong. Ordinary divine weapons couldn't even cut through it. However, they also had a weakness. They were afraid of divine flames. Fire could subdue metal, and this was the black and gold ant's fatal weakness. Everyone turned to look at that mysterious woman. This woman was a flame cultivator. Her divine flames had most likely been cultivated to the point of perfection. Furthermore, she had a divine bow that could shoot divine fire arrows. Swish. Just as everyone was hesitating, those black and gold ants that could fly already flew towards them, covering the sky and covering the earth. They were densely packed, leaving everyone stupefied. Boom. The masked woman made her move. With a wave of her hand, divine flames shot out from her hand, sweeping out in all directions, incinerating the flying black and gold ants into ashes. Squeak, squeak. Countless black and gold ants were burned by the divine flames, emitting strange noises. They fell from the sky and turned into ashes, dissipating into the air. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. The black and gold ants had devoured metal essence, giving them a powerful body that not even divine weapons could injure. However, they were afraid of divine flames. The masked woman shot out divine flames, and very quickly, a large number of black and gold ants were burned to death. The remaining black and gold ants sensed danger and fled in all directions. There seems to be an ant queen among these black and gold ants. He Tian couldn't help but be moved when he saw this. After devouring metal essence, the black and gold ants could transform into incomparably powerful ant queens after countless years of transformation. The ant queen was different from ordinary black and gold ants. It had already gained intelligence and knew how to cultivate. Its strength was no weaker than the 2 half-step saints from before. An ant queen. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Ordinary black and gold ants were nothing, but an ant queen was something that everyone was afraid of. One must know that an ant queen had the combat strength of a half-step saint at the very least. Moreover, this ant queen could control countless black and gold ants. Brother Long, what is this place? Why does such an ancient creature exist here? Someone asked Long Bideo. This red planet was not simple at all. Even extinct ancient creatures had appeared here. It was hard for them to imagine what was waiting for them ahead. Brother Hong, if it was so easy to enter the ancient sage's cave, it would have been emptied by that ancestor of my clan long ago. Would it still be our turn? Chapter 1825. It was not easy to barge into the cave of an ancient sage. There would definitely be a formation set up by the sage in the vicinity of the sage's cave to protect it. Just as Long Bideo had said, it was not so easy to enter the abode of an ancient sage. The black and gold ants retreated. The mysterious woman's divine fire was very powerful. It had already transformed into flames of the way, and it was the bane of the black and gold ants. Although there were many of them, they could not withstand the burning of the divine fire. There were so many black and gold ants on this vast planet. This made everyone a little excited. There must be a lot of refined gold underground. It should be known that the black and gold ants fed on refined gold. Whoosh. He Tian's figure disappeared. Very quickly he reappeared. This time he was holding a piece of metal with alternating black and gold stripes on it. Everyone could sense the spirit chi ripples on this piece of black iron gold. This was a rare divine material, and a flying sword refined from this kind of divine metal would be incomparably sharp. It was a refining material at the almighty level. He Tian had only disappeared for a short while, yet he had already obtained a piece of black iron god gold. This caused the others to be extremely envious. In the depths of this scarlet planet, there was most likely a huge vein of black iron god gold. If this news got out, all the cultivation forces on the soaring dragon planet would definitely flock to this place. This is for you. He Tian gave the piece of black iron gold, which was the size of a human head, to Zhongli Meng, who was beside him. You're really giving it to me? Zhongli Meng was both surprised and happy. She had broken through to the almighty level not long ago, and she needed a piece of divine metal to refine her life divine weapon. Refining a life divine weapon could not be done casually. Zhongli Meng was not the most outstanding person in the Zhongli family, so she had not received the full support of the family. Oh. Yes. Zhongli Meng hurriedly took the piece of black iron gold. This was a very rare refining material, and its value was definitely not lower than a young king medicine. How could she not want it? Furthermore, Zhongli Meng did not intend to sell this black iron godly metal. She wanted to use it for herself. Compared to other major powers, the Zhongli clan's cultivation resources weren't abundant. Thus, the clan's cultivation resources were all provided to the few most outstanding individuals in the clan. Although Zhongli Meng appeared to be very impressive, she was actually lacking in cultivation resources. A piece of divine black gold metal was nothing to He Tian. It was just a material for refining weapons at the mighty figure level. He was already a half-sage and had no use for such divine metal. In fact, this fellow also wanted to refine a half-sacred weapon of his own, but his standards were very high and ordinary divine materials couldn't catch his eye. In fact, he had long since set his eyes on the immortal divine materials in Gu Fei's hands. Some people were envious that He Tian had obtained such a large piece of godly black gold metal. They also used great techniques to break open the ground and go deep underground, wanting to collect the godly black gold metal. However, that person quickly escaped. There were many divine materials in the depths of the scarlet earth, but there were endless black and gold ants below. Even an incomparably powerful cultivator would find it difficult to deal with so many black and gold ants underground. The reason these black and gold ants had appeared here was very likely because their nest was nearby. The legendary ant queen made these cultivators even more fearful. Let's go, staying here is purely a waste of time. Someone said. Other than Gu Fei's group, Long Badeo had also invited 12 other experts. Among these experts, some were unfathomable because they had used secret treasures to conceal their auras. Some did not have secret treasures, so their cultivation and strength were not a secret. It could be said that none of the people invited by Long Badeo were weak. They were all overlord-level existences. With such a group of people gathered together, there was nowhere in the world that they couldn't go. Everyone continued forward. How could the allure of the divine black gold metal compare to that of the ancient sage's cave abode? However, the journey was not peaceful. This scarlet planet was not simple. There seemed to be some kind of power obscuring the aura of this planet. Could it be? He Tian felt that it was a bit unbelievable. If it was really as he had guessed, then the ancient sage's power was frighteningly great. What is that? On the scarlet planet, the area was incomparably vast. Gu Fei's group had traveled for tens of thousands of miles, but they still had not reached the end. At this time, a huge black stone tablet suddenly appeared in front of them. Everyone be careful. Past this stone tablet is the range of the ancient sage's great formation. An ancestor of extraterrestrial divine mountain had once broken into this ancient sage's cave abode. Long Badeo naturally knew some of the truth about this cave abode. Finally here. Some people were excited, but others were also uneasy. The ancient sage's cave abode was not that easy to break into. Everyone approached the black stone tablet and saw that it was thousands of feet high. It stood on the ground like an insurmountable mountain, blocking everyone's path. There are words on the stone tablet. Someone exclaimed. Just as that person was exclaiming, he suddenly seemed to be hit by something. He shouted and almost fell from the sky. What's wrong? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Don't look at that word. Gu Fei's voice rang out. Although his voice wasn't very loud, it was clearly transmitted into everyone's heart. It was like a sudden blow to their heads, waking them up with a start. So close, Zhong Limeng's face paled. She couldn't help but look at the word on the stone tablet. However, with just a single glance, her soul was almost pulled out of her body by a strange force and was swallowed by the word on the stone tablet. Good move. Gu Fei soared into the sky and arrived in front of the ancient word on the stone tablet. The martial true power in his body was vast and mighty, and rays of chi aura revolved around his body. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Gu Fei's chi was too strong. It was as if he was an invincible war god from the ancient times. Among everyone present, only he dared to stare at the ancient word on the stone tablet. Boom. Gu Fei's divine sense felt a violent tremor. Then, a hazy world appeared in front of him. This was the world inside the ancient word on the stone tablet. His spiritual will entered such a space. Kill. All of a sudden, an earth-shattering roar resounded in this hazy world. Then Gu Fei realized that in front of him there were countless silhouettes. Every single one of these silhouettes was incomparably powerful. They formed into a torrent that rushed towards him. What? Gu Fei didn't expect to encounter such a terrifying killing intent. He couldn't help but be taken aback. The countless silhouettes that were rushing towards him gathered together, forming an extremely terrifying killing intent. If it was anyone else, they would have been scared silly. Chapter 1826. An ancient stone tablet stood tall on the red ground. On the stone tablet there was only one ancient word. No one could recognize this word. However, everyone knew what it was. This was because there was a kind of Dao aura on the word which transmitted the same message to everyone. That message was death. This was a stone tablet with the word, death, carved on it. The words were incomparably ancient, at least from the ancient desolate era. Long Badeo seemed to know how powerful the word, death, on the stone tablet was. He didn't dare to look at it directly. The crowd almost fell for it too. Fortunately, Gu Fei shouted at the critical moment, waking everyone up. However, Gu Fei soared into the sky and arrived in front of the death character. He carefully observed and studied the death character. Boom. Endless murderous intent rushed towards him. Gu Fei's divine sense entered a strange world. This was a kind of artistic conception contained in the word, death, on the stone tablet. In the blurry world, a shocking murderous intent burst out. Countless illusory figures wielding divine weapons rushed towards Gu Fei. Rumble. The world shook as if there was a huge army charging at them. That imposing manner shocked the heavens, causing even the legs of half-saints to turn soft. Unfortunately, Gu Fei wasn't an ordinary half-saint. Roar. Facing the shocking murderous intent, he let out a roar. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he charged forward with the 9 heaven stars sword, facing the army alone. At this moment, in front of the word, death, on the stone tablet, Gu Fei's true body suddenly burst out with a shocking battle intent. A purple-gold divine light shone from his forehead. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. They couldn't understand why Gu Fei would suddenly do this. It was as if he was fighting with someone. This kind of powerful aura was not unfamiliar to them, especially Qiu Wuqing. 10 days ago he had just fought with Gu Fei. He knew that the current Gu Fei and Gu Fei were very dangerous. What is he doing? Everyone was bewildered when they saw Gu Fei's expression as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Could it be that the word, death, caused Gu Fei to have no choice but to go all out to resist it? No one dared to look at the death character on the stone tablet. They didn't even dare to glance at it. That was because the death character had an irresistible magical power that could devour everyone's mind. Only Gu Fei dared to look at the word, death, in detail. Hence, only Gu Fei's spiritual will could enter that strange world. This was a near-invincible killing intent that evolved into a world of slaughter. It could devour one's soul and turn one into a walking corpse. The soul was destroyed, leaving only the physical body. This was the most thorough way to die. Gu Fei's soul was extremely powerful, and he had cultivated his own primordial spirit by chance. This gave him the capital to face the shocking killing intent of the death character on the ancient tablet. Kill. Gu Fei's spiritual will transformed into a silhouette. This silhouette was no different from Gu Fei. It displayed a powerful combat strength and directly charged into the countless silhouettes ahead. Boom! A great battle erupted. The entire hazy world was shaking. Gu Fei and his sword went on a rampage. A large number of silhouettes were disappearing. These weren't real people, they were a type of killing intent. It was hard to imagine that the death character on the stone tablet would have such a powerful killing intent that it could transform into an army of thousands. This was absolutely shocking. If an ordinary half-saint or even a quasi-saint's spiritual will were to enter this world of slaughter, it would probably be destroyed by this shocking killing intent. Gu Fei's soul was extremely powerful. Hence, his spiritual will was equally powerful. Silhouettes were disappearing under his divine sword. The countless silhouettes formed from the shocking killing intent couldn't resist it either, displaying its invincible prowess. Be it his physical body or his spiritual will, they were imprinted with Gu Fei's unyielding battle intent. His state of mind that sought the strongest power wouldn't waver in the slightest. Clang! Just as Gu Fei was slaughtering, he suddenly felt the divine sword in his hand vibrate violently. Then he saw a general wielding a halberd, riding a tall horse and charging towards him. Gu Fei was shocked. He felt a powerful pressure from this general. This general was very powerful. In this world of spiritual will, this general's body actually showed signs of turning into a physical body. One thought to create heaven and earth. The person who wrote this word on the stone tablet must have a cultivation base that can shake the heavens and earth. Gu Fei was very surprised. In this illusory world he had met an opponent. Roar! The general wielded a halberd and blocked Gu Fei's divine sword. Then he launched a powerful attack towards Gu Fei, forcing Gu Fei to be careful. Humph! Although it was a silhouette formed from spiritual will, Gu Fei's battle intent didn't diminish at all. He moved quickly and clashed with the general. Very strong. This is definitely the spiritual will of a quasi-saint or above. Gu Fei knew that the true body of the general was extremely powerful. The will he had left behind was also extremely powerful. The halberd in his hand even tore through the space between heaven and earth and pierced through it. Clang! Gu Fei's divine sword clashed violently with the opponent's halberd once again. Both of them were sent flying. It was hard to tell who would win. Why does this halberd look so familiar? Gu Fei suddenly realized that the halberd in the hands of the general seemed to be very similar to the black halberd that Qiu Wuqing refined himself. Could it be that this general is actually a divine demon? Gu Fei was very shocked. A strand of the ancient fiend god's will was left here, and then it fought against his will. This was too inconceivable. The aura emitted by the man and the horse was indeed extremely ancient. However, in such a murderous world, the spirit had probably been refined by the murderous world a long time ago, becoming a different kind of existence in this world. Without its own consciousness, this spiritual will was just a puppet. The ancient sage's methods are indeed shocking. At this moment, Gu Fei had already thought that the word, death, on the stone tablet was probably written by the ancient sage himself. The word, death, contained a strand of the ancient sage's murderous intent. In the end, Gu Fei still managed to disperse this powerful spiritual will. The general and the war horse under him disappeared from this blurry world. However, Gu Fei didn't have it easy either. Even though it was just a strand of spiritual will, he still felt a wave of fatigue. At this moment, even more powerful spiritual will waves rushed out from the depths of this blurry world. What? Gu Fei was shocked. There were even more powerful existences in this world. How could this be possible? Swoosh. Chapter 1827. Three blurry silhouettes walked out from the depths of this murderous world. These were three shadows formed by three incomparably ancient divine wills. These three shadows were very powerful. They were even more terrifying than the army that Gu Fei had destroyed. It was as if three supreme sages had descended upon this world. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. These three figures were not ordinary. They had the aura of sages. If he guessed correctly, these were the divine wills left behind by three sages. Even the divine wills of a sage were trapped here. That sage must have been very powerful. Even ordinary sages were no match for him. Could it be the legendary Sage King? Sages were also divided into different levels. The Sage King was far more powerful than ordinary sages. This was like the difference between an adult and a child. How could a child be a match for an adult? The divine wills of a sage were extraordinary. Even after countless years, these three divine wills were still extremely terrifying. This made Gu Fei feel a great threat. Swoosh. One of the three figures flashed and instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei. Then he pressed his hand forward. A powerful force rushed out from his palm. Bang. Gu Fei placed his hands in front of his chest. He wanted to block this palm. However, the opponent's strength was too strong. He was actually sent flying backwards. The divine wills of a sage. Gu Fei's divine wills dissipated in the void. They had actually been dispersed by the opponent's palm. In front of the stone tablet, a drop of blood dripped from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. A wisp of divine wills had been dispersed. This caused his soul to suffer a great impact. Boss, He Tian was extremely shocked. He knew that Gu Fei had suffered a great loss. The word die was too strange. Even Gu Fei had suffered a great impact. Master. Seeing that a drop of blood had actually flowed from between Gu Fei's eyebrows, Gu Zhong and old Jiao could not help but be shocked. Zhong Li Meng was even more shocked. That Gu Fei is injured. Long Ba Dao and the others couldn't help feeling bewildered. Gu Fei was incomparably powerful. He suppressed Azure Dragon and defeated Qiu Wuqing. He could be said to be the strongest among the younger generation. Even among the older generation there weren't many who could be his match. That death word. Everyone was shocked and became even more fearful of the word on the stone tablet. Humph. Gu Fei snorted coldly. Then his aura became even more powerful as a wave of divine will surged out from between his eyebrows. He attacked with all his might. A figure sat cross-legged between his eyebrows, emitting a mighty divine will. This was his primordial spirit. He used his primordial spirit. Shua. Gu Fei's primordial spirit transformed into a sword of the way and shot into the void, directly entering the hazy world. The sword of the way vibrated and attacked the three figures at the same time. This was a battle on the level of divine will. This kind of battle was extremely dangerous. If he was not careful, Gu Fei's primordial spirit would never be able to come out. The three figures seemed to sense the danger and actually dodged at the same time. Then they all reached out their hands and grabbed at Gu Fei's primordial spirit sword of the way. Saint-level divine will rippled through the entire murderous world. However, this time the primordial spirit sword of the way displayed unfathomable power. This kind of sword of the way specialized in attacking primordial spirits. It was the nemesis of all divine wills. Even the divine wills of ancient sages were no exception. Shua. The three figures' extended hands were all torn to pieces. Even the three figures were almost torn apart. They suffered a great impact and the power of their divine wills was largely destroyed. Roar. The three figures roared at the sky. They were the divine wills of sages, but they could still retain a trace of intelligence. The sage laws of the great path erupted. Buzz. The entire world was instantly enveloped by the three sage laws, turning into a terrifying cage that sealed the sword of the way formed by Gu Fei's primordial spirit. The Saint Dao was displayed. Although it was not complete, it was still very terrifying. Countless sage Dao patterns appeared in the void, and the destructive power constantly obliterated the primordial spirit sword of the way. What? The primordial spirit sword of the way shook repeatedly. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He never expected that after so many years, the three divine wills of sages would still be able to retain a trace of intelligence. They were not puppets in this murderous world. Rumble. The three great paths of sages were vibrating, and the sword of the way formed by Gu Fei's primordial spirit was shaking. It actually became unstable, sometimes taking the form of a human and sometimes taking the form of a sword. Oh no! Gu Fei's main body could not help but change color. Even though the great path of sages was not complete, it was still almost invincible against the power of divine wills that were not at the level of sages. The three sage laws were displayed. Even though Gu Fei had used the 9 secrets of the immortal path, he still felt danger at this time. However, Gu Fei's primordial spirit was also extremely powerful. The 9 ancient characters of the immortal path vaguely appeared on his primordial spirit. The 9 ancient characters contained the supreme mysteries of the immortal path, and they temporarily blocked the sage laws that were about to obliterate them. Very well, I will use your hands to train my primordial spirit. Gu Fei's primordial spirit simply withdrew from the state of the primordial spirit sword of the way, and then directly sat in the middle of the 3 sage laws. He used the 3 sage laws to train his primordial spirit. The The 9 ancient characters of the Way of Immortal path vaguely appeared on Gu Fei's primordial spirit. It had to be said that Gu Fei was taking a risk. If the 9 ancient characters of the Way of Immortal path could not withstand the 3 sage laws, his primordial spirit would be obliterated. Of course, Gu Fei was not an immortal cultivator. Even if his primordial spirit was obliterated, it would not greatly damage his primordial spirit. Gradually, the 9 ancient characters of the Way of Immortal path on Gu Fei's primordial spirit became resplendent. The Tao of the Way of Immortal path swirled, and there seemed to be the sound of chanting in the void. It was as if a supreme Tao ancestor was explaining the supreme mysteries of the immortal path. What? The 3 sage consciousnesses were shocked. This person was too heaven-defying. He was actually still cultivating his primordial spirit under these circumstances. One of the figures extended a finger and a speck of divine light shot out, breaking through the seal of the 9 ancient characters of the Way of Immortal path. With a pft, it pierced through Gu Fei's shoulder. Gu Fei's primordial spirit did not move at all. The place that was pierced instantly recovered. Swoosh. There was a flash of saber light, and it directly slashed into the 9 ancient characters of the Way of Immortal path, splitting Gu Fei's primordial spirit into 2. However, there was a flash of divine light, and Gu Fei's primordial spirit was still as good as before. He cultivated the secret art of ascension. Whether it was his physical body or primordial spirit, he would recover in an instant. Although Gu Fei's primordial spirit was struck by the Tao laws of the 3 figures, he was not truly affected by such an injury. The 3 figures used all sorts of methods, wanting to obliterate Gu Fei's primordial spirit within the 9 characters of the Way of Immortal path. However, they were shocked to find that Gu Fei's primordial spirit did not weaken under their attacks. Instead, it gradually grew stronger. What a guy. Chapter 1828. No one knew how powerful the ancient sages were. It was hard to imagine. It was just death, but the murderous intent contained within it could trap the divine will of a sage. At this time, Gu Fei's primordial spirit was sitting cross-legged in the world formed by the murderous intent, undergoing an unprecedented dangerous tempering. Rumble. The great path resonated, and the divine will of the 3 sages shook out the divine voice of the great path, trying to destroy Gu Fei's primordial spirit. The terrifying power destroyed the world and tore a hole in the murderous intent. What is that? At the moment when the murderous intent tore a hole in the world, everyone outside felt the vast and supreme aura of a sage. A sage? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. Even the powerful Long Badeo and Qiu Wuqing were shocked. This was the divine will of a sage. It was so powerful that they almost couldn't breathe. What is he doing? It was hard to imagine that there was a sage's divine will coming out from the stone tablet. It shocked the heavens and the entire world changed color in an instant. The murderous intent made everyone shiver and their spiritual souls tremble. If one didn't become a sage, he would always be an ant. Only by breaking the heavenly path and becoming a sage could one jump out of the shackles of the world and be free to move freely among the 3 realms and 6 paths. He is fighting against the divine will of a sage. Long Badeo and the others were in disbelief. Gu Fei's spiritual soul was so powerful. How could it be so powerful? Gu Fei. Zhong Liming looked at the figure in the sky, his eyes shining. Master Gu is really going to go against the heavens. Even He Tian, who knew Gu Fei's background, was shocked. The divine will of a sage was high and mighty, overlooking all living beings in the world. Buzz. The void shook and the crack that was torn apart by the killing intent quickly disappeared. The fluctuation of the powerful and terrifying divine will of the sage also disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Swoosh. At this time, the divine light that shot out from Gu Fei's forehead became even stronger. There seemed to be a divine sun in his forehead, illuminating the world. A powerful spiritual fluctuation surged out from his mud pill palace. Too powerful. This doesn't seem like a soul that a half-saint should possess. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Boom. At that moment, someone suddenly made a move. A shocking murderous aura burst forth. Following that, a blood-colored divine spear pierced through the void, stabbing toward Gu Fei, who was standing in front of the stone tablet. How dare you? Courting death. He Tian, Gu Zhong and the others were all shocked. They immediately attacked without any hesitation. They didn't expect that someone would make things difficult for Gu Fei at this time. Gu Fei had fought everywhere and defeated countless experts. He had many enemies. Among the experts invited by Long Badeo, there was actually someone who wanted to kill Gu Fei. Buzz. An almost transparent sword light rushed out from He Tian's body, rushing toward the person who suddenly attacked Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Zhong directly struck out with the divine fist of metal. Powerful metal true force erupted, shaking the void between heaven and earth. Qing Tsong, what are you doing? Long Ba Dao was both shocked and angry. The person who suddenly attacked Gu Fei was one of the 12 experts he invited, Qing Tsong. This person was a mighty lord with an incomparably powerful cultivation. He was a half-step immortal Dao saint. At this time, although He Tian and Gu Zhong had already made their moves, they were still half a step too late. The blood-colored divine spear had already pierced in front of Gu Fei. At this critical moment, Gu Fei suddenly moved. He reached out a hand towards the blood-colored divine spear that was piercing towards him. He directly used the power of his martial body to resist the blood-colored divine spear. What? Seeing this scene, the crowd was incomparably shocked. It was indeed unbelievable that Gu Fei could still move at this time. Wasn't his mind completely attracted by the word, die? This could only mean that this human martial body was really heaven-defying. Clang! The blood-colored divine spear collided with Gu Fei's left hand, emitting a metallic sound. The blood-colored divine spear actually could not pierce through Gu Fei's palm and was intercepted. Roar! Qing Tsong roared angrily. Just when he was about to use a big technique to attack Gu Fei, He Tian's invisible divine sword was already in front of him. At the same time, Gu Zhong's fist also smashed over. The dazzling golden light was so dazzling that almost everyone could not open their eyes. Clang! Qing Tsong used the blood spear in his hand to block the invisible divine sword. He then stretched out his left hand and collided with Gu Zhong's fist. The powerful fist force actually blocked Gu Zhong's golden fist of metal. This kid is so strong. Qing Tsong's heart trembled. Gu Zhong's fist force was very strong, causing his left hand to feel numb. Swoosh! At the moment when Qing Tsong and Gu Zhong's palms collided, a blood-colored light suddenly appeared on Qing Tsong's shoulder. The invisible divine sword almost cut off Qing Tsong's right shoulder and arm. This guy is also a half-sage. Qing Tsong was shocked. However, in the next moment he was shocked again. The invisible divine sword had a shocking murderous aura. When he was hit by the invisible divine sword, the murderous aura on the divine sword immediately invaded his body. The invisible divine sword was a holy weapon. The murderous aura contained within it was very terrifying. Although Qing Tsong was a half-sage, he could not withstand such a level of murderous aura. Bang! The left half of Qing Tsong's body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. He made a prompt decision to destroy a small part of his body and cut out the terrifying murderous aura that invaded his body. Everyone was shocked. This Qing Tsong was really a terrifying person. He was extremely determined and decisive. He was a ruthless character. At this moment, Long Badeo's expression was very ugly. One should know that he was the one who invited Qing Tsong here. Moreover, he used such a despicable method to kill Gu Fei. This made him lose face. He Tian rushed over. Countless formation runes rushed out from his body and branded into the void. An earth-shattering killing formation was set up in an instant. A formation in the void. Everyone was shocked. They had never imagined that He Tian was actually a formation grandmaster. Only a formation grandmaster could have such a method. Rumble. The killing formation was activated, trapping Qing Tsong inside. Humph, Qing Tsong sneered. Trying to trap him with this kind of killing formation was simply a joke. A normal formation would not be able to trap someone as strong as a half-sage. Buzz. Chapter 1829. Bizizi. The power of the blood-colored divine spear was awakened. An extremely horrifying aura erupted from the spear, causing the entire killing formation to tremble as countless formation runes flickered. Qing Tsong was extremely ferocious. He directly used his strongest power to break the formation. A blood-colored divine spear shattered the void, destroying countless formation runes. He Tian was very displeased. This fellow actually dared to attack Gu Fei. With a flip of his right hand, a plate-sized formation platform appeared in his hand. Let me show you the power of your grandpa He. He Tian did not hesitate and immediately took out the formation platform. This was a saint formation treasure he had refined. He Tian had imprinted countless killing formations within it. As long as he could control this killing formation, he would be able to use all sorts of killing formations to trap and kill his opponent. This was equivalent to He Tian personally attacking. Boom! The formation platform in He Tian's hand shone with boundless divine light. Rays of immortal energy condensed into formation runes and flew out from the platform, imprinting themselves onto the killing formation. The violently shaking killing formation stabilized. He really trapped Qingtsong. Everyone was incomparably shocked at this scene. One should know that Qingtsong had an undamaged saint weapon. It was unbelievable that the killing formation could withstand the power of a saint weapon. At this time, Gu Zhong had already retreated, no longer attacking. In his opinion, this Qingtsong had angered He Tian and was destined to meet a tragic end. Roar! Within the killing formation, rays of destructive divine light crisscrossed. Qingtsong roared in rage. He originally thought that after the saint weapon in his hand awakened, he could easily break through the killing formation and charge out. However, all of this was just Daoist Qingtsong's wishful thinking. He had overestimated his own strength and underestimated his opponent's. Such a mistake was fatal. Within the killing formation, the destructive divine light was boundless. Even though Daoist Qingtsong was very strong and had a flawless holy weapon in his hand, it was still difficult for him to completely block this kind of attack that came from all directions and had no blind spots. A ray of divine light pierced through Qingtsong's left shoulder, causing blood to blossom. Damn it! Daoist Qingtsong's mind trembled. Immortal Dao God Force surged through his body, and the bloody hole on his shoulder quickly disappeared as if he had never been injured. This was the formidable physique of a half-step saint. Although it was an Immortal Dao divine physique, it had been continuously refined by the Immortal Dao divine force. Its self-recovery ability was also very astonishing. Of course, cultivators who embarked on the path of the Immortal Dao would not deliberately cultivate their fleshly bodies. However, once their cultivation base reached a certain level, even the divine body of the Immortal Dao could become indestructible. Brother He, can you let Qingtsong go? At this time, Long Badeo could see that Daoist Qingtsong was no match for He Tian. He couldn't even touch the corner of He Tian's clothes. Long Badeo, I suspect that you're behind all of this. A faint smile appeared on He Tian's face. His eyes were filled with yin and yang immortal force. Gu Zhong saw He Tian's expression and knew that He Tian was in danger. If Long Badeo said anything wrong, Gu Zhong would directly attack him. Please don't misunderstand, I have no intention of harming Brother Gu. It's just that I invited Daoist Qingtsong. If he dies, I will be in big trouble. Long Badeo said. He knew how powerful He Tian was. No one would underestimate a formation grandmaster. Relying on formations, their battle prowess would soar to a terrifying level. He Tian was a half-step saint. With formations he might be able to display the power of a quasi-saint, or even infinitely close to a saint. It's good that you don't have such thoughts. I will definitely kill Daoist Qingtsong. He Tian was still smiling mischievously. However, the crowd could not laugh because they sensed an extremely dangerous aura from He Tian. While He Tian was trapping Daoist Qingtsong with the killing formation, Gu Fei, who was in front of the stone tablet, underwent another change. Chanting began to appear from his body. It was as if a supreme Dao ancestor was explaining the supreme Immortal Dao. The cultivators of the Immortal Dao were shocked to the extreme when they heard this Dao voice. Isn't he a martial artist? How could he resonate with the Immortal Dao? To resonate with the Dao and produce Dao voice, he must be at least a half-step saint. At this moment, even experts like Qiu Wuqing and Long Badeo could not help but be shocked. This Gu Fei did not seem to be as simple as a martial artist. Half-step saint of the martial Dao and half-step saint of the Immortal Dao. How is this possible? There had never been anyone who could cultivate two cultivation techniques at the same time and reach the half-step saint realm. One must know that different cultivation techniques would repel each other. However, the crowd saw this impossible thing with Gu Fei. Buzz. The void shook and the death character on the stone tablet suddenly shone with a bright light. A powerful spiritual will burst out from the death character. After the strong light, the word death on the stone tablet became dim and almost disappeared. Swoosh. Suddenly, A spatial crack appeared in front of Gu Fei, and a tiny figure rushed out from it. It entered the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows and entered his mud pill palace. Loud chanting of scriptures rang out in Gu Fei's Naiwen palace. His immortal Dao primordial spirit had obtained great benefits from the world of killing will, and it had become even more powerful. The primordial spirit sat cross-legged in the Naiwen palace like a supreme immortal lord. Its body emitted divine light of the immortal Dao, and a ring appeared behind its head. 9 ancient characters of the immortal Dao appeared indistinctly in the void around the primordial spirit. Gu Fei clearly sensed the changes in his primordial spirit. A new life was being born, and his primordial spirit was transforming towards the direction of the primordial spirit and Dao embryo. He was a warrior, and the immortal Dao primordial spirit was not the source of his power. This immortal Dao power would be cut out from his body one day. The transformation of the primordial spirit helped him find the direction. The primordial spirit and Dao embryo, this is a different kind of rebirth. Gu Fei was looking forward to it. But he knew that whether it was the martial body or the Dao embryo, it was all him and nothing would change. After the primordial spirit was refined by the killing intent, Gu Fei's primordial spirit finally reached the half-step saint realm and could resonate with the Dao. The spiritual wills of the 3 saints couldn't destroy his primordial spirit. You want to kill me? Gu Fei came back to his senses. His pair of divine eyes emitted a sharp divine light that was as sharp as a heavenly blade. He swept his gaze towards Daoist Qing Tsong, who was trapped in the killing formation and was unable to break out. Oh no! Qing Tsong was shocked. He wanted to kill Gu Fei when Gu Fei's primordial spirit was attracted by the death character on the stone tablet. However, he underestimated the strength of Gu Fei's martial body. He never thought that Gu Fei's martial body could fight against a flawless saint weapon that hadn't been awakened yet. That was a flawless saint weapon. Even if it hadn't been awakened yet, those half-step saint weapons and even quasi-saint weapons were like paper in front of a flawless saint weapon. Chapter 1830. Gu Fei did not hesitate. Since Qing Tsong wanted to kill him, he had to kill him. This was the rule of the cultivation world. Countless years had passed and it had never changed. Boom! Gu Fei's entire body radiated with martial arts light. He was like a god of war from ancient times. He rushed down from the sky and entered the killing matrix. Qing Tsong was shocked to see that Gu Fei had entered the killing matrix so easily. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited area. Only then did he realize how powerful his opponent was. Battling Azure Dragon and defeating Qiu Wuqing, such a battle record was too dazzling. Some people didn't believe that Gu Fei had such battle prowess and thought that it was just a boast, and Daoist Qing Tsong was one of them. Gu Fei was very direct. He threw a punch at Daoist Qing Tsong. The powerful energy fluctuation caused the entire killing formation to shake. Countless formation runes collapsed under his fist. Buzz! Qing Tsong attacked with all his strength. The blood-colored divine spear in his hand vibrated. The power of the Dao laws within the spear exploded, emitting the divine sound of the Great Path. Rumble! The two forces had not collided yet, but the whole world had already collapsed and was annihilated. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! Gu Fei's fist smashed into the blood-colored divine spear. The powerful force caused the spear to bend. Roar! Qing Tsong roared. Gu Fei's punch had caused his hands, which were holding the blood-colored divine spear, to be badly mutilated. In some places even the bones were exposed. His flesh and bones were recovering. Qing Tsong's hands were completely healed in an instant. However, the shock that Gu Fei gave him caused him to turn pale with fright. Gu Fei was so powerful that he felt powerless to resist. This was not a good thing. Master has made his move. This person is dead. Gu Zhong, an old dragon, knew that Qing Tsong's fate was already determined. Even if he had a flawless divine spear in his hand, it would not change anything. With the array disc in hand, He Tian also stopped. Long Badeo and the others didn't want to offend Gu Fei. Although they didn't want to see a powerful semi-sage fall, they were helpless because Daoist Qing Tsong launched a sneak attack on Gu Fei. Gu Fei was in the right. Even if he had killed Qing Tsong, it wouldn't have been a big deal. One must know that if Gu Fei wasn't strong enough, he would have been killed by Qing Tsong on the spot during his sneak attack. There was no room for mercy in the world of cultivation. Mercy to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. Without any suspense, the entire killing formation was shattered by Gu Fei's power. The endless array patterns dissipated in the void. Daoist Qingtsong spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The blood-colored divine spear in his hand had already been snatched away by Gu Fei. If you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed by me. Gu Fei's voice was emotionless. In his opinion, Daoist Qingtsong was already a dead man. It wasn't that Daoist Qingtsong wasn't strong. A semi-sage expert would be a hero no matter where he was. It was just that Gu Fei was too strong. He was almost invincible among his peers. How could Daoist Qingtsong be a match for Gu Fei in a battle of the same level? Swoosh. Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly caught up with Daoist Qingtsong, who was sent flying. Then he used the divine spear to lift Daoist Qingtsong up. Scarlet blood flowed down the shaft of the divine spear. Tell me, why did you sneak attack me? Gu Fei didn't want to beat around the bush. He wanted to know directly why Daoist Qingtsong wanted to kill him. It should be known that it was his first time meeting Daoist Qingtsong. Could it be that Daoist Qingtsong had a powerful backer behind him? Gu Fei knew that he had offended many people. Among them were some powerful forces such as the Buddhist sects of the West Earth and the Chaos Demon Lord from the Third Buddha Heaven. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Daoist Qingtsong was very straightforward. He knew that it was impossible for him to survive after falling into Gu Fei's hands. He only wished for a quick death and less torture. However, things wouldn't develop according to his wishes, because Gu Fei was in control of everything. Daoist Qingtsong was in an extremely miserable state. His body was a bloody mess and fist marks could be seen. There were even places on his body that had been pierced by Gu Fei's fists. Daoist Qingtsong was like a water bag that was riddled with holes. Essence and blood constantly seeped out of his wounds and dripped onto the ground. Very good. 2 beams of divine light suddenly shot out of Gu Fei's eyes. These 2 beams of divine light directly broke through Daoist Qingtsong's forehead and entered his Naiwan palace. Soul-searching art. Seeing Gu Fei use this secret technique, everyone was shocked. This was a soul-searching art that used this method to forcefully read the memories of the target. Gu Fei didn't care about Daoist Qingtsong's life or death. He used the most overbearing soul-searching art. After Daoist Qingtsong's soul was searched, his soul would be destroyed and he would die. If not, he would become an idiot. Roar. Daoist Qingtsong's face revealed a sinister and terrifying expression. He was screaming in pain. His soul was suffering. This kind of pain that directly affected the soul was absolutely unimaginable. Very few people could withstand this kind of extreme pain. Everyone couldn't help but be moved. I see. Very soon, Gu Fei found out what he wanted to know. This Daoist Qingtsong actually had such a background. No wonder this guy wanted to kill him. Gu Fei retracted the divine will that had invaded Daoist Qingtsong's Naiwan palace. Then Daoist Qingtsong's entire head exploded and his soul was destroyed. Brother Long, let's continue. Gu Fei thought for a while and said to Long Badeo. Long Badeo opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. Then he led the crowd past the stone tablet and walked into the range of the great formation set by the ancient sages. What's going on? Just as they passed the stone tablet, a rumbling sound came from the front. They saw that there was a Milky Way in front of them a dozen or so miles away. The torrential river flowed down for 1,000 miles. The rumbling sound was the sound of the water. It was like thousands of horses and soldiers were galloping, shocking everyone. Could it be that we have entered another world? It was impossible for them not to hear the sound of the river flowing. Why was it that they couldn't even hear the sound of the river flowing in front of the stone tablet? Chapter 1831. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. The ancient stone tablet stood in front of them and seemed to separate the 2 worlds. There was another world behind the stone tablet. This result was too shocking. Could this be the means of the ancient sages? This time they had come to the cave of the ancient sage. The power of the ancient sage had already exceeded their imagination. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, just a stone tablet and the word, death, on it would have been enough to stop everyone's footsteps. Creating a world with a single thought. Perhaps this was the cultivation that a sage should have. Here you still have a choice. Go in or leave. Long Badeo said calmly. After crossing the stone tablet and entering the world behind it, he couldn't guarantee everyone's safety. No one knew what dangers they would encounter in the sage cave. Even a powerful half-saint might die in such a place if they were not careful. This is a great opportunity. I don't intend to give it up. The Taoist with the surname Hong pondered for a while. Since they were already here, they would not be satisfied if they didn't go in and have a look. Moreover, if it was so easy to obtain the things left behind by the ancient sages, this cave would have been long gone. Qiu Wuqing didn't say anything, but his face became solemn. Long Badao looked at Gu Fei and He Tian. It's such a fun place. How can we not go in and have a look? He Tian said with a cheeky smile. There seemed to be a perpetual evil smile on his face. Brother Gu, Long Badao said. Let's go in. Gu Fei didn't want to say anything more. He had even broken through the formation of the ancient sages. This cave was only left behind by the ancient sages. How could it scare him? Gu Zhong, Old Jiao and Zhongli Meng nodded. However, they knew very well that after entering the world behind the stone tablet, they would have to follow Gu Fei closely. Gu Zhong and Old Flood Dragon were only at the first heavenly layer of Almighty level. Although Zhongli Meng was also at the first heavenly layer of Almighty level, her battle strength was much weaker than Gu Zhong and Old Flood Dragon. Gu Zhong was a martial artist, a natural-born war god. He was almost invincible among those of the same rank. Meanwhile, Old Flood Dragon had cultivated for tens of thousands of years and became a dragon with a single leap. His battle experience was incomparably rich. In comparison, although Zhongli Meng had the cultivation of a first heavenly layer almighty, her battle prowess was lacking. She lacked the experience of fighting on the battlefield. She had to fight personally and constantly experience battles of life and death in order to accumulate her experience bit by bit. In the end, no one backed out. The attraction of the ancient sages was very strong. These people's cultivation had already reached a bottleneck, and they wanted to try their luck in the Immortal Cave. In this great world, strength was the most important thing. Very good. Long Badao nodded. Other than the one who was killed by Gu Fei, there were still 11 people he invited. These 11 people were not weaklings. This was especially true for Qiu Wuqing and the woman with the divine bow. The strength of the two of them was obvious to all. It was more than enough for them to challenge the Sage Cave Mansion. Perhaps only Long Badao would be able to gather all these heroes together. The 11 people, including Long Badao himself, Gu Fei and his two disciples He Tian, and Zhongli Meng, a total of 17 people crossed the stone tablet and entered the world behind it. Rumble. The deafening sound of water once again reached everyone's ears. More than 10 miles away, the heavenly river was still in front, blocking everyone's way. There's a bridge upstream. Someone exclaimed. Then everyone looked upstream and saw that there was indeed a stone bridge spanning the two sides of the river 100 miles away. Sco. Long Badao was the first to rush to the stone bridge upstream. An ancestor of his clan had once entered this place, and then drew a map of the places he had passed. With this map, Long Badao could indeed walk freely around the periphery of the Immortal Cave. However, he did not dare to enter the inner part of the Immortal Cave. It should be known that the ancestor of the extraterrestrial divine mountain almost died when he entered the inner part of the Immortal Cave. Long Badao could not enter himself, so he invited Gu Fei and the others. This was not to say that he was selfless and wanted to share the treasures in the Immortal Cave with everyone, but he really did not have a way to enter the Immortal Cave. One should know that in the Immortal Cave left by the ancient sages, the most precious treasures were stored in the deepest part of the Immortal Cave. If it were not for the fact that the extraterrestrial divine mountain was very special and not many people could come out, this Immortal Cave would have long been emptied by the people of the extraterrestrial divine mountain. A force like the extraterrestrial divine mountain had been passed down for countless years, and its depth was unimaginable to others. Even if it was the Immortal Cave of the ancient sages, if the resources of the extraterrestrial divine mountain were to be mobilized, there was a great chance that they could take it down. However, the reality was very cruel. The resources of the extraterrestrial divine mountain could not be revealed too early, so Long Badao invited Gu Fei and the others to explore this Immortal Cave together. At this moment, everyone was shocked and came to the front of the stone bridge. When everyone saw the stone bridge clearly, they were all very surprised. This stone bridge seemed to be built with the most ordinary stones. The bridge was not wide, only about 2 feet. The surface of the river was at least dozens of miles wide. The stone bridge actually crossed the river and extended to the other side. There was nothing supporting the bottom of the stone bridge. There is no threat on the stone bridge, but we have to be careful under the bridge. Long Badao said. Be careful under the bridge. Zhong Limeng's expression changed when he heard this. Brother Long, is there something hiding in the river under the bridge? Zhong Limeng asked. I'm not very sure, but you guys just have to be careful. Long Ba Dao's expression became serious. There was no danger on the stone bridge, but there was something unknown hiding under it. This was what the ancestor had told him when he came out of the extraterrestrial divine mountain. Ever since the ancestor had been injured in this immortal cave, he had not recovered, and his injury was gradually worsening. Now, the ancestor was almost at the end of his life and did not have many years left to live. The great path injury that the ancestor had suffered had penetrated deep into his soul and entangled with his spiritual soul. It was impossible for him to recover. What if everyone is not coming? Old Hay will not wait for you. Chapter 1832. The stone bridge was simple and unadorned. It stretched across the river and extended to the other side. At this time, He Tian had already walked on the stone bridge. During this period, everyone was staring at him, but in the end nothing happened. There was nothing strange. Let's go. Long Badeo followed suit and walked towards the other side of the river. Some people wanted to soar into the sky and fly over the river, but as soon as their feet left the ground, they suddenly felt as if the sky above them was pressing down on them. What's going on? Everyone was shocked to find that no matter what kind of flying technique they used, they could only fly about 3 feet above the ground. There was a powerful force that they couldn't resist blocking their way. No one could fly over the river from the sky. There was a suppressing force set up by the ancient sages here. In the end, everyone had to walk on the stone bridge and cross the river. Everyone was very careful. Maybe there was something hiding under the river. Usually, these people could cross a distance of dozens of miles in an instant. But now they could only walk forward step by step. This ancient sage is so powerful. He actually only allows people to walk into his cave step by step, as if he is worshipping a supreme existence. He Tian muttered to himself. As long as you have enough power, you can do the same. Gu Fei said. In the world of cultivation, everything was based on power. Only with great power could you gain the respect of others and decide the life and death of others. The river roared under the stone bridge. The waves splashed high into the sky. Without any danger, they had already walked more than 10 miles. At this time, a corpse suddenly floated over from upstream. It was a Daoist wearing a Daoist robe floating in the water with his face up. There's no sign of life. No need to be surprised. Long Badeo said. Very quickly, the corpse floated to the bottom of the stone bridge, and then it floated downstream. Very quickly, the corpse disappeared from everyone's line of sight. Why is there a corpse here? Everyone was shocked. Everything was very strange. The corpse that floated past seemed to have died not long ago, as if it was in a deep sleep. Don't look at me. I don't know either. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Long Badeo quickly explained. His understanding of this grotto heaven came from the description of the ancestor of the extraterrestrial divine mountain. The group continued walking forward. Wow! Suddenly, the sound of water splashing could be heard from the bottom of the bridge. Following that, a black shadow rushed out from the bottom of the bridge and pounced towards Zhong Limeng. Fortunately, Zhong Limeng was already on guard, and the moment the black figure charged out from the bottom of the stone bridge, she instinctively flashed behind Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei punched out and fiercely bombarded the head of the unknown monster. The monster was sent flying and fell back into the river. What? When everyone saw this scene, they were all shocked to the extreme. They became even more cautious. Gu Fei's punch was actually unable to shatter the monster's head. This was truly unsettling. This monster's body was too strong. There really is a terrifying creature hiding at the bottom of the river. Everyone's expression changed. One should know that on this stone bridge they could not fly and could only walk forward step by step. If a large number of evil creatures attacked, they would also be in great danger. Gu Fei and the others quickened their pace. Boom! A muffled sound came from the bottom of the stone bridge. A huge figure poked out from the river, and an incomparably large head swallowed the person running in front. Courting death. Gu Fei did not retreat. Instead, he punched out with his primal chaos fist towards the giant head that was about to devour him. Boom! Two powerful forces that could make people tremble suddenly collided with each other, and an extremely powerful destructive force swept out in all directions. The river beside the stone bridge was affected and the water rushed up to the sky. The giant head was smashed by Gu Fei's punch, but strangely, there was not much blood coming out of the head that was smashed by Gu Fei's punch. This was a creature that looked like a dragon. Its huge body sank into the river, and in the blink of an eye, it was washed away by the rushing river and disappeared without a trace. Gu Fei opened the way in front, and behind him were He Tian, Zhong Liming and Old Jiao. Behind Old Jiao were Long Badeo and the people he invited. Soon they reached the opposite bank. Along the way, many powerful beings hiding at the bottom of the river attacked Gu Fei and the others. Some of them were covered in blood and they were already injured. But Gu Fei had always been so strong, and the powerful beings that rushed out from the bottom of the bridge were no match for him at all. When everyone walked down from the stone bridge, what appeared in front of them was actually a divine mansion world. There were towering mountains in front of them, and between the mountains, there were clouds and lingering spiritual qi. This place is very good. Seeing the scenery in front of them, everyone knew that this mountain range in front of them was a spiritual land where spiritual qi gathered. Cultivators who cultivated in this kind of spiritual land would be faster than cultivating outside. In the depths of this world, there were faintly discernible palaces that seemed real and illusory at the same time. That is the palace of the ancient sages. The thing we want should be stored there. Long Badeo saw the palace in the depths of the mountain range in front of them, and his eyes shone brightly. What should we do? Some people did not know what to do. Even a fool would know that if they continued forward, they would probably trigger the killing formation set by the ancient sages and die inside. It's up to you, Gu Fei said to He Tian. The formation set by the ancient sages was extraordinary, and no one dared to walk around it. Even Long Badeo became a lot more obedient after crossing the bridge. Very strange. Qiu Wuqing, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. Swoosh. At this moment, a flame shot out from the mysterious woman's divine bow and directly shot into the mountain range in front of them. Rumble. After the mysterious woman shot that arrow, the mountain range in front of them suddenly shook. An incomparably huge shadow appeared in the sky above the mountain range, and then looked down at everyone. Everyone sensed an extremely dangerous aura from that phantom. The arrow shot by the mysterious woman suddenly exploded in the air before it could really shoot into the mountain range in front of them. It turned into spots of spiritual qi and dissipated in the void. This formation. At this moment, He Tian's eyes lit up. Chapter 1833. A huge shadow stood in the air above the mountain ridge in front of them, looking down at them. At this moment, everyone felt an unimaginable pressure. The pressure of a sage. This thought appeared in everyone's mind. Although the phantom in front of them wasn't a real ancient sage, it had the majestic might of a sage. Rumble. The void rumbled. The great formation in front of them was activated and started to operate. The pressure of the saint gradually became stronger. It's not simple. The person who set up this formation is definitely a sage king. Erebus's eyes lit up. He had been observing carefully for a while before he said this. At this time, the frivolous expression on his face had long since disappeared. A formation set up by a sage king. Everyone was shocked. How could they break the formation? It was a waste of time for them to come here. It should be known that even a real sage might not be able to break the formation set up by a sage king. Brother Long, you're too unkind. Aren't you sending everyone here to die? The cultivator surnamed Hong said unhappily. It was a sage king formation. How could a half-step sage break it? If they barged into this formation, they would undoubtedly die. The other people's faces were also not optimistic. Everyone, there's no free lunch in this world. If you want to get something, you have to pay first. If you don't take risks, you won't get anything, Long Badeo said disapprovingly. You want to get the divine treasures left by the ancient sage without taking any risks? Don't you feel ashamed? He Tian said disdainfully. None of these people could be relied on. Even Long Badeo was unreliable. Long Badeo just wanted to use everyone to break the formation. The divine treasures left by the ancient sage were everyone's goal. He Tian ignored them and began to deduce the formation. He was a formation master, but the level of this formation was too high. Even he might not be able to break it. Gu Fei, on the other hand, found a large rock nearby and sat cross-legged on it. He closed his eyes and rested. On the other hand, Gu Zhong, Old Jiao and Zhong Liming were whispering to each other. Do you think these people will retreat in the face of difficulties? Zhong Liming looked at those people curiously. Among these 11 experts she could recognize most of them. The Zhongli clan's information network was rather well informed. That's hard to say, Gu Zhong said. I don't think any of them will retreat. Elder Jiao pondered for a moment before saying these words. He had cultivated for tens of thousands of years and had experienced many things. Even his eyelashes were empty. It wasn't easy for them to reach this place. Even though they were obstructed by the Grand Array, making it difficult for them to enter the ancient sage's paradise deep within the mountain range, they would definitely not retreat just like that. While He Tian was deducing the formation, Long Badeo also took action. He took out a map and carefully looked at it, carefully examining every minute change on the map. Sure enough, Old Flood Dragon's words were right. None of these people left. They were all waiting. No one dared to act rashly because of the mighty and terrifying aura in front of them. It wasn't easy for them to cultivate, so no one was willing to take the risk. No one said a word. Array patterns kept surging out from He Tian's body and circled around him. At this time his mind was already immersed in his array world. A large array was constantly evolving in the array world within his body. At this time the grand array in front of them gradually stopped. The huge phantom standing above the mountains also gradually dissipated and became invisible. That terrifying sage aura also disappeared as if it had never appeared before. An hour passed. He Tian still did not move. His eyes were constantly flashing with yin-yang divine light, and the formation runes were faintly discernible in the depths of his eyes. He used his yin-yang divine eyes to see through all illusions. In the void, on the ground, invisible formation runes were constantly imprinted in his eyes, and then constantly evolving in his inner world. A grand array of the Sage King level was extraordinary. It was enough to trap a sage. No one dared to be careless. Even Long Badeo had to carefully examine the map in his hand. In order to break through such a grand array, there was no room for mistakes. In the grand array, one wrong step could lead to the death of both body and soul. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. Long Badeo put away the map in his hand and then moved his hands in front of him. A divine light rushed out from his hands and formed a light screen. Everyone look carefully. This is a corner of the grand array. Along this route, we can avoid all kinds of dangers and reach the depths of the grand array. Long Badeo said. The light screen in front of him showed a map. This was a corner of the formation map. On the formation map there was a route marked. This route. Everyone's heart trembled. According to the route shown on the corner of the formation map, it seemed that they could really safely pass through the grand array in front of them and enter inside. Since it was a matter of life and death, no one dared to be careless. Everyone imprinted the corner of the formation map on the light screen into their minds. All right. Seeing that everyone had memorized the fragment of the map, the light screen in front of Long Badeo disappeared in the void and turned into specks of light that entered his body. If you're not afraid of death, follow me. Long Badeo strode forward after he finished speaking. He entered the array according to the location indicated on the map, but there was no response from the array. We can really go in. Everyone was surprised and happy. Since Long Badeo was not afraid of death, they would also go all out. After all, there was an ancient sage's divine treasure in the grotto heaven. For the ancient sage's divine treasure, it was worth the risk. Brother Gu. Long Badeo's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind, but Gu Fei did not move. He still sat cross-legged on the big stone. He did not intend to enter the grand array with Long Badeo and the others. Gu Fei did not move. Gu Zhong and Old Jiao naturally did not follow Long Badeo and the others into the grand array. Zhong Liming could not help but feel anxious. Everyone had entered, but Gu Fei had no intention of entering the grand array. Should he chase after Long Badeo and the others? What surprised Zhong Liming was that Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman also did not enter the grand array. They seemed to be waiting. At this time, He Tian's aura became stronger and a saint's aura spread out from his body. This saint's aura seemed to be the same as the saint's aura that appeared earlier. Uncle Master He succeeded. Chapter 1834. Gu Fei and the others were well aware of He Tian's attainments and formations. Although this guy was usually frivolous, he was not muddle-headed when it came to major matters. He really created this grand formation. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the boulder, stood up. He Tian's world of formations could create all kinds of formations. This was a great technique that He Tian had cultivated. Rumble. the sage aura that emanated from He Tian's body became stronger and stronger. A faint shadow appeared on his body. That shadow was the same shadow that appeared when the formation was activated. He really succeeded. The mysterious woman's eyes sparkled. He Tian's attainments in formations were simply heaven-defying. One must know that that was a killing formation set up by a king of sages. It was too shocking that he managed to create a killing formation set up by a king of sages in just 4 hours. At this moment, the sage aura on He Tian's body suddenly receded like the tide. The shadow on his body also dissipated into the void. The yin-yang Daoist rhymes that emanated from his eyes gradually disappeared into the depths of his eyes. Phew! He Tian let out a long breath and stood up from the ground. Uncle Master He. Old Jiao was extremely shocked. It was only at this moment that he realized that his Uncle Master He was really unfathomable. The title of Formation Grandmaster was not just for show. You are very strong. Even Qiu Wuqing, who had not spoken all this while, could not help but be moved at this moment. This person called He Tian was like Gu Fei. He was a freak. Qiu Wuqing knew that he had really underestimated the people in the world previously. He had defeated everyone in the God-Fallen Ocean and was almost invincible. However, he had just walked out of the God-Fallen Ocean when he encountered an opponent like Gu Fei. He and Gu Fei were not enemies. They were just opponents. It is not so easy to create a killing formation set up by a king of sages. He Tian said. He was a bit tired. Developing a great formation wasn't an easy task. It required a large amount of energy to continuously deduce it. For a sage ruler array like this, even if it was deduced thousands or tens of thousands of times, it would probably be difficult to truly evolve this array. Even He Tian could not do it. In the past 4 hours he had only deduced a few thousand times and he had only gotten a rough idea. He had not completely deduced the various changes of the formation. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Even though I can't really deduce the various realities of this great formation, I think I can still pass through this great formation and enter the grotto heaven. He Tian said. Black Martial Uncle, you're amazing. Gu Zhong gave He Tian a thumbs up. He Tian deduced a path of survival, and this path of survival was very different from the path of survival that Long Badeo had taken. However, the path of survival that He Tian deduced overlapped with the path of survival that Long Badeo had taken in some aspects. Let's go. After He Tian deduced it again, he walked forward. Every time he took a step, a formation pattern surged out from under his feet and spread forward. Step on the formation pattern and you will be safe. He Tian said such words. Everyone realized that the formation pattern that spread out from under He Tian's feet was still condensed after he walked, like a path formed by the formation pattern. In this way, He Tian opened the path in front, while Gu Fei and the others followed behind He Tian and walked into the great formation in front. This great formation was not ordinary. When looking from outside the formation, one could not see anything, but once inside the formation, the entire world changed. Inside the great formation was another world. Here the sun and moon were dim and the surroundings were dusky. Even those who cultivated the divine eyes could not see very far. This formation can create a world. I thought it was just a legend, but it actually exists. Zhong Limeng was extremely shocked. This slaughtering formation was too terrifying. It formed a world of its own, and one could only feel the terror of this slaughtering formation after entering it. Whoosh! Rumble! Dazzling lightning flashed above everyone's head from time to time. Powerful destructive power was released and wreaked havoc. Even a half-step saint would perish if he was hit by the power of the lightning. Gu Fei and the others felt the danger, but He Tian's attainments in formations were really heaven-defying. Even though he could not completely create this slaughtering formation, the path of survival that he deduced was undoubtedly very safe. Along the way they did not encounter any real danger. Very quickly they were 100 miles away, but they still did not see Long Badao and the others. Could it be that they really entered the Saint Wonderland? Gradually He Tian's speed slowed down. What's going on? He Tian muttered to himself. His expression was incomparably solemn. He felt that something was wrong and this made him very uneasy. What's wrong? Gu Fei asked. They were already 100 miles away from the slaughtering formation, but they still could not get out. And at this time He Tian actually made a new discovery. He Tian did not reply to Gu Fei. He stopped and started to calculate again. Very quickly his expression changed and only after a while did he regain his composure. This slaughtering formation is actually constantly changing. He Tian said. The slaughtering formation was changing and the things that he deduced before seemed to be wrong. The formation was changing and the original place of survival would also become a place of death. Long Ba Dao and the others are in trouble. The mysterious woman said. Long Ba Dao was walking according to the map in his hand. However, this formation was not dead, it was alive and could constantly change. What should we do? Zhong Li Meng's expression changed. If the formation was changing, then they were in trouble as well. There was no way forward and there was no way back. They were in danger of being trapped inside. No need to panic. Gu Fei said. Even if they were trapped inside, he could ensure Zhong Li Meng's safety. Remember that he still needed Zhong Li Meng to lead him to the Shangqing sect. Up until now it seemed like only Zhong Li Meng knew where the Shangqing sect was. Hearing Gu Fei's words and remembering Gu Fei's powerfulness, Zhong Li Meng finally calmed down. Staying next to Gu Fei was definitely safe. At this time, countless Dao patterns appeared on He Tian's body. They intertwined around him and continued to disappear. He was calculating and evolving. Their speed slowed down. Just as Mai Tian was analyzing the killing formation, an extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted from the area in front of them. Then the entire formation was activated and began to move. Long Ba Dao and those idiots. Without question, this commotion was definitely caused by Long Ba Dao and the others, causing the slaughtering formation to move. An astonishing amount of qi appeared between heaven and earth. Damn it. Chapter 1835. Those bastards. Gu Zhong was both shocked and angry. The matrix had been triggered. Needless to say, it must have been the work of Long Ba Dao and the others. They had been implicated as well. Rumble. The sage ruler matrix was activated. Terrifying bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, then fell from the sky, sweeping towards Gu Fei and the others. The destructive aura filled every inch of the void. Boss, it's all up to you now. He Tian shouted hurriedly. Even if a half-saint was hit by the power of a matrix of this level, there would only be one outcome, and that was the destruction of both his body and soul. Buzz. Gu Fei made his move. He had to make a move. At this time the place where they were standing was considered safe, but the sky above them was not. The destructive bolts of lightning as thick as mountains fell from the sky, enough to sweep away everything. No wonder the great ancestor of the extraterrestrial divine mountain was also seriously injured, and the scar on his great path could not be healed. If one looked carefully, one could see that within the huge bolts of lightning, there were actually sage ruler-level celestial patterns of the great path. It was extremely terrifying. A huge cauldron emerged from Gu Fei's body, enveloping everyone in it. An ancient and vicissitude aura that seemed to come from ancient times appeared between heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked. This was not the real ancient cauldron but an illusion. However, the aura it exuded was extremely shocking. Even though it was just an illusion, it seemed to be able to shock the 10 paths of the heavens. Could this be the legendary mountain and river cauldron? The mysterious woman's eyes shone brightly. She stared at the illusion of the ancient cauldron, carefully examining the ancient and mysterious patterns on it. It really is the mountain and river cauldron. At this time Qiu Wuqing was also shocked. He came from the fallen divine ocean, a forbidden land for life. This lineage was very mysterious, and its history could be traced back to the mythological era. Such an ancient and mysterious force naturally knew many secrets of the world. Boom! The destructive bolts of lightning that fell from the sky bombarded the illusion of the ancient cauldron. Everyone felt a great sense of danger, especially Zhong Liming, who had already turned pale with fright. In the face of the power of the sage ruler matrix, they were as weak as ants. Roar! Right at this moment, a shrill cry resounded from ahead. It seemed like someone had suffered a calamity. Even a half-saint would be annihilated in body and soul under this level of lightning attack. Buzz! The void trembled. The shadow of the ancient cauldron had successfully blocked the destructive lightning that swept down from the sky. On the shadow of the ancient cauldron, ancient Dao patterns appeared. Although the ancient cauldron had blocked the destructive lightning, everyone was still shaken to the point that their blood was in turmoil. Zhong Li Meng's cultivation was the weakest, and a trickle of blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. Black Martial Uncle, hurry up and break the formation. Gu Zhong shouted. Boom! At this moment, A clap of thunder sounded above everyone's heads. Then another bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. The powerful destructive force caused the cauldron of mountain and river to shake. Preposterous. He Tian tried his best to deduce the Sage King array. Soon he found another path of survival. The array patterns beneath his feet extended forward, and a great Tao formed by the interweaving array patterns extended into the depths of the array. Let's go. Everyone followed He Tian and charged forward. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook as the array began to operate. The destructive force spread in all directions, as if it was going to turn the world into chaos again. At this moment, there were still bolts of destructive lightning flashing above everyone's heads. It was as if something in the unseen world had its eyes on them. This great formation is already so powerful without anyone managing it. If someone were to take control of this great formation, it would be a disaster. He Tian muttered to himself. The Sage King array was different from ordinary arrays. This kind of array might have already developed intelligence and could operate on its own. Fortunately, we have you, a formation grandmaster. Otherwise we might all die here. Zhong Li Meng said with lingering fear. Formation grandmasters were highly valued by the major forces in any era. This was because the path of formation was too difficult. It took a lot of time and energy to cultivate. The price needed to cultivate a formation grandmaster was also very high, and one had to take a lot of risks. One must know that not everyone could become a formation grandmaster. With Boss Gu here, we can still retreat in the worst-case scenario. He Tian said. Gu Fei had the mountain and river cauldron with him. As long as he took out this extreme divine weapon, even if it was not activated, he could still save everyone's lives. Brother Gu, is this ancient cauldron really the legendary mountain and river cauldron? The mysterious woman couldn't help but ask. The mountain and river cauldron was an extreme divine weapon. Even a supreme would be jealous of it. Gu Fei didn't say anything, nor did he nod. Agreed. Qiu Wuqing, who was usually a man of few words, also wanted to know if this ancient cauldron was the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron had already appeared in the mythological era. Its origin was mysterious. Could be a supreme divine weapon passed down from the most ancient era before the mythological era. The extreme divine weapon was an immortal weapon. Could be passed down. Of course, the extreme divine weapon was a weapon refined by a supreme. A supreme had the ability to destroy such a weapon. If there was a battle between supreme, the extreme divine weapon could also be destroyed. This was not the time to talk in detail. The surroundings were still full of danger. If they were not careful, they could be trapped in this killing array. He Tian was constantly deducing. The array was changing all the time. It was a path of survival one moment, but it could turn into a dead end the next moment. The ground was shaking and everyone felt as if they were walking on waves that were constantly rising and falling. Everything around them was gray and hazy, and from time to time, lightning would illuminate the dark world. Everyone felt an extremely oppressive aura. After walking for more than 10 miles, the destructive power between the heaven and earth became stronger and more terrifying. It was as if the world was really going to be destroyed. Gu Fei activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect everyone. What is that? At this moment, He Tian suddenly stopped. Then a faint smell of blood drifted over. There seemed to be a burning smell mixed in with the smell of blood. Beside the path formed by the array patterns, there was a pile of red and black things. What is that? It seems like a pile of minced meat. Could it be that the scream just now? Chapter 1836. A powerful sage to be died here. He was blasted into a pile of minced meat. Seeing this scene, everyone was moved. This person should be one of the 12 sage to be invited by Long Badeo. This was an existence at the level of a hero, but he had died in this place. This person is really unlucky. He Tian said. There were no other corpses around. It seemed that only one person from Long Badeo's group had died. Where did the others go? Everyone realized that there were many fragments of divine weapons in this pile of minced meat. This person had tried to fight against the power of the sage-to-be formation when he was in danger. However, it was very clear that the person could not resist at all under the bombardment of the Saint Ruler formation's power. He was killed there. Everyone continued forward. They realized that Long Badeo and the others had entered the depths of the formation along this path. No wonder Long Badeo and the others were able to escape. Is there a formation grandmaster among them? Old Jiao voiced out his doubts. The reason they could continue forward was because of the existence of He Tian, the formation grandmaster. The formation was constantly changing. Only those who were proficient in formations and at the level of a formation grandmaster could barely walk in this formation. Of course, even so, it was still very dangerous. If it were not for Gu Fei, even He Tian would have died in this formation, let alone walking in it. During the process of He Tian's deduction, there were destructive lightning strikes from time to time. If it were not for the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, he would have died many times. A sage-to-be formation was not that easy to break through. Under the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, everyone continued forward. Although they encountered powerful attacks from the formation several times, they were all daunting but not dangerous. Soon, a huge mountain appeared in front of everyone. The sky in front of them suddenly became clear, no longer gloomy. A vast and boundless aura rushed over, causing one's spirit to be shaken. This is a piece of deity ground. The scenery around the mountain in front of them was like a fairyland. There were waterfalls, flowing springs, and white clouds. At the foot of the mountain there was a small bridge and flowing water. The red walls and roof tiles were faintly discernible under the shade of the weeping willows. He had the air of an immortal. There's still a dozen or so miles before we're out of here. Black Martial Uncle put in more effort. Gu Zhong, the old dragon, and the others couldn't help feeling nervous. They were about to enter the Immortal's world in front of them. Without a doubt, it was the Immortal's world in front of them. Roar. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the mountain. A strange beast jumped out of the mountain, its powerful aura startling the birds in the forest. What is that? Everyone was startled. That strange beast disappeared into the mountains in a flash, disappearing without a trace. Long Badeo and the others beat us to it. The mysterious woman frowned. Clearly, Long Badeo and the others had already entered the immortal world. Long Badeo had the map, so he had an advantage over everyone else. Open it. He Tian used all his strength. Countless formation runes interweaved in his eyes. He was trying his best to deduce the formation in front of him. The power of a formation grandmaster erupted at this time. Countless formation runes rushed out from He Tian's body and imprinted in all directions. The formation runes drew the power of heaven and earth, and there were signs of changing the surrounding void. At this moment, He Tian was like a formation great sage. All the killing formations were under his control. Rumble. The power of the Sage King formation surged towards He Tian from all directions. At this time, a divine path appeared in front of He Tian. Let's go. The divine path extended under everyone's feet and was then guided out by the divine path. In just a moment, Gu Fei and the others crossed a dozen miles and stepped into the Immortal's world. You guys are here too. Just as Gu Fei and the others stepped into the Immortal world, a person suddenly walked out of the forest. It was a Daoist with a black beard. It's Brother Hong. The mysterious woman recognized the Daoist as soon as she saw him. He was one of the 12 experts invited by Long Badeo. His name was Hong Tong. Why are you here? The formation power on He Tian's body had not completely retreated. At this time, his black hair moved without any wind and his eyes were as sharp as lightning. A powerful aura spread out from He Tian's body. The formation grandmaster really lives up to his name. Hong Tong and the others looked at He Tian and were secretly surprised. No wonder these people could enter this world without following Long Badeo. The role of a formation grandmaster was irreplaceable in this place. Just thinking about it makes me angry. That Long Badeo actually shook us all off. Hong Tong told them about his previous experience. Long Badeo really had bad intentions. After entering this Immortal's world, he actually got rid of everyone and went into the depths of this Immortal's world alone. Moreover, this place is not peaceful. There are incomparably powerful fierce beasts roaming around here. Some people have already died under the claws of these fierce beasts. Hong Tong's people said such words. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The fierce beasts here were actually so powerful that they could kill a half-step saint. They did not believe it. If these fierce beasts could kill a half-step saint, then these fierce beasts must at least be half-step saint level fierce beasts. These fierce beasts are ancient and incomparably powerful. Hong Tong said. Ancient and strange beasts? Could they be the fierce beasts raised by the ancient sage? This was an Immortal's grotto. There was only one reason why fierce beasts could appear here, And that was because the ancient sage raised many fierce beasts. After the ancient sage fell, this place became the territory of these fierce beasts. Roar. At this moment, another beast roar rang out from within the mountain. Then everyone heard a series of shouts coming from within the mountain. Boom. The aura of a sage lingered and the power of a half-step saint was exploding. Someone has encountered a fierce beast. Everyone was shocked, especially Zhong Li Meng. Her cultivation was not high enough. If she encountered a half-step saint-level fierce beast, she would only end up as its food. Swoosh. Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious lady suddenly disappeared. Both of them had already rushed out. Gu Fei and the others were not in a hurry. They walked towards the direction of the fluctuation. Hong Tong also rushed out, but his cultivation and strength seemed to be a little weaker than Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious lady. Stay by my side and I can guarantee your safety. Chapter 1837. The immortal world was filled with spiritual qi. There were auspicious beasts walking in the mountains and celestial birds flying in the sky. From time to time rainbows could be seen in the sky. As expected of the sage's paradise. Everyone couldn't help but praise. The concentration of spiritual qi here was definitely 10 times or even dozens of times that of the outside world. There were even strong life essence rising in some places. This paradise was definitely not inferior to the ancestral lands of some ancient desolate lands. It would be great if I could take this paradise away. He Tian muttered to himself. It should be known that this was a paradise left behind by an ancient sage. It was very likely to be an inner world refined by that sage. It's not difficult to refine this paradise. Gu Fei said. I know, but the problem is that it's definitely not that easy to obtain. After hearing Gu Fei's words, He Tian's eyes immediately lit up. However, the light in his eyes immediately dimmed. It was not an easy task to refine a paradise left behind by an ancient sage. Don't forget that Long Bideo has also entered this world. At this moment, the mysterious woman in black suddenly said. Long Bideo. Hearing this name, Hong Tong and the others were a little excited. This Long Bideo only wanted to use their strength to break through the terrifying Sage King killing formation. Now that Long Bideo had entered this world, the others were no longer of any use to him. Thus he abandoned everyone after crossing the river. Long Bideo had the map of the extraterrestrial divine mountain's old ancestor. Here he had an advantage over everyone else. Everyone rushed towards the direction of the beast roar. There was a gap between Hong Tong and Qiu Wuqing's cultivation, so they couldn't catch up at all. However, the mysterious woman suddenly slowed down and walked together with Gu Fei and the others. That kid doesn't look like a good person to me. He Tian said disdainfully. He didn't know why, but when he first saw Long Bideo he was very unhappy. This was just his intuition. Evil creature. At this moment, an angry roar came from a valley in front of them. Everyone had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Boom. An enormous figure flew out from the valley. Someone displayed a great technique, blasting a strange beast flying. Powerful immortal Dao power surged. Roar. The strange beast roared and rays of blood-red light shot out from its huge body. An incomparably ferocious aura spread in all directions. Bang. The exotic beast slammed into a hillside, causing it to explode. Dust rose high into the sky, filling the air with smoke and dust. What is that? Everyone was startled. That strange beast was very powerful. It was definitely a half-step saint-level ominous beast. Moreover, its body was bursting with monstrous qi and blood. This qi and blood was too vigorous. It was even more vigorous than the qi and blood of a dragon. Could it be one of those ancient beasts? He Tian was shocked. He seemed to have figured out the origin of the beast that was sent flying. Its brother Feng Lai. At this moment, a figure shrouded in golden divine flames walked out from the valley. It was a middle-aged man. The divine flame on his body was the golden crow divine flame. Feng Lai had an extremely faint bloodline of the golden crow within his body. This was the life god flame that he cultivated. It was extremely powerful. If an ordinary half-step saint were to be burned by this god flame, even if they didn't die, their vitality would be greatly damaged. Is that Brother Hong? The middle-aged man who looked like a god of fire heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Hong Tong. However, he did not dare to be careless because he knew how powerful that strange beast was. Roar. Indeed, a beastly roar rang out, causing the entire world to tremble. Boundless blood-red light burst out from the ground. The strange beast that was buried in the ground rushed out. Indeed, it's one of those extinct ancient beasts. Hatian said in shock. Ox-head Chilan body. Could it be a scarlet blood beast? The mysterious woman exclaimed. This is no ordinary scarlet blood beast. It's a beast emperor. Gu Fei said. Scarlet blood beast emperor. Everyone was shocked. This kind of savage beast was a fierce beast that fed on blood in ancient times. Even the slightest smell of blood was enough to make it go crazy. It was precisely because of this that this kind of ferocious beast had been completely exterminated in ancient times. No one had thought that they would encounter a crimson blood beast emperor in this immortal world. Moreover, this crimson blood beast emperor had clearly seen blood before. Roar. The scarlet blood beast emperor roared. 2 blood-red lights shot out from its eyes. This was a sign that it had fallen into a state of madness. This evil beast killed Daoist Zhou Xian. I'm going to tear him to pieces. Feng Lai roared and charged forward. His entire body was covered in flames, causing the void to collapse and be annihilated. This was the terrifying power of a half-step saint. What? Daoist Zhou Xian is dead? Hong Tong's heart trembled. Daoist Zhou Xian was an expert of the archaic Dao sect. His divine techniques had long been cultivated to the 5th layer of half-step saint realm. How could such a powerful half-step saint be killed by the scarlet blood beast emperor? It was no wonder that Feng Lai was so furious. He and Daoist Zhou Xian were best friends. Since Daoist Zhou Xian was killed by this beast, it would be strange if he didn't fight it to the death. The battle erupted. The scarlet blood beast emperor, who had fallen into a state of madness, was really powerful. His blood and qi rose and turned into rays of divine light that constantly attacked Feng Lai. The most terrifying thing was that the blood and qi that erupted from the scarlet blood beast emperor could devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Wherever the scarlet blood beast emperor passed, all the flowers and trees lost their vitality. Their life essence was completely devoured. Even the essence of the sun in Feng Lai's body was sucked away bit by bit. The scarlet blood beast emperor grew stronger as it fought, but Feng Lai grew weaker. The situation was very disadvantageous for Feng Lai. If he couldn't kill this beast, he would be exhausted to death. Reality was cruel. It was either you die or I die. There were many people present who could kill the scarlet blood beast emperor. At least Gu Fei had this ability. Qiu Wuqing also had this ability. Even the mysterious woman could kill this beast. However, Gu Fei had no intention of making a move. Qiu Wuqing stood on a big rock and looked at everything coldly. If it didn't concern him, he wouldn't make a move. The halberd in his hand wouldn't be stained with blood so easily. The mysterious woman in black held the divine bow in her hand and didn't show any signs of making a move. Kill. A ray of saber light soared into the sky. At this moment, Hong Tong made his move. The sharp saber light cut through the void and turned into a ray of divine light, directly killing the beast in the blood light. Hong Tong had some friendship with Feng Lai and Daoist Zhou Xian. Seeing that Feng Lai was in trouble, he had to make a move. Saber. Everyone was very surprised. They didn't expect Hong Tong's divine weapon to be a divine saber. In the world of cultivation, very few people would refine a divine saber as their defensive divine weapon. This was because there were very few people who practiced the saber, unlike sword cultivators who walked the path of dominance with the saber. As soon as Hong Tong made his move, a domineering aura spread out from his body. Buzz. The resplendent saber light directly broke through the layers of blood light and fiercely slashed the neck of the scarlet blood beast emperor. Hong Tong wanted to chop off the scarlet blood beast emperor's head. However, a shocking scene occurred. When Hong Tong's tyrannical saber slashed the neck of the scarlet blood beast emperor, the saber light actually rebounded as if it had slashed a piece of immortal divine steel. What? Hong Tong and the others were extremely shocked. This beast's physical body is actually so strong. Even Gu Fei was a little surprised to see this scene. It should be known that although Hong Tong's cultivation was not very high, the divine saber he refined was at least a half-sage divine saber. Could it be that this exotic beast's physical body was even stronger than the half-sage divine saber? This is the terror of the scarlet blood beast emperor. In its berserk state, this exotic beast's physical body will be 10 times stronger than usual. Perhaps even a half-sage divine weapon would not be able to break through the defense of the scarlet blood beast emperor. Kill. Although shocked by the strength of the Scarlet Blood Beast Emperor's physical body, Hong Tong and the others still rushed forward and joined forces with Fong Lai to fight the beast. With the help of Hong Tong and the others, the Scarlet Blood Beast Emperor seemed to have become even more berserk. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out from the depths of this immortal world. Then the entire world shook violently. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Could it be? He Tian suddenly thought of something. His expression became somewhat ugly. It seemed that someone was really plotting against this world. Long Badeo, Gu Fei muttered to himself. This person was very shrewd and his schemes were also very big. Even Gu Fei had been used by this guy. This guy was really bold. At this time, above the mountain peak, there was an ancient city floating high in the sky. The ancient city was surrounded by white clouds, making it difficult for the people on the ground to see the ancient city. In front of the ancient city stood a person. This person was using a great technique to hit the closed city gate. This person was Long Badeo. In front of the ancient city gate there were a few stone statues. These stone statues were destroyed by Long Badeo. These were the stone soldiers left behind by the ancient sages. Although these stone soldiers were very strong, they were not Long Badeo's match. Long Badeo had a forbidden weapon on him. This time he was prepared to enter the ancient sage's grotto heaven. Sky-breaking hammer go. Long Badeo used a great technique. He controlled a divine hammer and smashed it towards the city gate. Boom! With a loud bang, the divine hammer smashed onto the city gate. The void shook, but the tightly shut city gate didn't budge an inch. It's here again. Chapter 1838. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. A dull sound reverberated in this part of the world, shaking everyone's mind. It was as if a supreme existence was using a supreme divine ability to shake the entire world. What's going on? Is someone trying to take away this world? Everyone was bewildered. At this moment, Fong Lai and Daoist Hong Tong were still fighting with the Crimson Blood Beast Emperor. It had to be said that the Crimson Blood Beast Emperor that was in a berserk state was really strong. It was so strong that it was abnormal. Even if the two great half-saints joined forces, they still couldn't gain any advantage. It was difficult for them to truly suppress this ancient beast. Boom! There was another violent tremor. This time even the essence of the world was attracted. The spiritual energy in this immortal's grotto heaven began to become unstable. Where did the sound come from? Everyone was incomparably shocked. Without a doubt, someone had definitely found the location of the source of heaven and earth. Moreover, that person was attacking the source of heaven and earth. There should be a source of heaven and earth in this immortal grotto heaven. Only a heaven and earth with source of heaven and earth could exist and not collapse. Once someone obtained this source of heaven and earth and refined it, this immortal grotto heaven would be taken away by that person. Let's go. The mysterious black-robed lady directly rushed towards the depths of this heaven and earth. If someone else obtained the source of heaven and earth, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qiu Wuqing's figure also disappeared. Boss. Seeing that Gu Fei was still calm and unhurried, He Tian couldn't help but feel a little anxious. One must know that this was a heaven and earth that was refined by an ancient immortal grotto heaven. This immortal grotto heaven was much better than the immortal grotto heaven that Gu Fei had obtained previously. Of course, there were a few divine springs of life in the immortal grotto heaven. Even the immortal grotto heaven that was refined by an ancient immortal grotto heaven didn't have such a heaven-defying thing. The conditions for the divine spring of life to appear were too harsh. This was a divine spring that was formed from the life that was derived from the endless death. The divine spring seized the fortune of heaven and earth, and the spring of life was incomparably precious. It could nourish the inner world, allowing it to transform into a perfect world. After all, He Tian's array formation world wasn't a true inner world. He really wanted to obtain this world left behind by the ancient sages. However, someone had already beaten him to it. Master, Gu Zhong and Old Jiao were also very anxious. They knew very well that once the other party obtained the source of heaven and earth, they would become meat on the chopping block. They would be at the mercy of others. Brother Gu, even Zhong Li Meng could not remain calm. That person is in the sky. Gu Fei suddenly raised his head and looked at the void above the mountain. There were only white clouds floating there and he couldn't see anything at all. In the sky. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The mysterious woman Zhou Xian and the others all left. They all thought that there was something they wanted in the depths of this world, but they didn't know that the thing they wanted was right above his head. Very soon, a violent fluctuation of yuan qi came from the depths of this world. Someone had made a move. Let's go up and take a look. Gu Fei directly soared into the sky and flew towards the peak of the mountain. His senses were much stronger than an ordinary half-sage's. Even experts like Zhou Xian and the mysterious woman couldn't sense anything strange in the sky. He Tian, Gu Zhong, Old Jiao and Zhong Li Meng hurriedly followed. Especially Zhong Li Meng, she didn't dare to be too far away from Gu Fei. It should be known that only Gu Fei had the ability to protect her here. The mountain was tens of thousands of feet high. The peak was surrounded by clouds and flashed with spiritual light. This was the tallest and largest sacred mountain in this world. It made people feel like they were looking up at a high mountain. However, just as Gu Fei and the others reached the peak of the mountain, a few strong waves of celestial force suddenly erupted from the clouds above. 3 figures broke through the clouds and descended from the sky. This is Stoneman. Everyone was shocked. Only Gu Fei still had a calm expression. The things in this world were not so easy to obtain. Saint-level stoneman puppets. Gu Fei's eyes narrowed. These 3 stonemen were the size of a normal person. There were countless immortal Dao divine runes imprinted on their bodies. At this moment, these immortal Dao divine runes were gradually awakening and lighting up. As the immortal Dao divine runes on the stonemen gradually awakened, the spiritual qi in the world was attracted and madly gathered towards the 3 stonemen. Buzz. The strong waves of energy caused the void to tremble. These 3 stonemen were like 3 sages. They descended from the sky and directly suppressed Gu Fei and the others. They are not real saint-level stoneman puppets. He Tian noticed something and warned. But even if they were not saint-level stoneman puppets, they were definitely close to it. Otherwise there would not be the waves of sages. Umph. Gu Fei sneered and directly punched upwards. The powerful fist force soared into the sky and enveloped the 3 stoneman puppets. He wanted to block all 3 stoneman puppets at the same time with the power of one person. These were stoneman puppets refined by a sage king. These 3 stoneman puppets were imprinted with the great Tao laws of a sage king. If an ordinary half-sage came, they would only end up being killed by the stoneman puppets. Boom. Gu Fei's fist force collided with the power of the stoneman puppets. The powerful waves that spread out almost destroyed the surrounding void. However, this was an important area of the immortal world after all. The surrounding void was extremely stable. Even Gu Fei could not truly tear the void in this area. Gu Fei's combat strength was unparalleled. He successfully blocked the 3 stoneman puppets. Gu Zhong, Old Jiao, Zhong Liming and the others hurriedly retreated into the distance. Only He Tian remained. Kill! He Tian roared. Countless formation runes rushed out from his body. At this moment he and the formation became one. The cultivation and strength of a half-sage were completely displayed. A sage aura rushed out from He Tian's body, shaking the heavens and the earth. Half-saint had the word saint attached to it. Although it could not be compared to a real sage, it already had a trace of the aura of a sage. Boom! A killing formation rushed out from He Tian's body, enveloping the 3 stoneman puppets that Gu Fei had blocked. Endless destructive divine light pierced through the 3 stoneman puppets in the formation. He Tian worked very hard this time. He used his full strength right from the start. This guy. Chapter 1839. Boom. The bodies of the 3 stone golems shone with an infinite amount of divine light. They pierced through my Tian's killing array and rushed towards my Tian. They were extremely powerful. Formation in the void, heaven and earth in one thought. He Tian's voice resounded in the killing array. Then the space engulfed by the killing array began to evolve into a heaven and earth. Clear qi rose, turbid qi sank, and the power of yin and yang surged. It was as if there was really a heaven and earth evolving in the killing array. The 3 stone golems were teleported into the evolving cosmos. The terrifying yin and yang energy obliterated the 3 stone golems, wanting to completely annihilate them. He Tian is really going crazy. Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat and let He Tian do what he wanted. The power of the killing array was earth-shattering. He was borrowing the power of the evolving heaven and earth to kill his opponents. This was no different from trapping the 3 golems in the power of creation. The power of splitting open the sky was extremely powerful. Even though the 3 stone golems were infinitely close to the power of the sacred realm, they still suffered a great impact. Cracks appeared on their bodies and the Tao patterns on them dimmed. However, the 3 golems were golems refined by the Saint King after all. The ancient Saint King bestowed a part of his divine abilities and techniques. Rumble. The 3 stone golems seemed to have awakened their spiritual intelligence. They actually joined forces to unleash a powerful attack. This attack directly pierced through Erebus' killing array, creating a gap in the killing array. What? Tian was shocked. He realized that he had underestimated the power of the 3 golems. The ancient Saint King was indeed not comparable to ordinary saints. The 3 golems broke through Tian's killing array and rushed out. Bang! At that moment, the first golem that had charged out of the killing array suddenly exploded. A figure appeared outside the opening of the array and punched the golem that had charged out first, causing it to explode into pieces. This, Gu Zhong and the others were shocked. Although they knew that their master was powerful, they didn't expect him to be this powerful. Even Tian couldn't destroy the golem with his full strength, but Gu Fei had destroyed one with a single punch. This result was really shocking. At this moment, the 2 golems at the back joined forces and directly charged towards Gu Fei. The powerful immortal Tao power shook the heavens and earth, powerful to the extreme. Roar. Gu Fei let out a furious roar, causing the entire world to tremble. His long hair fluttered behind him as a domineering aura rushed out from his body. Instead of dodging, he took a step forward and punched out with his right fist. Instantly, his fist was filled with primal Tao patterns and his chaotic true energy surged. Boom. Gu Fei's right fist fiercely collided with the 2 golems' fists. A single fist blocked 2 fists and the powerful force directly shattered the 2 golems' fists. The 2 golems were directly smashed into the killing array by Gu Fei. Rumble. At this moment, the power of Genesis rushed towards the 2 golems from all directions. These 2 golems only struggled for a moment in Tian's killing array before they were shattered into millions of pieces and turned into dust by the power of Genesis. After the 3 golems were destroyed, Tian didn't remove the killing array. He directly became one with the array and rushed up into the sky. A huge hole was instantly torn open in the thick layer of clouds. An ancient city floated above the layer of clouds, emitting an ancient aura. This was the divine city left behind by a Saint King. When everyone saw the ancient city, they couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. As expected, the item left behind by the Saint King was in the sky. They didn't know what was in the depths of this world, but after those people entered, they seemed to have encountered a powerful existence and were engaged in an endless battle. Inside the ancient city refined by the Saint King, there was definitely a divine treasury left behind by the Saint King. Tian soared into the sky and rushed towards the ancient city. However, at this moment, a lump of black qi flew out from the ancient city and instantly enveloped the heaven and earth, descending towards Tian. What? Tian was shocked. He sensed an extremely powerful energy. The energy contained in this lump of black qi was extraordinary, and it seemed to be an evil energy. What is this? Gu Fei was also shocked. He could sense the power of this energy. One thought heaven and earth. Tian shouted and directly displayed the strongest power of the killing array. The killing array revolved and countless formation runes blossomed with the most resplendent divine light. The center of the killing array produced a heaven-devouring power, wanting to devour the black qi descending from the sky. However, when the black qi was really devoured by the killing array, a shocking scene occurred. The formation runes of the killing array laid down by Tian gradually dimmed. The black qi contained a terrifying corrosive power, and it could actually corrode Tian's formation runes. This caused Tian to be incomparably shocked. One must know that the killing array he laid down, the formation runes were branded in the void, and they were almost indestructible. Could it be that thing? Tian seemed to have thought of something. He didn't dare to use the power of the killing array to devour the black qi descending from the sky. He controlled the killing array and quickly retreated. Boss, it's up to you now. I'm going to use the mountain and river cauldron. Tian retreated. He had no way of breaking through the black qi. One must know that it wasn't an ordinary item. The chances of such an item appearing were really too low. In the history of cultivation, it had only appeared a few times. How could such a thing appear here? Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. This black chi had a great origin and it was the evilest thing in the world. As long as one came into contact with it, even a saint's vitality would be greatly injured. It's that bastard Long Bideo, I'm going to kill him. He Tian sensed Long Bideo's aura. This Long Bideo was truly amazing, to actually obtain such an evil thing. Could it be that he wanted to kill everyone in one fell swoop? Master, what is this thing? Gu Zhong asked. The speed at which the black chi descended wasn't fast, but it covered the entire sky. Everywhere the black chi passed, everything was annihilated, even the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was destroyed. If I'm not wrong, this black chi is a type of corpse chi. Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry to act. Corpse chi? How is this possible? What kind of corpse chi can threaten Master He? Gu Zhong was shocked when he heard this. This black chi was actually corpse chi. This was truly unexpected. Moreover, this corpse chi was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to destroy everything. This isn't an ordinary corpse chi. This is something that is formed after a saint's corpse has been rotting for countless years. He Tian said. Saint's corpse chi. Chapter 1840. The black chi was like a cloud, covering the sky and sinking downwards. Everywhere it passed, the void was annihilated and everything was devoured, leaving nothing behind. After a saint's death, their corpses would rot and turn into extremely poisonous corpse chi. This corpse chi was extremely terrifying, even a saint would be in big trouble if he were to come in contact with it. Gu Fei and the others were not saints, if they breathed in a bit of this corpse chi they would be destroyed. Buzz. The shadow of a giant cauldron rushed out of Gu Fei's body and enveloped everyone inside. Gu Fei used the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to protect everyone. Boss, hurry up, if we let this corpse chi spread, I'm afraid this world will be finished. He Tian's heart ached. This corpse chi was devouring the spiritual chi in this world. The spiritual chi in this world was decreasing rapidly. Gu Fei was not in a hurry. He flipped his right hand and an ancient cauldron the size of a fist appeared in his hand. An extremely ancient and vicissitude aura spread from the ancient cauldron. This is the cauldron of mountain and river. Zhong Li Meng was in disbelief because the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand was too ordinary. Although it was an ancient object, there were definitely many ancient objects left behind in the human world. The ancient bronze cauldron had ancient patterns carved on it. There were birds, beasts, insects, fishes, rivers, lakes, mountains, and even the silhouettes of ancient people. Although this ancient cauldron was only the size of a fist, it was 10,000 zhang wide. This ancient cauldron was an unparalleled divine cauldron that had appeared since the age of legends. Come. Gu Fei held the ancient cauldron and lifted it up. Boom. A muffled sound came from the ancient cauldron and a whirlpool appeared at the mouth of the cauldron. The ancient cauldron produced a heaven-devouring force, continuously devouring the corpse chi that was descending from the sky. You're courting death, how dare you fight with me for this world? In the sky, outside the gate of the ancient city, Long Ba Dao sneered. He held a pitch-black gourd in his hand. The corpse chi was released from this black gourd. The resources of the extraterrestrial divine mountain were indeed astonishing. They had actually refined the saint's corpse chi into a magic treasure. The corpse chi of a sage was no ordinary corpse chi. It was an extremely poisonous gas formed after the corpses of sage realm experts rotted away after their deaths. Saint-level experts wouldn't die so easily. Even in the mythological era and the ancient desolate era, saint-level experts were lofty existences. Even if a saint-level expert died, his corpse would be immortal and difficult to decay. This required a special place or a special method to cause the corpse of a saint-level expert to decay. What happened? Just as Long Bideo was feeling extremely pleased with himself, thinking that he could kill Gu Fei and the rest in one fell swoop, he suddenly sensed something and his face became extremely ugly. Rumble. The layers of darkness that enveloped the sky actually surged, as if there was a powerful devouring force that was constantly devouring the corpse chi of the saints. How is this possible? Long Bideo was shocked. At this time the black gourd in his hand was shaking. The corpse energy released from the black gourd was rapidly decreasing. Long Bideo quickly made a hand seal and activated the black gourd. He wanted to take back the saint corpse chi that he had released. The mouth of the black gourd immediately emitted a black light and produced a powerful devouring power. There were Dao patterns on the body of the gourd, and a saint-level aura and fluctuations spread out from the black gourd. However, at this time the corpse energy of the saints was out of control. No matter how long Badeo activated the black gourd, it was difficult to retrieve it. Damn it. Long Badeo exerted all his strength. His entire body was filled with mighty immortal Dao divine power. His face had already turned red. He had used all his strength, but it was impossible to change anything. The black chi that enveloped the entire sky disappeared quickly, and finally, all of it was absorbed into an ancient cauldron the size of a fist. When Long Badeo saw the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand, he was extremely shocked. The extraterrestrial divine mountain was an ancient inheritance that could even find the corpse energy of saints. In this lineage there were naturally people who knew many secrets of the world. The mountain and river cauldron. Long Badeo's voice was a little shaky. He recognized the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand. Only a supreme divine weapon like this could take away the corpse energy of saints. So it's your doing. Who do you think you are, wanting to kill us in one move? He Tian rushed forward. He used the void formation technique. Countless formation runes rushed out from his body and imprinted themselves in the void. Buzz. The void shook. A killing formation was directly laid out by He Tian. He and the formation became one, communicating with the heaven and earth, drawing upon the power of the world. He Tian used the formation to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, attacking Long Badeo, who was in front of the ancient city. It was as if the heaven and earth were angry, sending down a destructive force to destroy everything. The power of heaven and earth was drawn, and all of it suppressed towards Long Badeo. Seeing this, Long Badeo's expression changed. This He Tian was really strong. His battle strength had already exceeded his expectations. Moreover, Gu Fei also came at this time. No matter how strong Long Badeo was, he would not dare to fight two half-saints at the same time, especially when Gu Fei was not an ordinary half-saint. Swish. Long Badeo was very decisive. He directly broke the void and escaped. Preposterous. He Tian was furious. He never thought that this guy would actually escape. An expert from extraterrestrial divine mountain? In the end he was just a rat. But Gu Fei knew that this Long Badeo was not simple. Seeing that he could not win, he immediately escaped without any hesitation. Such a person would be a good opponent. The ancient city has not been breached by that guy. He Tian put away the killing formation. Everyone came to the front of the ancient city, only to see that the gate was closed. The entire ancient city was under the cover of a huge divine formation. Only through the gate could one enter the city. I didn't think that Long Badeo was that kind of person. Zhong Limeng sighed. She had misjudged him. There was such a huge commotion, but the other people who entered this world had not appeared yet. It seemed that everyone was being held back by something. This part of the world was not peaceful. This was the territory of the ancient desolate beast. For countless years, no one had restrained these wild beasts, so the wild nature of these wild beasts had completely recovered. At this time, even if the ancient sages personally came, they would not be able to suppress these beasts. These beasts needed to be subdued again. These wild beasts naturally wanted to eat the cultivators who had entered this world. One must know that the flesh and blood of a half-step saint contained a large amount of essence chi. The path that these beasts walked was different from the human race. The essence contained in the corpses of cultivators could be refined by these beasts for their own use. For the savage beasts, the cultivators that entered this world were the best food for them. Everyone looked at the ancient city in front of them. The ancient city occupied a large area and floated high in the sky, blocking half of the sky. The buildings in the city were not very luxurious. This ancient city should have been refined by the ancient sage to allow his people to live in it. In the center of the ancient city, there was a divine light flashing. Seeing this divine light, He Tian was extremely excited. He could feel the aura of the origin of heaven and earth. It's in the city, He Tian said. No wonder Long Badeo was attacking the gate. He wanted to enter the ancient city and take away the origin of heaven and earth. As long as he refined the origin of heaven and earth, this world would belong to him. However, the world could change at any time. Even Long Badeo could not change anything. Gu Fei's group was too arrogant. They were not a match for Gu Fei. I also know that the problem is how to enter. Gu Fei frowned as he looked at the ancient city gate. A grand formation laid down by a sage monarch was not so easy to break. It would take some time to prepare. No wonder Long Bideo couldn't break the gate. We need to think about it carefully. He Tian also nodded. A sage monarch's grand formation was not ordinary. It was worth his time to study it. It would help him improve his formation attainments. No one was in a hurry because there was no point in being anxious. Gu Fei and He Tian carefully observed the ancient city's grand formation while Gu Zhong and the others stood to the side. There was a stone base on each side of the gate. The stone base was empty, but there were many stones scattered around it. Obviously, there were 2 stone puppets guarding the city gate. Those 2 stone puppets should have been killed by Long Bideo. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Long Bideo had used his own strength to kill 2 stone puppets. He actually had such powerful battle strength. Gu Fei and the others had seen the power of the stone puppets. They had spent a great deal of effort to kill the previous 3 puppets. With this kind of battle strength, he doesn't dare to fight Master. Gu Zhong said. Many people disapproved of Long Bideo's actions. Long Bideo would do anything to achieve his goals. He's hiding in the dark. We can't guard against him. Old Jiao was a bit worried. Long Bideo was the most outstanding person from extraterrestrial Divine Mountain. Such a person wanted to assassinate someone, very few people could stop him. With me and boss here, that guy won't dare to come again. Don't worry. He Tian said. Long Bideo was scared away by them. If he dared to appear again, it would be impossible for him to escape. There was no doubt about Gu Fei's strength. Hearing He Tian's words, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. But they still didn't dare to relax. It had to be known that their opponent was a half-step saint. Being targeted by a half-step saint wasn't a good thing. So it's here. Chapter 1841. This person is... In front of the ancient city gate, everyone was taken aback. The first person to arrive was actually an old man. This old man wasn't simple. Although he wasn't like Qiu Wuqing and that mysterious woman, there was one thing that could be confirmed. This old man was very powerful. He's one of the 12 semi-sage experts invited by Long Bideo. I didn't expect this guy to hide so deeply. He Tian looked at the old man with a dignified expression. The old man did not emit any powerful aura, but even Gu Fei could feel a strong pressure from the old man. Brother Gu, you really live up to your reputation. You actually found this place. After seeing Gu Fei and the others, the old man did not seem surprised, as if he had already expected that Gu Fei and the others could find the ancient city hidden in the sky. Who are you? Gu Fei did not say anything. He Tian stared at the old man and asked the question that everyone wanted to know. Who is this old man? How could he get rid of those wild beasts? This old man is a nobody, I don't need to say my name. The old man did not want to say his origin. Gu Fei sneered. This guy is pretending to be mysterious, or does he have other motives? But even if this guy had ulterior motives, Gu Fei was not afraid. Boss, what do you think? He Tian's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. He transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Ignore him, said Gu Fei. Although this old man was powerful, he was not someone to be trifled with. The only thing that made Gu Fei worried was that He Tian and himself were the only opponents of this old man. If this old man suddenly attacked Gu Zhong, old Jiao and the others, Gu Zhong and the others would be in danger. Brother Gu, don't worry. This old man means no harm. The old man seemed to have seen through Gu Fei and the others' concerns, so he said these words. Yes. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. This old man had the ability to discern a person's thoughts from their body language and had actually guessed the trace of worry in his heart. Of course, with Gu Fei's current cultivation and strength, if others wanted to deal with him, they would have to be very careful. If they couldn't kill Gu Fei, then they would have to bear Gu Fei's revenge. Gu Fei was a ruthless person who dared to challenge quasi-sages. Quasi-sages had already been recognized as the pinnacle existence in the mortal world, second only to existences like Ghost Emperor Fengdu. At this stage of cultivation, Gu Fei could vaguely guess that Ghost Emperor Fengdu's state was very special. This kind of existence was truly invincible in the world. This is good, Gu Fei said. Although he didn't trust this old man, the old man didn't show any hostility. It seemed like there was no reason to kill him. He was not a homicidal maniac who would kill anyone he saw. Buzz. At this moment, a sword light suddenly broke through the layer of clouds below the ancient city and rushed up. It was a powerful sword cultivator. He became one with the sword and turned into a sword light, landing in front of the city gate. It was a skinny middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face was sallow and sickly, but no one dared to look down on him. This person was like an unsheathed heavenly sword from head to toe. The sword chi fluctuation of the half-step saint realm caused the surrounding temperature to drop. This middle-aged man was also one of the 12 half-step saints invited by Long Badeo. Among the 12 half-step saints invited by Long Badeo, besides one who was killed by Gu Fei, the other one was killed by red blood beast Huang and used as food. However, what surprised Gu Fei was that Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman were the strongest among the 12 half-step saints. However, these two people found the ancient city in the sky earlier than Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman. Roar. At this moment, a furious roar rang out from the depths of this world. Qiu Wuqing. Upon hearing this voice, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. He was well aware of Qiu Wuqing's combat strength. This was an expert who could fight endlessly with him. Moreover, Qiu Wuqing had the rare God-fiend body. The God-fiend body could only be possessed by those who had truly awakened the God-fiend bloodline. Among the ancient deity demons in the God-fallen sea, there was absolutely no one who could have the God-fiend body. In this life, among the deity demons, only Qiu Wuqing had the God-fiend body. There was no doubt that this ancient body was powerful. Hearing Qiu Wuqing's roar, he seemed to be in big trouble and was fighting with a powerful existence. The powerful God-fiend aura could even be sensed from the ancient city in the sky. Old Qiu has encountered a powerful enemy. Tian was shocked. In this world, there seemed to be an existence that could force Qiu Wuqing to go all out. This surprised him a little. However, this was a cave refined by the ancient sages. It seemed that nothing was impossible. The stone puppets from before had a powerful strength that was close to that of a sage to be. In other areas of this world there was also a strong fluctuation. Needless to say, it was the others who had encountered trouble. "Boss, what should we do next?" Tian asked Gu Fei. Now that there were more and more people, Qiu Wuqing and the others would arrive soon. Long Badeo was hiding in the dark and was the most difficult to guard against. The lineage of the extraterrestrial divine mountain was very ancient. No one knew what other trump cards Long Badeo had not used. One should know that he even had a magic treasure refined from the corpse chi of a sage. In fact, what Gu Fei didn't know was that when the corpse chi of a sage was taken away by Gu Fei with the mountain and river cauldron, Long Badeo's heart was bleeding. This was a magic treasure that he obtained when he explored an ancient relic. The black gourd itself had an extraordinary origin. It was the first gourd that grew on a nether ghost vine that grew in the depths of hell. This was an evil object of extreme yin that was bred by the endless death chi. It was born from heaven and earth, which also meant that this ghost vine was extraordinary. Only this kind of gourd could contain the corpse chi of a sage. Let's wait and see. Gu Fei didn't want to make a move too early. He wanted to see how these people would break the gate and enter the ancient city. This was a divine city that was sealed by the Sage King himself. None of the 12 sage to be invited by Long Badeo were weak. These people definitely had many tricks up their sleeves. However, Gu Fei was not in a hurry. Tian nodded. Only by knowing oneself and one's enemy could one win 100 battles. Let's see if we can find Long Badeo first. He is hiding in the dark and is very disadvantageous to us. Gu Fei wanted to eliminate Long Badeo, this hidden danger. Long Badeo actually wanted to kill them with the death chi of a sage. He felt a little uneasy if he didn't get rid of such a person. I think so too. Tian almost fell for it. He was even more eager to get rid of Long Badeo. Chapter 1842. The divine art of divination was a secret technique of the heavenly secret sect. No one knew where Tian learned it from. Even though it was just a little, it seemed to be the real deal. He kept forming hand seals and a mysterious and profound aura spread out from his body. He seemed to be communicating with the heavens and earth, attracting a trace of strange fluctuations. Can Uncle He succeed? Gu Zhong and Old Jiao were a little nervous. They knew that Tian and Gu Fei were looking for Long Badeo because of them. Long Badeo was strong, but he was not a threat to Gu Fei and Tian. Gu Zhong, Old Jiao and Zhong Liming were different. They were only at the first sky of Almighty Realm. They were not Long Badeo's match. Even Gu Zhong might not be able to compete with Long Badeo. After all, Long Badeo was a half-step saint. Unless Gu Zhong could cultivate to the 5th sky of Almighty Realm. Only martial artists at the 5th sky of Almighty Realm and above were qualified to challenge half-step saints. Gu Zhong was not his master Gu Fei. Swoosh. At this time, He Tian's eyes suddenly shot out two rays of divine light. The power of yin and yang circulated in his eyes. Dao patterns intertwined in the depths of his eyes. Found it. After a series of deductions, he actually found the approximate location of Long Badeo, which made Gu Fei and the others surprised and happy at the same time. Then, Gu Fei and He Tian immediately moved towards Long Badeo's location. Gu Zhong and the others were taken into Gu Fei's inner world. The world left behind by the ancient sages was very big. It was 100,000 miles wide. It was too easy to hide a person in such a big world. However, Long Badeo was very unlucky. He encountered a freak like He Tian. Kill. He Tian used the void formation technique. Countless formation patterns rushed out from his body and branded in all directions, covering a certain mountain in the sage world. Roar. Immediately after, an angry roar came from the depths of the mountain and a figure rushed out. That person was none other than Long Badeo. Without any words, He Tian and Long Badeo started fighting. The killing formation was activated and countless divine lights pierced towards Long Badeo. The void was being destroyed. He Tian was really angry. He attacked with all his strength. If it were not for Gu Fei, he would have been killed by this so-called descendant of extraterrestrial divine mountain. The corpse chi of a sage was an extremely poisonous substance that even sages were afraid of. He Tian was just a semi-sage. So as long as a trace of sage's death chi touched his body, he would die. No matter how talented he would still die. Long Badeo was also very clear that when he attacked Gu Fei and the others, he already knew that if he couldn't kill them, he would be in danger. Of course, he was an expert from the extraterrestrial divine mountain with a mysterious and ancient force behind him. He was not afraid of Gu Fei. Boom. The black gourd in Long Badeo's hand spewed out rays of black light. This black gourd was used to store the corpse chi of a sage. This gourd was not only able to store the corpse chi of a sage, it was also an incomparably powerful instrument. Rays of black light pierced through the void, destroying everything. Even the formation runes that He Tian had left in the void were destroyed by the black light. A wave of sage-level energy spread out from the black gourd. Divine instrument. He Tian was shocked. Long Badeo was the descendant of extraterrestrial divine mountain and had many treasures on him. This black gourd was also a rare instrument. Collect. Long Badeo suddenly pointed the black gourd at He Tian and activated a technique. A heaven-devouring force immediately rushed out from the black gourd and swallowed He Tian, who was in the killing formation. What? He Tian felt his body tighten as if it was tied up by an invisible thread. Then he flew towards the mouth of the black gourd. Want to take your father? With a single thought, an almost invisible sword light rushed out from Mahakala's body. It immediately destroyed the devouring power that enveloped him, and then rushed towards Long Badeo. Divine sword. Long Badeo's heart skipped a beat when he saw the almost transparent sword light. His opponent also had a divine weapon, and it was an almost transparent divine sword. The invisible sword light was as fast as lightning. In an instant it arrived in front of Long Badeo. The cold sword chi made Long Badeo feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Swoosh. Just as the formless sword light was about to hit Long Badeo, a divine diagram suddenly rushed out of Long Badeo's body and enveloped him. Buzz. The invisible divine sword struck the divine diagram and slid past it. The invisible divine sword light was deflected by the power that erupted from the divine diagram. What? He Tian couldn't help being startled. Long Badeo really had quite a few treasures on him. He's going to escape again. Suddenly, Gu Fei's voice rang in He Tian's mind. Escaping again. He Tian was startled. This place was already sealed by his killing formation. How could this guy still escape? Swoosh. At this moment, the divine diagram that enveloped Long Badeo suddenly shone with millions of divine lights. It actually pierced through the void, wrapped around Long Badeo, and directly escaped. Boom. At the same time, a huge hand directly grabbed down from the sky, smashing the void and turning the place where Long Badeo was into chaos. Gu Fei took action, but he was half a step too slow. Long Badeo escaped into the void and disappeared in an instant. His speed was unimaginable. Roar. He Tian roared at the sky. Long Badeo was too cunning and had secret treasures on him. Even with Gu Fei's help, this guy still escaped again. However, He Tian would not let this guy go so easily. He put away the killing formation and once again used the great divination divine art to deduce Long Badeo's location. However, this time He Tian's great divination divine art failed. Long Badeo seemed to have used a secret treasure to hide himself. At this time, even if the real Heaven's secret sect master came, he would not be able to deduce Long Badeo's location. Long Badeo knew that he was not a match for Gu Fei and He Tian. He did not want to take the risk. He was a very cautious person, otherwise he would not have lived until now. Damn it. After deducing more than a dozen times in a row, He Tian had to give up. If a half-saint wanted to escape, and this master had an artifact that could allow him to escape, it would be very difficult to intercept such an existence. Unless Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron first to seal the heaven and earth, then he would be able to stop Long Badeo. Rumble. Just as He Tian was filled with hatred, a thunderous sound came from the sky. Starting so soon. Chapter 1843. Long Badeo's escape made He Tian very unhappy. That guy was extremely cunning and did not dare to confront He Tian and Gu Fei head-on at all. He directly escaped with a secret treasure. This outstanding figure from the extraterrestrial divine mountain seemed to be as good at escaping as He Tian. Rumble. At this moment, a muffled thunderous sound came from the sky. The thick layer of clouds above the mountain peak surged violently. Soon, the clouds dispersed and an ancient city appeared high up in the sky. An ancient and vicissitude aura spread out from the ancient city. I didn't expect it to be in the sky. Someone exclaimed. Not everyone could find the ancient city in the sky immediately. The ancient city was protected by the ancient sage's formation. If it wasn't for someone attacking the formation protecting the ancient city's aura wouldn't have leaked out. It's finally starting. Someone can't wait any longer. Gu Fei muttered. At this time he did not release Gu Zhong and the others who were in his inner world. This level of competition was not something they could handle. If it was in the human world, a cultivator of the almighty realm would be able to hold his own. However, it was not possible here. One should know that those who entered the sage realm were all experts of the half-step saint realm. Even Gu Zhong could not compete with a half-step saint at this time. Boss, should we go and have a look? He Tian knew that those half-step saints who were tricked by Long Badeo also had many secret treasures on them. Perhaps they could break open the Sage King formation. Die, evil beast. Just when Gu Fei and the others were about to soar into the sky, a roar came from the depths of the mountain. Then an extremely powerful divine demon force instantly erupted. Swoosh. Then a blood light suddenly appeared in the depths of the mountain. A giant beast suddenly fell to the ground. Qiu Wuqing. Qiu Wuqing's combat strength was unquestionable. In Gu Fei's view, Qiu Wuqing's strength was probably above Azure Dragon's. He was a formidable opponent. A figure walked out from the depths of the mountain ridge. The power of gods and demons was vast and mighty. Qiu Wuqing was like the Grim Reaper that walked out from hell. Fresh blood was still dripping from the halberd in his hand. Qiu Wuqing had also discovered Gu Fei and He Tian. However, he didn't come over. Instead, he took a glance at the place where Gu Fei and He Tian were. Then he wielded his halberd and rushed towards the ancient city in the sky. Rumble. The muffled sounds of thunder continued to ring out. This time, the ripples of energy in the sky were much more powerful. Someone was attacking with a saint weapon. The saintly aura surged through the surroundings, intimidating the entire world. Even the most powerful ferocious beast in the world did not dare to make any strange movements at this moment. Without becoming a saint, one would always be an ant. In front of the power of a saint, even a powerful beast at the level of a beast emperor would have to bow its head. There was no doubt about it. Very quickly, a figure also rushed out from another region of the world. That person was that mysterious woman. She held a divine bow in her hand and her entire body was shrouded in a layer of divine fire. She stepped on fire clouds and looked like a fairy in the fire. She was elegant and otherworldly without a trace of the aura of a mortal. Let's go and watch the show. Gu Fei rushed into the sky. With one step he arrived at the peak of the mountain in an instant. Then he went directly to the city gate of the ancient city in the sky. He Tian arrived soon after. Brother Gu. After the mysterious woman saw Gu Fei, she walked over. Qiu Wuqing also saw Gu Fei. However, he did not walk over. He only nodded at Gu Fei and ignored Gu Fei and He Tian. Gu Fei did not mind. This was Qiu Wuqing's temperament. He was cold and gave people a feeling that it was difficult to get close to him. At this time, there were already 5 or 6 people gathered in front of the city gate. Gu Fei was surprised to find that among these people, there were actually unfamiliar faces. There were 2 people that Gu Fei had not seen before. These 2 people were not among the 12 sage to be invited by Long Badeo. Could it be that there were still cultivators in this sage world? The 2 people had a fierce aura on them. This kind of aura was accumulated by living in the sacred mountain for many years and fighting with powerful beasts. The 2 cultivators were also wrapped in the skin of some kind of strange beast. They looked like hunters in the mountains. However, it would be wrong to look down on them because of this. These 2 people were very powerful. They were also at the sage-to-be level. Moreover, they had been fighting with beasts for many years. Their combat experience must be very rich. The old man and the skinny middle-aged man were standing in front of the city gate. They drove the holy weapons in their hands and bombarded the city gate. The strong power of the divine path made everyone feel a great threat. Boom! A divine hammer flew out of the old man's hand. There were countless Dao patterns on the divine hammer. It displayed the strong fluctuation of the divine path and smashed towards the city gate. This was a holy weapon. The brand of the divine path had awakened in the divine hammer, and it displayed an extremely strong power. However, when such a powerful hammer slammed into the city gates, the 2 tightly shut gates also began to glow with immortal Dao runes. The divine patterns of the immortal path interweaved and attracted the power of the immortal path. The divine hammer actually bounced away. The formation set up by the King of Saints was not that easy to break. The old man flew up and caught the divine hammer that was bounced away. He could not help but shake his head. Ordinary divine weapons really could not shake the King of Saints formation that covered the entire ancient city. However, a shocking sword chi rushed out of the middle-aged man's body. A huge golden dragon rushed out of his body and instantly soared tens of thousands of feet. Then it swooped down and collided with the city gate. The powerful ripples of sword chi caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Everyone felt a chill in their bodies as if they had fallen into an ice cave. It's the golden dragon sword. I didn't expect this divine sword to appear. Someone recognized the dragon-shaped sword light. It was the golden dragon sword, which had appeared during the later period of the primordial age. It was a divine sword refined by a person called the Golden Dragon Saint. Legend had it that the Golden Dragon Saint was a true 9 heavens golden dragon that cultivated into a divine dragon. The Golden Dragon Sword was a divine sword refined by him using his transformed divine body. Although the Golden Dragon Saint was a demonic saint, he often took human form and walked among humans. He had once left behind a great reputation, and was an unparalleled existence during the later period of the primordial age. The golden dragon sword that had turned into a huge golden dragon instantly collided with the ancient city gate. This time, ripples visible to the naked eye appeared on the city gate, spreading in all directions like waves. However, the golden dragon also dissipated. A divine sword that shone with golden light vibrated. The divine sword was also knocked away by the power of the King of Saints formation on the city gate. What? Even the golden dragon sword can't break it. What should we do? Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Those who knew about the origin of the Golden Dragon Saint were even more shocked. The Golden Dragon Saint seemed to be a king of sages. This golden dragon sword is indeed extraordinary. Gu Fei and He Tian looked at each other. The golden dragon sword was already able to shake the ancient city gate, but the problem was that the middle-aged man's cultivation was not high enough. It was impossible for him to unleash the true power of the golden dragon sword. The skinny middle-aged man was only a half-sage, and the golden dragon sword was a legendary weapon refined by the king of demons. A half-sage's cultivation could not awaken the king of sages' imprint in the golden dragon sword. Unless the descendant of the golden dragon saint came and poured his blood on the divine sword, he might be able to awaken the great path imprint in the king of sages' divine weapon. It was obvious that the skinny middle-aged man did not have any demonic aura on him. He was not a demonic cultivator, and it was even more impossible for him to be the descendant of the golden dragon saint in the later period of the primordial age. "Fellow Daoists, come and lend me a hand," the middle-aged man said to the crowd. The golden dragon sword had already flown back into his hand. The golden dragon sword had just successfully shaken the ancient city's grand formation. That was obvious to all, and the crowd could not help but be tempted. All right. The old man walked over and placed his right hand on the middle-aged man's back, injecting his immortal power into the man's body. Seeing the old man walk out, a few others walked out as well and placed their hands on the middle-aged man's shoulder or back. Rumble. 4 half-sages were exerting their powers at the same time. The middle-aged man's body immediately rumbled with the sound of wind and thunder. His slightly pale face was now flushed red. He used a secret art and guided the 4 powerful forces that had rushed into his body into the golden dragon sword in his hand. Buzz. The golden dragon sword was ringing, and an astonishing burst of sword chi erupted from it. A series of tiny dragon-shaped Dao patterns seemed to have sprung to life as they swam across the blade of the golden dragon sword. The divine sword seemed to be showing signs of awakening under the powerful divine power. The middle-aged man's face was so red that he looked like he was about to bleed. He circulated his magic power with all his might and guided the power of the 4 half-sages behind him into the golden dragon sword. Boom! Suddenly, the golden dragon sword exerted a powerful suction force and began devouring the power of the middle-aged man and the 4 half-sages behind him. What? The 4 half-sages behind the middle-aged man were shocked. They could sense that their origin power was being shaken by the devouring force, and the power of the immortal Dao within them was rapidly being drained away. The golden dragon sword underwent a shocking change. The brand of the great Dao within it was truly awakening, and it was being forcibly awakened by powerful magic power. Wisps of holy aura began to proliferate from the golden dragon sword. Everyone's expressions changed. Even Gu Fei's expression grew solemn. He Tian put away his trademark frivolous expression and watched the scene unfold. Gu Fei and He Tian had both cultivated the eyes of God, so they could see 9 faint patterns on the golden dragon sword. They were 9 Dao patterns. Once one's cultivation reached a certain level, all Dao patterns would gradually evolve into 9 ultimate Dao patterns. Even Saint Kings were no exception. Chapter 1844. The golden dragon sword refined by a sage king was incomparably powerful. The 9 runes imprinted on the blade were faintly discernible, and a wave of sage aura emanated from the divine sword. The divine sword hummed and gradually awakened. However, the middle-aged man and the 4 half-saints behind him had already turned deathly pale. The golden dragon sword was constantly devouring the power in their bodies. The suction from the divine sword had even shaken their origin power. The golden dragon sword automatically devoured the power of the 5 half-saints. Only with the combined power of 5 half-saints could the golden dragon sword show signs of awakening. Fellow Daoists, what are you waiting for? The middle-aged man said weakly to the people around him. At this time, only the golden dragon sword had a chance of breaking through the Sage King's formation. Let's go all out. Someone stepped forward and pressed his palm on the middle-aged man. He circulated the power in his body and poured a powerful immortal essence into the middle-aged man's body. The divine sword continued to vibrate, and the golden sword aura emanating from the sword became even stronger. The golden divine light illuminated half the sky, turning it golden. At this time another person stepped forward. These people could already tell that if the golden dragon sword could really unleash its true power, it would have no problem breaking through the ancient city's ceiling formation. The sword aura emanating from the golden dragon sword grew more and more intense. In the end, even the 2 people in animal skins made their moves. After devouring an endless amount of power, the golden dragon sword finally awakened. Sword aura filled the sky, and the golden divine sword became the only thing between heaven and earth. The powerful fluctuations of the Sage King level made everyone's expression change. The golden dragon sword, which had gathered the power of 7 half-saints, finally displayed its true power. Of course, this power was still less than a tenth of the golden dragon sword's true power. The golden dragon sword had only awakened a small portion of its power, but it was already enough. Break for me! The middle-aged man roared. He used all his strength to drive the awakened golden dragon sword. The divine sword immediately flew out and turned into a golden dragon, charging towards the tightly shut city gates. The golden dragon was like a real dragon with flesh and blood from the 9 heavens. It exuded an unparalleled dragon aura that shook the heavens and the earth. Faint dragon roars could be heard in the void. Gu Fei and He Tian had been watching from the sidelines, not taking any action. The golden dragon sword was indeed worthy of being a holy monarch divine sword. It actually required the power of 7 half-sages to awaken. If it were an ordinary holy weapon, it would not require this. Boom. Amidst an earth-shattering noise, the golden dragon slammed into the city gate, causing countless formation runes to appear on the city gate. Under the attack of the powerful sword Qi, a large number of runes collapsed. The Sage King level runes had actually been destroyed. A crack was blasted open on the tightly shut city gate, and everyone was pleasantly surprised to see that the golden dragon sword was indeed extremely powerful. The golden dragon sword was a saint ruler weapon refined by a supreme figure in the later stages of the primordial era. The sword was very famous during that time. However, since the golden dragon sword had been obtained by a later generation, it also meant that the golden dragon saint might have fallen. It should be known that the divine weapon refined by a saint would never leave their body. Once it left their body, there was only one result, and that was that the original owner had fallen. Even someone as powerful as a Sage King could fall. The city gate has really been blasted open. Gu Fei and He Tian could not help but be shocked when they saw this. At this moment, Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman, who had been quietly observing the situation like Gu Fei, were also extremely shocked. Once again, everyone poured an immeasurable amount of spiritual essence into the golden dragon divine sword. Once again, the golden dragon divine sword erupted with a terrifying fluctuation that shook the heavens. The divine sword transformed into a golden dragon and charged towards the city gate that had already been blasted open. There was another loud explosion, and the heavy city gate was blasted open a little more. However, it was still difficult for one person to pass through. The middle-aged man guided the power of the 6 half-step saints behind him to drive the golden dragon sword and attacked another 4 or 5 times. At this time, a gap that could allow one person to pass through finally appeared on the city gate. At this time, the middle-aged man and the other 6 half-step saints were so tired that they were drenched in sweat. They looked as if they had just jumped out of the water and were on the verge of collapsing. Thank you everyone. At this time, He Tian walked up with a smile and directly entered the ancient city. The middle-aged man's expression changed greatly. The city gate that they had blasted open with their lives was actually beaten by someone else and entered the ancient city before them. This made them so angry that they almost vomited blood. Seeing that He Tian had entered the ancient city, Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman also moved. With a flash, they also entered the ancient city. However, when Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman rushed into the ancient city, there was a cry of surprise and the sound of a big fight coming from within the ancient city. Roar, what's going on? Qiu Wuqing's voice was heard. He seemed to have encountered some trouble in the city, and a powerful wave of divine demon power spread out from the city gate. Damn it! The mysterious woman's voice was also heard. Yes, thank you both for scouting the way for me. At this time, He Tian's voice was heard from behind the city gate. Although he was the first person to enter the ancient city, he did not walk in. He only hid behind the city gate. This guy was very careful. No one knew what dangers were in the city. When Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman saw that Erebus had entered the ancient city, they naturally didn't want to be left behind. Hence they dashed in immediately. How could they have known that Erebus was actually hiding behind the city gate when they dashed in? You're cheating people again. When Gu Fei walked into the ancient city and saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked. He saw that Qiu Wuqing was surrounded by 3 stone men on the streets of the ancient city. On the other hand, the mysterious woman had barged into a killing formation. She was constantly attacking the formation, trying to break out of it. There was indeed something strange about this ancient city. The stone men puppets were extremely powerful and had strength close to the saint level. Qiu Wuqing was in great danger as he fought with the 3 stone men. Puppets were ultimately still puppets. Under the situation where there was no one controlling them, although they had great strength, they were still not as flexible as a real person. Roar. After Qiu Wuqing forced 2 stone men to retreat, he suddenly let out a loud roar and leaped up. He waved the black halberd in his hands with all his strength and slashed at the 3rd stone man puppet with all his might. Bang! The black halberd slashed on the head of the stone man puppet. The halberd directly exploded half of the stone man puppet's head. Chapter 1845. The gate of the ancient city was blasted open. The golden dragon sword was indeed worthy of being a saint weapon refined by a saint king in the late primordial era. Even though it hadn't fully awakened, it was enough to shake the saint king formation. Of course, both formations and saint weapons were things refined by saints to improve their combat strength. However, saint weapons were saint weapons after all, so they were naturally more powerful than formations. Buzz. The golden dragon sword vibrated. The 7 half-saints were on the verge of collapse. The golden dragon sword stopped devouring the essence of the 7 half-saints, and the golden light it emitted gradually dimmed. Preposterous. The 7 half-saints who had contributed the most were so angry that they almost vomited blood when they saw Gu Fei and the others taking advantage of the situation and rushing into the ancient city first. However, they couldn't do anything at this time. He Tian's loud laughter came from the gate, and the 7 half-saints' expressions became even more unsightly. The middle-aged man and the 6 half-saints sat cross-legged on the ground and used all their strength to draw the surrounding spirit chi of heaven and earth. They wanted to recover their lost vitality as quickly as possible. The 7 half-saints worked together, and the spirit chi of heaven and earth in all directions was drawn to the 7 figures sitting cross-legged outside the city gate. They were like 7 bottomless vortexes that devoured almost all the spirit chi of heaven and earth in a radius of 10,000 miles. The spirit chi of heaven and earth was dense in this part of the sage world, and the trees here were taller and more luxuriant than those outside. Some trees had even grown for 10,000 years and had become tree spirits. Phew. The middle-aged man let out a long sigh after an hour, then stood up and put the golden dragon sword that was hovering above everyone's head back into his body. The middle-aged man had an impressive background. He was an expert from an ancient sword cultivation sect, the Sky Rapier sect. The golden dragon sword was the Sky Rapier sect's sect-guarding divine weapon. Swoosh. The middle-aged man transformed into a ray of sword light and rushed into the ancient city. Gu Fei and the others were nowhere to be seen by now. The city was filled with a tense atmosphere. Everyone wanted to obtain the item in the depths of the ancient city. Bang. 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 Heavy footsteps sounded out in the surroundings of the ancient city. There were stone golem puppets everywhere in the ancient city. They were a powerful force that protected the ancient city. The stone golems in the ancient city contained a portion of the Sage King's great Tao imprint and were extremely powerful. Each of the stone golems had a combat strength of at least a quasi-sage. However, these stone men had a fatal weakness. They didn't have their own consciousness and couldn't react accurately to any sudden situation. However, the stone golems had a common goal, which was to kill all living beings that dared to enter the ancient city. That was the mission that the Saint King had given the stone golems. The middle-aged man had no choice but to stop because a figure had appeared in front of him. It was a stone golem. At this moment, the stone man also noticed the middle-aged man. He took a step forward and instantly appeared before the middle-aged man. He then threw a punch at the middle-aged man. Rumble. That stone fist was extremely heavy, causing the void to tremble. The power of this fist was too great, causing the middle-aged man's expression to change. The battle was unavoidable. The middle-aged man and the stone man clashed together. At this moment, intense energy waves erupted from various places in the ancient city. It was hard for anyone who entered the ancient city to avoid bumping into the stone golems that guarded the ancient city. Boom! A stone golem exploded and a figure passed through the shattered rocks. This person was extremely powerful. His black hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes were like cold stars. It was Gu Fei. In another direction the void vibrated. Countless runes covered a radius of 100 feet. This was a killing formation. Within the killing formation were 3 stone golems. The stone golems were very strong. Even though they were trapped by the killing formation, they were still charging left and right. They shook the killing formation and were about to break out. I'll let you have a taste of how strong your Grandpa He is. In the middle of the killing formation, a figure sat cross-legged in the air. Countless runes rushed out from his body, imprinting themselves in the air. The killing formation triggered a heaven-shaking power that rushed towards the 3 stone golems in the middle of the formation. If an ordinary half-sage was trapped in this killing formation, he would have been killed long ago. However, these 3 stone golems were puppets refined by the Sage King. The Sage King's methods were very powerful. He had refined countless stone golems, and every single one of them had the combat strength of a half-sage. This was simply an army of half-sages. Even if it was a power that had existed for countless years, it would be impossible for them to have such an army. He Tian wanted to destroy these 3 stone golems. The shocking divine light within the killing formation transformed into a sword of extermination, piercing through the 3 stone golems from all directions. Even though the 3 stone golems were very strong, they still suffered a huge impact. Dust was constantly falling from their bodies. At this moment, Gu Fei had already destroyed the last stone golem and was walking towards He Tian. On the dark street, only Gu Fei's footsteps could be heard. This street was deserted. Broken rocks could be seen everywhere on the ground. These were the broken pieces of the stone golems that were killed by Gu Fei. All the stone golems on the street had been cleared by him. At the end of the street, He Tian was still operating the killing formation. He wanted to kill the 3 stone golems that he had trapped in the formation. However, these stone golems were still puppets refined by the Sage King. They weren't that easy to kill. "Do you need my help?" Gu Fei asked. I couldn't ask for more. After He Tian saw that Gu Fei had arrived, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. They couldn't waste any more time because many people had already entered this ancient city. He had already sensed the fluctuation of a sage-level expert appearing in the center of this ancient city. Someone had already charged into the depths of this ancient city with a sage-level treasure. If someone else obtained that item, then it would have nothing to do with them anymore. All right. Gu Fei nodded and directly walked into He Tian's killing formation. He walked towards the 3 stone golems that were trapped in it. His expression was relaxed, without a trace of nervousness. Without any suspense, Gu Fei attacked. The 3 stone golems were immediately destroyed by his chaotic fists. A portion of the great Dao imprints within the stone golems also dissipated. Let's go. Gu Fei punched 3 times consecutively and destroyed the 3 stone golems. He then directly walked towards the depths of the ancient city. At this time, 2 powerful auras had already appeared in the depths of the ancient city. Someone had entered earlier than Gu Fei and the others to fight for that item. Chapter 1846. The ancient city was dark. From time to time, heavy footsteps could be heard. It was the stoneman puppets patrolling the city. While Gu Fei and He Tian were walking towards the depths of the ancient city, a great battle had already broken out. Powerful fluctuations of half-step saints spread out. What's going on? Gu Fei and He Tian were a bit astonished because the 2 existences that were fighting were actually 2 experts invited by Long Badeo. These 2 experts were fighting over the same thing. "Xian Tong, hand that thing over." One of the short and fat old man roared. His eyes were red as if he was angered to the extreme. He kept using his ultimate techniques to attack his opponent. "Old immeasurable ghost, if you have the ability, then take that thing from my hands." The middle-aged Daoist called Xian Tong said. There was a faint divine light flickering in his sleeve, as if there really was a divine item in his sleeve. Damn it! The immeasurable old man was truly enraged. Originally he was the one who saw that item, but this Xian Tong had interfered and taken that item away. How could this not infuriate the immeasurable old man? At this time Gu Fei and He Tian came over. They couldn't help but be a little surprised when they saw the 2 experts fighting. What was hidden in Xian Tong's sleeve? Something that could make 2 half-step saints fight over it was absolutely extraordinary. Boom! Without hesitation, He Tian attacked. Countless formation runes rushed out from his body and branded into the void, forming a formation in the void. The shocking killing intent caused the 2 half-saints who were fighting to be shocked. The sudden attack caused the 2 half-step saints to be a little flustered. He Tian's killing formation instantly enveloped a radius of 1,000 zhang, covering the 2 half-step saints. Bang! The immeasurable old man's hand bloomed with immeasurable immortal light. A huge seal rushed out from his hand. Suddenly, thousands of auspicious qi appeared and the power of the immortal Dao filled the space. Under the power of the seal, the formation runes of He Tian's killing formation were dissipating. Sacred artifact. When He Tian saw this scene, his pupils involuntarily contracted. This immeasurable old man actually had a saint artifact in his hands, and the might displayed by that immortal Dao saint artifact was truly astonishing. The killing formation trembled, almost destroyed by that great imprint with a single strike. He Tian suffered a great impact. He made a prompt decision and immediately retreated. At this time Xian Tong also made his move. A long black whip appeared in his hand. The whip turned into a poisonous python and rushed towards He Tian. This venomous python also gave off a divine aura, and there was a divine aura of the great Tao lingering around it. Another sacred artifact. He Tian is taken aback. These guys invited by Long Badeo are all extraordinary. Seems like each of them has a great power behind them. It should be noted that sacred artifacts were not something that ordinary cultivators could possess. Heaven Transformation Seal, Soaring Serpent Whip. A voice rang out. The mysterious woman had arrived. She was also very surprised to see these two sacred artifacts. The great imprint that emitted endless immortal light was a famous sacred artifact of the immortal Tao, the Heaven Transformation Seal. This Heaven Transformation Seal was a protective divine artifact refined by an immortal Tao saint of the primordial era. Once it was unleashed, the world would turn into primordial chaos. It was incomparably powerful. The Soaring Serpent Whip was a very malicious sacred tool. The original owner of the Soaring Serpent Whip was an extremely vicious fellow. This divine whip was refined from the corpse of a primordial venomous python. That primordial venomous python was innately poisonous. Living beings did not dare to approach it. Its poison was enough to make even a saint fearful. He Tian had no choice but to retreat. He was not a saint. If he was infected by the soaring serpent's poison, he would most likely die and enter the cycle of reincarnation. To He Tian, his reincarnation had just begun. How could he be willing to end it like this? Whoosh. He Tian retracted his killing formation. Boundless formation runes converged from all directions and entered his body. At the same time, his silhouette flickered in the air, retreating to Gu Fei's side. The Heaven Transformation Seal and Soaring Serpent Whip continued their pursuit. The Great Seal was like a huge mountain, smashing down on Gu Fei and He Tian from the sky, blocking out the entire sky. Terrifying power of the immortal Tao poured down from the Great Seal. This was a shocking power that could slice apart the void, returning a part of the world to primordial chaos. Gu Fei and He Tian were both shocked. They sensed a familiar energy fluctuation from the Heaven Transformation Seal. That was the power of one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The secret art of returning truth. How is this possible? Gu Fei and He Tian were incomparably shocked. No wonder this Heaven Transformation Seal could turn the void into primordial chaos. So it turned out that it contained the power of one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the secret art of returning truth. However, they soon sensed something strange. The power of returning truth on the Heaven Transformation Seal was not pure at all. It seemed like it wasn't the complete power of returning truth. 10,000 transformations return truth. He Tian made his move. He directly stretched out his right hand. Divine immortal light surged on his right hand, turning into a huge hand that blotted out the sky, grabbing towards the Heaven Transformation imprint. The seal began to vibrate. It seemed to resonate with one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the secret art of returning truth, which was used by Mahakala. What? The immeasurable old man was shocked. This seal was a supreme treasure of his sect and could not be lost. However, his opponent was actually able to use a secret art to activate it. This was something that had never happened before. Rumble. The Heaven Transformation Seal was still descending, but the destructive power of the seal had diminished by quite a bit. Countless divine runes of the immortal Tao flickered on the surface of the seal. Boom. The Heaven Transformation Seal smashed down from the sky, but it wasn't aimed at Gu Fei and He Tian. Instead, it smashed into the soaring serpent whip that had transformed into a poisonous python. The 2 saint treasures collided violently. The destructive power of the collision shook the entire ancient city. If it wasn't for the protection of the formations, this ancient city would definitely have been destroyed. Old man immeasurable, Xian Tong was shocked. At this moment, this old man immeasurable was truly vengeful. As long as there was a chance, he would suppress Xian Tong. How hateful. Humph. The immeasurable old man snorted coldly. In truth, only he knew that this collision between the Heaven Transformation Seal and the Soaring Serpent Whip was not intentional. However, he didn't need to explain anything. It's effective. He Tian circulated the secret art of returning truth with all his might. Within his palm, there seemed to be a world that was constantly evolving, transforming into primordial chaos, transforming into heaven and earth, and then returning back to primordial chaos. Above his palm, there seemed to be a cycle of reincarnation, a cycle of reincarnation. The power of the secret art of returning truth was unleashed to its peak. The heaven transformation seal gradually broke free from the immeasurable old man's control, descending towards He Tian's palm. What? Chapter 1847. Although He Tian's secret art of returning truth hadn't been cultivated to perfection, it was enough to break apart the void of the world, returning a part of the void to primal chaos. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Each secret was an undefeatable supreme immortal art. They were the 9 ultimate powers derived from the supreme Tao ancestor. He Tian cultivated the immortal Tao. Although his immortal Tao was different from others and he walked his own path, the general direction remained the same. Rumble. The heaven transformation seal descended from the sky, becoming smaller and smaller. The Tao runes on it dimmed and gradually disappeared into the seal. The power of the seal was converging. How is this possible? Only now did the immeasurable old man panic. The opponent seemed to be using some kind of secret art. This secret art could actually resonate with the heaven transformation seal. Everyone was dumbfounded. The heaven transformation seal actually broke free from the immeasurable old man's control. He Tian extended his hand and directly grabbed the seal. The power of the immortal Tao surged in his hand, suppressing the seal in his hand. A half-sage could actually suppress a sacred weapon. This was simply a miracle. Everyone couldn't believe it. How was this possible? The mysterious woman's eyes flickered when she saw this. She seemed to have noticed something but she didn't say anything. The immeasurable old man was dumbfounded. A sacred weapon of his sect was so easily taken away by the opponent. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. Many thanks. An evil smile appeared on He Tian's face as he looked at the immeasurable old man. The immeasurable old man was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This guy was still pretending to be innocent after taking advantage of him. The immeasurable old man almost wanted to rush up and fight with He Tian. However, he hadn't completely lost his rationality. Rushing up now was no different from suicide. What's going on? Everyone was bewildered. Even Xian Tong kept his soaring serpent whip, fearing that it would also be taken away by He Tian. Everyone was cautious as they quietly watched He Tian. In fact, He Tian knew very well that he was lucky. The ancient sage who refined this seal seemed to have obtained an incomplete version of one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the secret art of returning truth. The power of the immortal Tao contained within the heaven transformation seal was precisely the power of the incomplete secret art of returning to truth. Soon the ancient seal in He Tian's hand quietened down and turned into a green jade seal the size of an adult's fist. When the immeasurable old man saw this scene, his eyes turned red. He knew that his sect's sacred artifact had already been completely suppressed by his opponent. This meant that he had lost the ancient seal. I will kill you. This time the immeasurable old man could no longer endure it. He was very clear what losing this ancient seal meant. Even if he returned to the sect, only death would await him. Boom. The immeasurable old man's entire body radiated with boundless divine light. An extremely powerful energy fluctuation gushed out from his body as he pounced towards He Tian. His white hair danced wildly in the wind and his face was incomparably malevolent. Just like that, he pounced over using his most powerful killer move. Moreover, he didn't defend himself at all. All of his moves were for the sake of his life. He transform. He Tian used the secret art of returning truth to activate the ancient seal in his hand. The ancient seal immediately came to life and a wave of heaven transformation seal surged forth, dispersing all of the immeasurable old man's attacks. How is this possible? The immeasurable old man was on the verge of going crazy. He attacked with all his might as boundless destructive divine light gushed out from his hands, piercing towards He Tian below. However, the heaven transformation seal's power enveloped He Tian within. At this moment, He Tian was simply invulnerable to all attacks. All attacks could be dispelled. Enough. He Tian made his move. A nearly invisible sword light flew out from his body. It pierced through the layer of heaven transformation seal's power and shot towards the immeasurable old man who was crazily attacking him. Just as the invisible sword light was about to strike the immeasurable old man, a figure suddenly appeared behind the immeasurable old man. He grabbed the immeasurable old man by his collar and flung him away. At the same time that the person flung the immeasurable old man away, he stretched out his left hand and flicked the invisible sword light away. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked. From grabbing the immeasurable old man, to flinging him away, to flicking the invisible sword light away, all of these actions were completed in an instant. Could be said to be extremely fast. Boss Yu, Tian didn't understand why Gu Fei wanted to save this old man. The person who acted could only be Gu Fei. Because among everyone present, only Gu Fei had such cultivation and strength. No one else could do so. Only he could easily capture the immeasurable old man and flick away Tian's invisible sword light. This person doesn't deserve to die. Gu Fei said. This immeasurable old man's lineage actually obtained an incomplete version of one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao, the secret art of returning truth. This could also be considered a form of fate. Tian retracted his invisible sword. After thinking for a moment, he no longer acted. At this moment, heavy footsteps rang out in the surroundings. The battle between Tian and the immeasurable old man had caused quite a commotion. It had long alarmed the stone men in the city. Roar. Dull roars rang out in the surroundings as a heaven-shaking aura constantly erupted. This time, the stone men that appeared seemed to be even stronger than before. Everyone was incomparably nervous. This place wasn't far from the center of the ancient city. The stone men that appeared here would definitely be very difficult to deal with. Bang! Everyone stared at the corner of the street. As the heavy footsteps rang out, a figure appeared at the end of the street. It was a stoneman that was a head taller than the average stoneman. Moreover, the stoneman was clad in thick armor and held a bronze spear in his hand. This was a general among the stonemen. A heaven-shaking killing intent emanated from the general. It was as if a general who had experienced many battles had appeared before everyone's eyes. Trespassers shall die. A divine will rippled out from the general's body as a voice rang out in everyone's hearts. At the same time, 2 rays of green light shot out from the general's eyes, sweeping through everyone. What? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. This general actually had its own consciousness. This was bad. At this moment, more stone men stood out from the corner of the street. Very soon, there were over 100 stone men standing behind the general. Every single one of them had a powerful baleful aura coiling around them. Gu Fei couldn't be more familiar with this baleful aura. This was a baleful aura that could only be condensed after killing many living beings. In other words, these stone men had killed many living beings in the past. Is this a soldier left behind by the ancient sages? Chapter 1848. The stone general was incomparably powerful, as if a true saint had descended. Moreover, the corpse general that appeared at the corner of the street was different from the other golems. This stone general had its own consciousness. This was not a good thing. Kill. Without saying anything else, the stone general led hundreds of golems and charged at Gu Fei's group. A powerful aura surged forth as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging. Everyone's expression changed at this scene. Buzz. At this moment, a sword chime suddenly came from the sky. A man and a sword appeared above the stone general. Then a golden sword ray descended from the sky and slashed at the stone general. It's him. Tian was startled at the sight of the man. The man standing on the golden sword was the tall and skinny middle-aged man from the heavenly rapier sect. His cultivation was also astonishing. He had actually recovered so quickly. Clang. The stone general raised the bronze spear in his hand and collided with the golden sword ray that swept down from the sky. The golden sword ray shattered and turned into millions of golden rays, dissipating in the air. What? The sword spirit was shocked. The stone general was much more powerful and terrifying than he had imagined. One should know that the sword ray from the golden saint dragon was easily blocked by the stone general. The sword spirit is out of luck. The mysterious woman muttered to herself. Her face was covered by a silk scarf embroidered with a divine phoenix. No one could see her true appearance. The sword spirit was one of the 10 sword emperors of the heavenly rapier sect. This time he had brought the golden saint dragon with him. Previously he had worked with the other 6 half-saints to revive the golden saint dragon and break the ancient city's formation, allowing everyone to enter the ancient city. Swoosh. At this moment, the stone general on the ground stabbed at the sword spirit in the sky with his bronze spear. A powerful force spread in all directions. This was the power of a saint. Boom! With a loud bang, sword spirit Sun was sent flying thousands of meters away along with his sword. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. If not for the golden saint dragon sword blocking most of the power of Shizhang's attack, he would have been smashed into pieces. So strong. Everyone's hearts pounded when they saw this. The power the stone general was displaying was too great. This was practically a saint taking action. Xiantong immediately turned around and left. Such an existence wasn't something he could contend against. If he didn't leave, he might lose his life here. Those who could become half-sages had lived for countless years and were extremely astute. Even their eyelashes were blank. When they saw that the situation was bad, some of them tried to flee. Kill. The stone general led over 100 stone golems and charged towards Gu Fei's group like a flood. Under the stone general's lead, the 100 stone golems all emitted powerful energy fluctuations. Roar. At this moment, a person appeared from the corner of the street behind Shizhang. This person roared loudly and directly rushed into the sky. Then he swung the halberd in his hand and used all his strength to smash it down on Shizhang's head. It's Qiu Wuqing. He's here too. Even He Tian couldn't help but be moved when he saw that someone was attacking Stone General. However, he was even more shocked when he saw that it was Qiu Wuqing who was attacking. Clang. The sound of metal colliding was heard. The Stone General held the bronze spear with both hands and raised it up, blocking the black halberd that was smashing down. What? Qiu Wuqing couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that his opponent was able to withstand his attack. His god-fiend body was extremely strong. Even if there was an ancient sacred mountain below him, it would probably be smashed into pieces by this attack. However, this fierce attack was blocked by his opponent. A strong rebounding force came from the halberd, causing his hands to feel a little numb. The Stone General actually didn't feel good either. If one looked closely, one could see that there were extremely fine cracks on his arms. However, these cracks didn't appear for long and disappeared very quickly. In this attack, neither side gained any advantage. Humph. The Stone General suddenly raised his head. Two powerful rays of divine light shot out from his eyes and pierced towards Qiu Wuqing. Qiu Wuqing hurriedly flew backwards and avoided the two rays of divine light shot out from the Stone General's eyes. In an instant he retreated thousands of feet away. His movements were so fast that few could catch up to him. This Stone General is very strong. The mysterious woman said. Qiu Wuqing had the god-fiend body. Needless to say, his physical body was strong. There really weren't many people who could compete with him in terms of physical strength. Kill. The Stone General held the bronze spear in his hand and rushed towards Qiu Wuqing. However, the direction of the hundreds of Stone General didn't change. They continued to rush towards Gu Fei and the others. Although there were only hundreds of Stone General, it gave people the feeling that there were thousands of soldiers and horses. Swoosh. Gu Fei moved. In a flash, he had already rushed into the crowd of Stone General. Bang. The head of the first Stone General was blown up by Gu Fei's punch. Boom. Immediately after, Gu Fei swept his right leg and broke the waists of the two Stone General that came from behind him. In an instant he had crippled 3 Stone General. Gu Fei was really strong to the point that it made people's hearts tremble. Close combat was the strength of warriors. In a fight, as long as warriors got close to one's body, the consequences would be very serious. Therefore, in ancient times when other cultivators fought with warriors, they didn't dare to let their opponents get close to them. At this time, Gu Fei was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. He used both his hands and feet and constantly smashed Stone General under his fists. Most of the Stone General that was kicked by him were also kicked into pieces. In just a few breaths' time, Gu Fei had crippled this group of over 100 stone men, and the streets were littered with shattered stones. Seeing this scene, even the mysterious woman couldn't help but be shocked. This Gu Fei was indeed worthy of being a successor of the martial Dao. His combat strength was so strong that it was simply unheard of. Is this person really only a half-step saint? On top of a building far away from the ancient city, a young man was watching the development of the situation coldly. This person was Long Badeo, who had escaped from the hands of Gu Fei and He Tian. No one knew when Long Badeo had already sneaked into the ancient city. In the other directions of the ancient city, There were also half-step saints watching. Gu Fei's combat strength was displayed, which made everyone afraid of Gu Fei. At this time, the battle between Qiu Wuqing and the Stone General was also continuing. Chapter 1849. Boom. Qiu Wuqing displayed his god-fiend physique and battled with the Stoneman General in the sky above the ancient city. Powerful waves spread in all directions, making one's heart palpitate. The god-fiend physique was extremely powerful. The power of divinity and demonic intertwined on Qiu Wuqing's body and achieved a wonderful balance. The two different powers clashed with each other, raising the combat power of the god-fiend physique to a terrifying level. Only those who possessed the god-fiend physique could control the power of divinity and demonic, because the god-fiend physique was naturally close to these two powers. If it was an ordinary person, he would definitely not be able to withstand the two completely different powers appearing in his body at the same time. No one dared to try this. This Qiu Wuqing is indeed someone who has the strength to challenge Gu Fei. The combat power that Qiu Wuqing displayed was too shocking. He could fight with a Stoneman General without rest. Although he was forced to retreat, he did not show any signs of losing. At this moment, the combat power that Gu Fei displayed was even more shocking. He did not make a move, but once he did, it was definitely a thunderous blow. Boom. With a dull sound, a powerful destructive force exploded in the middle of the dozen stone men. The dozen stone men were instantly sent flying into the sky like kites with broken strings. Bang! 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 The stone men that were sent flying into the sky by the unparalleled fist force exploded one by one. Even if they had Saint King level Dao patterns, it was useless. When these stone men were refined, they were only given the combat power of a demi-saint. It should be known that even a Saint King could not refine a stoneman soldier that had the combat power of a saint. Ah, the boss is mighty. He Tian laughed. The stronger Gu Fei was, the more advantageous it was for them. In the world of cultivation, the one with the harder fist could dictate everything, including the life and death of the other party. The mysterious woman did not say anything. There were many people watching nearby, and some were fighting with the stone men. The ancient city that had been silent for countless years was completely broken by Gu Fei and the others. For countless years, there was really no one who could attack this ancient city. Not even the ancestor of the extraterrestrial divine mountain. The ancestor did not have a saint ruler's weapon, nor was he a saint ruler. It was impossible for him to break through the formation around the ancient city and attack it. Otherwise, the world would have probably been taken away by the ancestor of the divine mountain long ago. In just a few breaths of time, over 100 stone golems had been smashed to pieces by Gu Fei. The entire street was covered in stones. This kind of combat power was enough to make people's hearts palpitate. Bang! At this moment, Qiu Wuqing and the Stoneman General were still fighting. Boom! Clang! The battle was extremely intense, and the two great experts clashed continuously. Especially on Qiu Wuqing's body, there were divine patterns and demonic patterns intertwining, and the power of the god-devil body was overwhelming. The halberd in Qiu Wuqing's hand continued to shatter the void and collided with the bronze battle spear in the Stoneman General's hand. Countless Dao patterns appeared and then dissipated. Gu Fei stood on the deserted street and looked up. With just a glance, he knew that Qiu Wuqing would not lose, but it would be very difficult for him to win. The Stoneman General's body contained a strand of divine thought. It was unknown whether this strand of divine thought was derived from the Stoneman General itself or a remnant thought left by the ancient sages on the Stoneman General. However, because of the existence of this remnant thought, the Stoneman General's combat power was raised to a level that was infinitely close to that of a sage. When one's cultivation reached the level of a saint ruler, one's divine thought could be divided into millions. This kind of technique was not a difficult thing to do. The Stoneman General's combat power was shocking. The bronze battle spear in its hand emitted a shocking power that shook the heavens and the earth. Even Qiu Wuqing was constantly forced to retreat. Gu Fei did not plan to help Qiu Wuqing because Qiu Wuqing did not ask him to help. Heavy footsteps could be heard. It seemed as though all the stone men in the entire ancient city were gathering towards the area where Gu Fei and the others were at. In the dim sky and earth, a few powerful figures appeared. They were 3 Stoneman General. 3 extremely horrifying auras spread from the 3 Stoneman General, shocking the surroundings. There are still 3 powerful stone men. Everyone could not help but be shocked when they felt the 3 powerful auras. A single stoneman general was able to resist an existence like Qiu Wuqing. Now that the 3 stoneman generals were here, even Gu Fei might be able to stop them. However, the 3 stoneman generals did not attack immediately. Instead, they surrounded the crowd in a triangular formation. Behind each stoneman general stood many stone men. This was a combat power that could make a demi-sage shudder. The ancient sage was indeed generous. He had actually refined so many stone men and 4 stoneman generals. The stoneman general was an existence that was infinitely close to a sage. Swoosh. Gu Fei glanced at the 3 stoneman generals before he took a step forward and rushed towards the depths of the ancient city. He did not want to drag things out. As long as he could get his hands on the item in the depths of the ancient city, everything would be settled. However, at the moment when Gu Fei moved, the 3 stoneman generals also moved. The 3 stoneman generals were extremely powerful. As they moved rapidly in the void, they left behind afterimages wherever they passed. So fast. Everyone could not help but be shocked when they saw this. The combat power of the stoneman generals was much stronger than they had imagined. The 3 stoneman generals chased after Gu Fei and attacked when they were thousands of feet away from Gu Fei. Boom! A towering flame burst out from one of the stoneman generals. Countless blazing Dao patterns appeared on the stoneman general's body. The stoneman general seemed to have turned into a fire god. The dazzling flame lit up the dark sky. Clang! Another stoneman general also attacked. The stone sword in his hand emitted sword light that was thousands of feet long, forming a dense sword net that enveloped Gu Fei. Roar! Gu Fei didn't stop. He continued to charge forward. At the same time, he threw a punch upwards, directly blasting a big hole in the sword light that enveloped him. At this moment, a silhouette flashed in front of Gu Fei. A stoneman general had already blocked in front of him. Scram! Gu Fei roared furiously. He swung his fist and smashed it forward. The powerful force caused space to collapse, and then it shattered, transforming into a destructive force that rushed forward. Roar! The stoneman general in front of Gu Fei also roared. He did not dodge and punch towards Gu Fei's fist. On the stoneman's fist, there were Dao patterns appearing. Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 fists collided in an instant. A powerful ripple of energy spread from their fists, forcing the other 2 stoneman warriors to retreat. Chapter 1850. How could this be? The stoneman general looked at his right fist and sent out a series of ripples through his consciousness. His right fist was densely filled with hair-thin cracks. To think that his incredibly strong stone body would be shattered. And the other party was just a mere half-sage. This was something that the stoneman general could not comprehend. How could a mere half-sage possess such a fighting strength? The stoneman general was different from the other ordinary stone men. The stoneman general had its own independent thoughts, and could judge the situation and react accordingly. This wasn't something that ordinary stone men could compare with. Your fist is pretty tough. To think that it wouldn't be shattered by me. Looking at the stoneman general, Gu Fei's lips curled into a grin. This was a pretty decent opponent. An opponent as such was going to be his whetstone. You. The stoneman general was both shocked and enraged. To think that the other party would dare to look down on him. Damn it. A chilling killing intent spread out from the body of the stoneman general. The stoneman general's killing intent towards Gu Fei was unprecedentedly strong. He was bent on killing this human before him. Xing. Just then, another stoneman general wielding a stone sword rushed over. An infinite sword beam burst forth from the stone sword, tearing through the void as it slashed out at Gu Fei. This. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. To think that this stoneman general was displaying an offensive skill of the sword cultivator lineage. The sword chi was boundless, causing the temperature of the surrounding void to plunge rapidly. If that's the case, I'll break it with a single punch. Gu Fei's might was unparalleled. His head of black hair fluttered without any wind as he punched out. Even though it seemed like an ordinary punch, the feeling it gave off was different from the rest of the world. Bam! The void vibrated. That terrifying sword beam that was rushing over was dissipated by that single punch. This was a punch that was so strong that it could cause one to feel despair. Boom! As though the god of fire had descended onto the world, the 3rd stoneman general rushed over. On the body of the stoneman general, a series of fire patterns appeared. A torrential amount of god flames burst forth from the body of the stoneman general, covering the entire sky as it burned towards Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei directly struck out with the water element fist of the five-element fist. Immediately, a series of shocking sounds that sounded like the raging sea and surging waves resounded in the void. A water-blue fist force surged out from his fist. It was as if it had really attracted a Milky Way, and it rushed towards the fire that was sweeping towards him. When the overwhelming fire encountered Gu Fei's water element fist, it was completely dispersed by Gu Fei's water element fist force. Water and fire were incompatible. Gu Fei's fist force just happened to restrain the fire element stoneman general's divine fire. What? That fiery stone being general was beyond astounded. Was this human truly a half-saint? This sort of combat strength was definitely not something that a half-saint could possess. The three golem warriors had no choice but to fight Gu Fei together. Even though Gu Fei was extremely strong and was known to be invincible within the same cultivation state, he did not dare to be careless against these three golem warriors. After all, these three golem warriors were war puppets that were crafted by the ancient saint kings. These three golem warriors had their own unique skills. They were the fiery general, the Herculean general, and the god sword general respectively. The Herculean general had a pair of stone arms that were filled with Dao patterns. These were arms that could even match up to a holy weapon, possessing an unparalleled amount of strength. The attacks of the Herculean general were simple and direct. A single punch of his was enough to destroy the void. This sort of supreme strength was something that only Gu Fei's half-saint martial body could contend against. Gu Fei was incomparably ferocious as he clashed with the Herculean general repeatedly. With his immense strength, he forced the Herculean general to retreat. As for the fiery general and the god sword general, they struck out with their strongest attacks at Gu Fei while Gu Fei was clashing with the Herculean general. Their terrifying strength rippled out in all directions. The mysterious woman, He Tian, and the others had no choice but to retreat far away. Roar! Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind as divine light shot out from his eyes. He instantly appeared in front of the Herculean general and fiercely clashed with his fists. At the same time, a stone sword pierced toward the space between his eyebrows. It was extremely fast and he could only tilt his head to avoid the fatal spot between his eyebrows. The stone sword pierced through his forehead and cut off a lock of hair in front of his forehead. The fiery general also attacked with all his strength. Great flames burned the sky. Within the monstrous divine fire, a fire dragon rushed out and attempted to devour Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei directly punched the fire dragon and shattered it. However, he himself was also sent flying hundreds of meters away by the powerful strength contained within the fire dragon. Even someone as strong as Gu Fei could not gain any advantage against three golem warriors who were infinitely close to the holy weapon realm. Good. What other tricks do you have? Use them quickly. The stronger the golem warrior was, the stronger Gu Fei's battle intent was. His battle intent was like a rainbow. After stopping his retreat, he immediately rushed over again. The battle continued. The three golem warriors fought against Gu Fei. It was difficult to determine the victor in a short time. At this moment, the stone golems that were gathering from all directions finally managed to surround Erebus and the others. There were simply too many stone golems in this ancient city. In the dusky world, a few people were running for their lives. Behind them was a group of stone golems. These stone golems were all battle tools. The ancient sage had only given these stone golems the simplest order, and that was to kill all living beings that intruded into the ancient city. Pft! A mist of blood suddenly appeared. A golem behind a golem caught up to a cultivator who was running for his life. His physical body exploded. Even his primordial spirit could not escape. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Even someone as strong as a half-sage could only run for his life when facing a group of golems whose battle strength was comparable to a sage to be. There were cultivators fighting with the golems in other areas of the ancient city. Half-sages were constantly being killed by the golems. The most powerful golem warriors were attracted by Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing. Otherwise, these half-sages who intruded into the ancient city would be in big trouble. At this time, Erebus and the mysterious woman were also fighting the stone golems that were coming from all directions. Buzz! The void trembled. The mysterious woman pulled the divine bow in her hand and shot out divine fire arrows. These were divine arrows that contained the power of the great Tao. Every arrow could penetrate a golem. The divine bow in the mysterious woman's hand was a divine weapon. The divine arrows shot by this divine bow were shockingly powerful. In just a short while, more than 10 golems were pierced by the divine arrows shot by the divine bow in the mysterious woman's hand. Meanwhile, He Tian directly took out a killing array and trapped a group of golems in it. The others did not have the cultivation and strength of He Tian and the mysterious woman. Therefore they began to run for their lives. The immeasurable old man was really unlucky. His heaven transformation seal had been taken away by He Tian. At this time he was surrounded by 4 or 5 golems. He did not even have the chance to escape. Without any suspense, the immeasurable old man was killed by those 5 golems. Chapter 1851. Killing Qi soared into the sky in the dusky ancient city. Countless stone golems walked out and surrounded the surviving half-sages in the city. Battles continued. Many stone men shot into the sky and intercepted the fleeing half-saints. At this moment, these half-saints who'd entered the ancient city could be said to have no way out, so they could only charge towards the city gates. The city gate was the only way out. Many people had already given up on the item in the center of the city. Nothing was more important than their own lives. One had to know that there would be nothing left if they died. Roar. In a corner of the city, an old man was roaring at the sky. In front of him was a stoneman with its head blown off. However, the air was filled with the smell of blood. It turned out that there was a big hole in the old man's chest. His internal organs were flowing out, but this wasn't a fatal wound. The fatal thing was that there was a bloody hole on the old man's forehead. This old man was one of the 12 half-saints invited by Long Badeo. However, he was already at the end of his life and could die at any time. I'm not willing. Specks of spiritual light floated out from the bloody hole on the old man's forehead. Then the old man's eyes became dim and lifeless. The old man slowly fell to the corner of the wall, dead. Stone men didn't have any breath of life, but the half-saints in the city had a powerful breath of life. Someone sensed that another breath of life had disappeared. Die. The more you die, the better it is for me. In the dark street, a figure walked in the darkness like a ghost, without a sound or presence. Not even a trace of aura was emitted. Boom. At this time, Gu Fei was fighting against the 3 stone men. His aura was vast and mighty, piercing holes in the sky and earth. Powerful forces continuously collided and the 3 stoneman generals were forced back from time to time. But this time, Gu Fei found it difficult to blast the 3 stoneman generals apart. Because of the 3 stone men working together, the other 2 would go all out to save one when one of them was in danger. This made Gu Fei have no choice but to deal with them seriously. Another person has fallen. Gu Fei suddenly sensed the disappearance of a life aura. At his level of cultivation, the sensitivity of his senses was far beyond the reach of others. He could sense how many life auras there were in the entire ancient city. Of course, he couldn't sense those who were deliberately hiding their tracks. In addition to the half-saints invited by Long Badeo, there were also other creatures that entered the ancient city. The ground was the world of fierce beasts. Among these ferocious beasts, there were extremely powerful beast kings. These beast kings did not want to be trapped in this world forever. After all, the world outside was much more exciting than the world refined by the sage. The bloodlines of these ancient beasts all had inheritances left behind by their ancestors. As long as these beasts were powerful to a certain extent, they would be able to obtain these inheritances. These ferocious beasts also knew that the outside world was more suitable for them than this immortal land. This world was merely a world refined by the ancient sage. The laws of the world here were not complete. No matter how hard these ferocious beasts cultivated, it was impossible for them to become sages. In other words, this world was suppressing the creatures here. If they wanted to go to the next level, they had to enter a perfect world. This was because only in a flawless world could they comprehend the complete Great Tao. Compared to the half-saints from the outside world, the creatures in the sage realm wanted to break through this world and enter the real world. At this moment, there were dozens of powerful life auras in the ancient city. The powerful beings in the sage realm all knew that there was something in the divine city in the sky that could help them escape. Therefore, every 10,000 years, there would be peerless ferocious beasts attacking the divine city in the sky. It had only been 5,000 years since the last time they attacked the divine city. This was not the best time to attack the divine city. However, the arrival of Gu Fei and the others had changed everything. Wu. Just as Gu Fei and the others were fighting with the stone warrior general, An ancient horn sounded from the depths of this world. Then, extremely powerful ferocious beasts charged out from all over the world, including peerless demons that could take human form. It's not time yet. Why did you blow the horn? The voice of a great demon reverberated in the sky, spreading to every corner of the world. Why did you alarm us? You should know that we have yet to fully recover. A black dragon descended in the sky above the mountain. His will swept in all directions. This was one of the big shots in the sage realm. His cultivation had already surpassed the standard. He only needed to soar into the sky and he would become a sacred dragon. A figure walked out from the depths of the mountain. It was a middle-aged man who was covered in flames. The middle-aged man held a black horn in his hand. The humans from the outside have already broken through the divine city in the sky. The middle-aged man was also one of the big shots in the sage realm. He was the one who blew the horn and alarmed the other two big shots. What? Is that true? The two big shots were shocked. They had been in charge of the world for hundreds of thousands of years. They had attacked the divine city in the sky no less than 10 times, but every time they would suffer great losses. They could not break through the formation set up by the sage realm. How could they not be shocked when they suddenly heard that the humans from the outside had broken through the divine city in the sky? This is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. We should gather all of our soldiers and attack the divine city to obtain that item. The three magnates were extremely excited. Their cultivation had long since reached the limit that this world allowed. It was impossible for them to advance any further in this sage world. They knew that attacking the divine city in the sky would cause great losses, but they still attacked once every 10,000 years, also that they could leave this world. Very soon, the three big shots gathered 100,000 ferocious beast soldiers. A small number of great demons were also gathered. In an instant, the banners of the Lord of the Divine Mountain fluttered in the wind. The top of the mountain was filled with the figures of incomparably ferocious beasts. Under the lead of the three great leaders, the 100,000 soldiers soared into the sky like a dark cloud blocking out the sky. Roar. Kill. The roars of the beasts shook the sky and the earth, causing the sky to change color. Chapter 1852. 100,000 soldiers, under the lead of the three great leaders, charged towards the divine city in the sky. Their killing intent shook the heavens and earth. It was a shocking scene. Roar. The black dragon was the first to attack. He let out a furious roar and the thick clouds in the sky dispersed immediately. An ancient city appeared in the sky. The humans have really breached the divine city. When the three magnates saw the half-open city gates, they were all incomparably excited. They would attack the divine city once every 10,000 years. But every time, they would not be able to shake the sage formation. They could not even open the city gates. Kill. The black dragon rushed over and directly entered the divine city. The other two great leaders naturally did not want to be left behind. They charged into the divine city as well. The 100,000 soldiers that the three great leaders had brought with them were still orderly. Pairs of soldiers passed through the half-open city gate and entered the divine city. Boom. The formation could not be avoided. As this force suddenly charged into the divine city, some of the stone men reacted immediately and charged towards the city gate. Huh! The black dragon's laughter spread throughout the entire divine city. He displayed his powerful fighting strength and sent two stone men flying. He was extremely powerful. What's going on? The struggling half-saints in the city were surprised and happy. The stone men that were chasing after them suddenly turned around and charged towards the city gate. The three great leaders have finally come. An expert of the sage and sage realm said. The three great leaders of the sage and sage realm were the strongest existences in the sage and sage realm. The three great leaders had led 100,000 soldiers to attack the divine city 5,000 years ago. They had suffered great losses and would need to sleep for at least 10,000 years to recover. This time the three great leaders had actually woken up from their slumber. Three powerful auras that could make even half-saints tremble appeared in the divine city. Then countless ferocious beast soldiers charged into the divine city and started a fierce battle with the stone men. However, it was obvious that the stone men created by the sage and sage realm were much stronger than the soldiers. One should know that these stone men could unleash the fighting strength of a demi-saint. Although the 100,000 ferocious beast warriors were huge in number, there were only a few truly powerful ferocious beasts. Although 5,000 years was a long period of time, The ferocious beast warriors had suffered heavy losses during the previous attack on the divine city. Among the ferocious beast warriors that had grown up again, there were very few powerful ferocious beasts that could truly stand on their own. However, the three magnates were extremely powerful. Their cultivation had probably surpassed the sage-to-be, and they were only half a step away from the sage-to-be. That black dragon was extremely powerful. He kept attacking, and many of the stone golems were instantly smashed into pieces. The combat strength of a quasi-sage seemed very weak in front of the black dragon. The great demon in the form of a middle-aged man was even more powerful. He didn't move much, but the stone golems that charged towards him all fell to the ground, instantly turning into a pile of dust. The other mysterious giant had been hidden in a cloud of white mist from beginning to end, not revealing his true appearance. However, this mysterious giant was also very terrifying. The white mist that lingered around his body spread out, and the stone golems that were enveloped by the mist were instantly frozen. Then the stone golems cracked and shattered into a pile. The three magnates charged straight into the depths of the ancient city with irresistible force. They wanted to attack that place and obtain that item. Where did these fellows come from? At this time, Gu Fei also noticed the three magnates. These three fellows were extremely powerful. He was currently being held up by the three stone golem generals. He wanted to attack the depths of the ancient city, but he didn't have the strength to do so. Preposterous. He Tian was shocked to see this scene. These three fellows actually jumped out at this critical moment to take advantage of the situation. How hateful. Because of this, the surviving half-saints managed to escape. More and more stone golems soared into the sky and charged towards the three magnates. The entire ancient city was in chaos. Some of the surviving half-saints hurriedly rushed towards the city gate. However, what awaited them was not a path of survival. The ferocious beast soldiers that rushed in from the city gate immediately attacked the other cultivators in the city. Under the impact of this torrent, the few half-saints did not struggle for long before they were drowned by the ferocious beast torrent. The ferocious beasts that saw blood erupted. As long as they saw a ferocious beast that was not on their side, they would directly attack and kill it. In this way, the hearts of those half-saints who thought that they could escape immediately turned cold. The 12 half-saints that Long Bideo invited were continuously killed by the ferocious beasts and stone golems. Apart from Gu Fei and a few others, almost all of them were dead. Roar. The ferocious beast's roar shook the entire ancient city. The stone golems in the city began to attack the stone golems that were attacking the ancient city in an orderly manner. A large number of ferocious beast soldiers fell under the attack of the stone golems. The main street of the ancient city was filled with blood, and the stench of blood permeated the ancient city. Very soon the three magnates attacked the depths of the ancient city. There was a black palace there, and there was a fluctuation of heaven and earth coming out of it. Haha, I didn't expect to succeed so easily. Black Dragon laughed heartily. They had been trapped in this sage world for hundreds of thousands of years. At this time the key to enter and exit this world was in the palace. How could he not be ecstatic? Swoosh. Black Dragon's body glowed with light. He shrunk his body and charged straight towards the palace. Bang! Just as Black Dragon was about to rush in, he suddenly stopped. It was as if he had crashed into an invisible wall, causing his scalp to bleed. Under the violent impact, the void in front of Black Dragon produced visible ripples that looked like transparent water. What? Black Dragon was shocked and angry. He never thought that there would be a formation outside the palace. He was a little anxious and almost smashed his head. The middle-aged man and the mysterious man were also shocked. There's also a formation. The middle-aged man and the mysterious man couldn't help but be dumbfounded. That ancient person was really too careful. In the distance, Gu Fei couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw this. The three guys who had suddenly jumped out would not be able to obtain the item in the palace in a short time. All of you scram. Gu Fei flipped his right hand and the 9 heaven stars sword immediately appeared in his hand. Buzz. The divine sword hummed and a 10,000 zhang long sword light appeared in Gu Fei's hand. It pierced through the void and forced the 3 stone golem warriors to retreat at the same time. Clang. The sword light slashed the stone golem warriors. Sparks flew everywhere and sword marks were left. Stone chips fell from the bodies of the stone golem warriors. Swoosh.